everybody. Well, what a beautiful sunny morning we have at Lake Carapiro. What is it? The sun has put his hat on. Hip, 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 hooray! Right. On the water now. Race 132. It's a preliminary. It's the men's intermediate Cox 4. And I can't really see very much because the sun is in my eyes. But we've got 8 boats on the water, so we've got an awful lot more than 8. No, I've got 8. And there's an armada of boats down there at the start, just warming up and getting ready for a really great day's worth of racing. But this is the men's intermediate Cox 4. It's a preliminary, so they're racing for lanes. In lane 1, we have Avon, number 1 crew, coached by Marcella Tuffus and Jake Luthi. In lane 2, we have Star Boating Club, and that's coached by Brooke Walker and Ella Pudney. In lane 3, Tauranga Boys College number 1, coached by Richard Gee and Nicola Austin. In lane 4, coached by Matthew Hall, we have Wellington number 1 crew. In lane 5, Waikato number 1 crew, coached by Bruce Holden. In lane 6, Waikato 11, coached by Kylie Corboy and Antonio Van Jurison. In lane 7, we have Canterbury Composite. That's Canterbury, Avon and Whangarei. And the coach here is Josh Schmidt. And in lane 8, Waikato 12, coached by Kylie Corboy and Ella Hansen. As I say, it's lanes, so there could be a lot of foxing here. There could be a whole lot of bragging rights coming through. Goodness knows what's going to happen in this race, but I think it is lane 5. I'll just get my handy binoculars out and see if they can see through the sun. Oh, yes, yes, please. And all these crews coming down with this glorious sunshine better be in their right lanes, because at the moment everybody looks that they're wearing black rowing suits, and I can't actually distinguish the colours, but I'm pretty sure it is Waikato. It's Waikato 1, providing they've stayed in their right lane, is leading the charge home. And you know, I talk about bragging rights, but actually the most important thing is lane allocation here. So if you win the race, you get the best lane, and nobody knows what the weather's going to be doing when you race your final. So it's pretty imperative that I think that you get your best lane or your best shot at a lane. So Waikato number 1 crew leading the charge home here. I think it is Tauranga Boys College, and anybody who's listening to this that's not here will think, what's she going on about? She can't see. But the sun is so low, so bright. Yeah, and I can't do it with sunglasses because I haven't got any with me. And now the moment of reckoning is going to appear. Oh, well, that was good. Waikato were in the right lane. So it is Waikato. Waikato number 1 crew. They have got the best lane allocation here. And then we have got Tauranga Boys. Then we have Avon. And is that Waikato again? Then out to, oh. Then we are Star Boating Club. I can see them. And then I think this is the Canterbury Composite. Lane 7, Canterbury Composites just coming up. And then we have one more crew coming through. 2 more crews. Lane 4 coming through, which is Wellington, and that is it. And it'll get better, I promise you. As the sun just drops, it'll get better. Maybe I just need to follow the screen, but you too can follow the screen. So on the course now is the Women's Club coxless pair oars. And the first race was very kindly sponsored by Crew Room, which is quite the most amazing kit. And these next heats for the Women's Club coxless pair oars, we've got 2 heats here, progression first and second through to the A final. This is kindly sponsored by Wintec. And Wintec and King Racing built all of the vintage style wooden boats for the movie Boys in the Boat, currently in theatres. The Boys in the Boat is a sports drama based on the New York Times best-selling non-fiction novel written by Daniel James Brown. The film, directed by George Clooney, is about the 1936 University of Washington rowing team that competed for gold at the Summer Olympics in Berlin. This inspirational true story follows a group of underdogs at the height of the Great Depression as they are thrust into the spotlight and take on elite rivals from around the world. The Cobra is Wintec's new flagship boat design with 2 options for hull shape. The new FLX design is suited for elite and pre-elite athletes with a shorter, narrow and deeper hull shape that results in a reduction of wetted surface area and drag, allowing increased velocity for the same power output. Testing by the world-renowned biomechanist Dr. Valery Kleshnev has shown the advantage of this new hull, and the test results can be found on the Wintec Racing website. So thank you, Wintec. Now on the water here, we've got Hamilton in lane 1, Auckland in lane 2, in lane 3 we have Canterbury, in lane 4 we have Ashburton, in lane 5 we have Rotorua, lane 6 we have Avon, and in lane 7 Petone 2. First and second through to the A final. And still everybody's black. I think we've got Avon in lane 6. This is Claire Martin and Emily Ryle, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliff. They're leading the march home here, along with Ashburton, coached by Justin Wall, and this is Isabel Wall and Sienna Skilling. Actually, it is Ashburton that is leading the charge home. That's Avon through, and then Ashburton. So those are the 2 through to the A final. And then everybody else goes to the repechage. That's Petone just through here. Canterbury, Auckland. I shouldn't complain about the sun, I really shouldn't. And then just coming up in the inside lane, we have Hamilton. And then we are across to Rotorua. Okay, in On your programme, race 134, Women's Club Cox's Pair Oars, first and second through to the A final, and the rest to repechage. It's 8:08 on your programme, so we're nearly running to time. That's fantastic. We've got 7 boats on the water. In lane 1, Waikato number 1, Madison Wright and Lucy Pike, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. Lane 2, Hamilton 22, Leila Ania and Lily Ashton, coached by Tony Burns and Rachel Brown. In lane 3, Petone number 1 crew, Mia Allwood and Zoe Kang, coached by Andrew Bird. In lane 4, Auckland 2, Alexander Fowley-Wally and Harriet Burrell, coached by Peter Mills. In lane 5, Avon 1, coached by Katie Gardner and Saskia Klinenberg, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barracliff. In lane 6, North Shore 1, Isabel Welsh and Lana Bruce, coached by Ella Campbell and Maren Howarth. And in lane 7, Hawke's Bay 2, Libby Stewart and Ava Woodbury-Winkle, coached by Matt Lawson and Mike Trotvetta. First 2 through to the A final. I did watch Atlanta have a very impressive single scull yesterday. I was privileged to be up here at that time. So at the moment, I would say it's Avon and North Shore battling it out without taking anything away from Petone as well. Those are the 3 that are in contention for one of these, 2 of these places to take them straight through to the A final. The wind has dropped from yesterday, which is a relief. Those flags are still blowing around, but not quite as bad. Avon, Katie Gardner, Saskia Klinberg making their move. They're just out here in front, and it'll be a case of catch me if you can. So the battle will be between Petone and North Shore for that second place. North Shore, just caught a bit of water there. Petone going hard. Avon sticking to their knitting, just coming through that wonderful bank of sunlight that you can't see man the beast. And they've come through the other side, all intact, which is a good thing. And they are racing for home. They know it's in sight. Petone's got the march on North Shore. Petone really gunning here, and North Shore not going to get there. But it is Avon followed by Petone.
Aircraft will return to the home point in 10
North
seconds.
Shore. And that's Hawke's Bay, Waikato, Auckland, and then back to Hamilton. On the water now is the men's senior coxless quadruple sculls, first and second through to the A final. And this is sponsored by the Defence Force Careers. The Navy, the Army and Air Force is a place like nowhere else, where epic experiences create unbreakable bonds. A bit like rowing, really. Sound like something you'd be into? Visit the Defence Force crew at the regatta to discover how you can build a career and make best mates for life. With over 100 roles available, there's something for everyone, from combat roles to IT and navigation, tradies to medical professionals. Thank you to the Defence Force. They do a great job. So on the water now in our quads, our sculls. First and second through to the A final, marching at speed down here. Canterbury in lane 1, Cure in lane 2. They're going to the repechage at this stage. Lane 4 is Dunstan Arm. Lane 5 is Waikato going neck and neck with Avon in lane 6, and then we're out to Aramaho, Wanganui. These boats can certainly move and they can respond quickly. But we have a little ding-dong going on here between Avon and Waikato, with Dunstan Arm valiantly trying to get back in this race, but just coming through the sunlight on that swing. Waikato's got it over Avon. And Dunstan Arm is going like the clappers. They are really trying hard here. Everybody else is lifting it, but it's Waikato taking it, then Avon, and then back to Dunstan Arms. And Heat 2 is marching down the water at speed. Thick and fast this morning. And in lane 1, we have Tauranga 1, Xavier Jarvis, Luke Bequest, Jack McClutchy, and James Hollard, coached by Simon Aubrey. In lane 3, Alex van der Vet, Jack Clark, Ethan Claridge, Justin Smythe, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. And this is Hamilton, number 1. James, I owe you a text if you're out there. Sorry. In lane 4, Nelson 1. Rico Fraser, Jackson Taylor, Sam Johnston, Ollie Stevens. Goodness me, Ollie, you were at Northeastern, coached by Tim Babbage and Phil Knight. In lane 5, we have Cure Boating Club, William McIntosh, George Johnson, Will Rattray, Alex Fletcher, coached by Alex Kennedy. In lane 6, Wairoa, number 1, Ashley James Fitzgerald, Liam Collins, Finn Allison, Edwin George, coached by Kay Surgeonor and Matt Straker. I won't call you Sadie today, Kay. And in lane 7, we have Dunstan Arm, number 1, Angus Kenny, Marley Kingsmith, Jack Pearson, Henry Clatworth, coached by Simon Smith. And again, this is very kindly sponsored by the Defence Force Careers. So the first 2 progress through to the A final, and the rest go to a repechage. Fairly spaced out field here. I think lane 4, Nelson travelling well here, along with Cure Boating Club. Cure Boating Club, just to get your eyes in, is just sitting in front. Have I got that right? Actually, it's Wairoa and Cure Boating Club. Nelson maybe just off the pace here. And also Dunstan Arm. Now Dunstan Arm, just at this angle, appear to be bringing the field home. And at the moment, my money would be on Dunstan Arm and Wairoa. And they're coming into that patch of light that I really can't see anything at all. So Dunstan Arm going like the clappers out on the outside. They are coming out of the lovely sunlight and all intact. So Dunstan Arm going really well here. Followed by Wairoa. And then Cure. There's a fast heat. Then Nelson, Hamilton, and Tauranga. So the race now on the course is race 137. And it is the women's senior coxless quadruple sculls, and it's a preliminary. And it is again sponsored by Defence Force Careers. So thank you to them. And this is a preliminary. So while I talk about bragging rights, really it's underpinned by going for get the best lane, because unless you've got a crystal ball on a Mystic Meg, you have no idea really what the weather's going to be tomorrow or finals day. So pretty important that you get the best lane possible allocated. Learn something new every day in this role, which is fantastic. And I looked down the course this morning, and it is utterly majestic. The flags have barely a whimper in them. The sun is getting manageable, so maybe we might manage to lift the commentating just a fraction. And I've got a great screen here, and looking at the screen, the armada of boats is quite extraordinary, all rowing out there. It's a bit blurry, but it's everybody looks to be rowing in sync at different positions on the lake. And there is a standout, and they are going to be racing for the best lane. Let's just see who we've got on the water in this race. It's lane 1 is North Shore number 1. Lane 2, Dunstan Arms Composite. That's Dunstan Arm and North End 2. In lane 3, we've got Waikato 2. In lane 4, we've got Avon 1. In lane 5, we have Aramaho Wanganui. In lane 6, we've got Waikato 1. Lane 7, we have Dunstan Arm 1. And in lane 8, Canterbury 1. And I think it's Dunstan Arm that is bringing this race home quite emphatically, because these boats move at speed. They, I always have loved the quads. I love the technical magic around watching a quad. It's so graceful when it's done correctly and fast, and it always amazes me that people can get off the water and look as if they've hardly raced, and sometimes you see that in a quad. Well, I'm not going to be down to see what Dunstan Arm have done coming through here, and I'm wanting to see whether or not Elsie Talbot, Olivia Key, Stina Stephan, Freddie, Todd Hunter, coached by Simon Smith, will see whether or not they get usurped from bringing this race home. Now on their shoulder, we've got Canterbury number 1. That's Tasman O'Sullivan, Daisy B. Scrace, Stella Cook and Becky Chuk, coached by Josh Smith. But not to leave this side of the water. I think North Shore is just sitting back a little bit, but I always get caught out in lane 1. Lane 2, really going well, and this is the Dunstan Arm Composite. And lane 3, you've got Waikato 2 just sitting back a bit. They might just be going, well, I'll be satisfied with whatever lane I get. Lane 4, Avon. Working hard here and working up. At the moment, I would say they could be second or third. And on their shoulder, you've got Aramaho Wanganui, and then just back a little bit to Waikato number 1. But out there in front is Dunstan Arm, number 1 crew. They've held that lead from the start, got out quickly, stayed out front. But then it's Dunstan Arm Composite 2 that I would have my eye on. And Waikato 2's travelling well here. Waikato 2's not. Waikato's just back. It's the Avon crew that's going well. But Dunstan Arms is going to take the honours in this, unless something tragic happens. Going through my burst of amazing sunshine, and they've come out the other side. And they, you know, it's just beautiful watching it. They've taken some of the sheen on the water with them, and it is just glistening. The wake of their boat is just glistening. It is quite magical. And what I loved this morning coming down to the lake was all the tendrils of the steam coming off the lake. It was just beautiful. So less about poetry. That's Dunstan Arm. They've taken that race out. and Avon is second. And then all the other boats just coming through now, and somebody else's job to put them all in the right order. They're all timed, and then they go into the system which spits out all the lanes for their final. Oh, it's so hot in here. And Andrew has very kindly come in to turn up the aircon. Thank you. Right, Women's Intermediate Coxed 8. This is a preliminary 2, and this is sponsored by 776BC, who are the official apparel partner of Rowing New Zealand. 776BC exists to support athletes in the pursuit of performance. They work with the world's best athletes to create a range of specialized performance apparel that stands up to the toughest training programs, so you can go further on and off the water. Make sure you check out the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships collection at the 776BC site, just behind the tower, where stock is still available. It is lovely kit, a beautiful kit. Now, with the national championships, when it is a preliminary race, you have got the option just to race the final, and then you get a random lane draw, probably the outside lane, but if you don't want to race it, you can opt out. It doesn't mean you're scratched. So Petone Composite has opted out, and they'll be there in the final. So in lane 2, we have Star Boating Club, and that's coached by Nathan Wallace. In lane 3, we have the Canterbury Composite, that's Canterbury and Avon, coached by Marcella Turfus and Jake Luthi. In lane 4, we have Hamilton number 1, coached by Georgia Allen. In lane 5, we have Waikato 1, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. In lane 6, we have Whangarei, coached by Chris Williams and Stuart Widger. In lane 7, Hawke's Bay, coached by Heidi Oliver and Benita Douglas. And in lane 8, we have Hamilton 21, coached by Tony Burns and Rachel Brown. So, as I say, we have got one crew that's opted out, and they will get a random draw, probably the outside lane. And the rest are racing for their lanes. And it's important because you want to get the best lane to give you the best chance on the finals. So at the moment, it's a Hamilton crew bringing the 8 down here. And the sun is getting a little bit better. So I'm pretty confident in saying this is the Hamilton crew. And I think actually it's Hamilton owning this race in lane 8 as well. So Hamilton 1 and Hamilton 21 going to have the best lanes here. And it does lots for your self-esteem, your self-confidence when you come down the water and you've taken a race out. Even if it's only for lanes, a win's a win. And it's the girls from Hamilton. Hamilton number 1. Take this race out. And Hamilton 21 are in second. And then the rest of the boats just coming through and will be allocated their lanes. And now we have got people really racing for something very important. It's the men's club Coxed 8. It's race 139 in your program, and it is sponsored by Milford. Milford is an award-winning Kiwi saver provider and one of New Zealand's largest investment management companies, and is now Rowing New Zealand's official live streaming partner, offering coverage of 5 key regattas this season. Milford is proud to support Rowing New Zealand and is keen to see the sport of rowing continue to succeed. Thank you, Milford. I've got 5 boats on the water. In lane 2, we've got Auckland number 1. In lane 3, North Shore number 1. In lane 4, we have West End. Lane 5, we have Waikato, who's leading the charge home. And in lane 6, Avon Composite, and that's Avon and Wairoa 1. Coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. But it is the Waikato crew that is dominating this race. But Auckland number 1, giving them a run for their money in lane 2. First and second through to the A final. Out in the far lane, you've got Avon Composite battling away valiantly. North Shore just off the pace for this one, along with West End. But it's the Waikato crew, very convincing here. And then coming up in the inside lane, we've got Auckland number 1, coached by Peter Mills. He'll be pleased with that. That's you, done and dusted into the A final. And the rest through to the repechage to fight another day. Race 140 in your program. First and second through to the A final. Kindly sponsored by Milford. In lane 2, Cure Boating Club, number 1 crew, travelling well. In lane 3, St George's number 1 crew, just a little bit back. Lane 4, Waikato 2, going well again. Lane 5, Oamaru, going well. And out in lane 7, the Wellington Composite of Wellington and Star Boating Club 1. So this is first and second through to the A final. Coming up to the 1500 metre mark. Wellington Composite seem to be travelling well in the outside lane. Cure Boating Club going well in the inside lane. Matthew Smith, Theodore, Gianna Kodioragos. Yeah, right, we've made that. Don't want diplomatic relationships stuffed up, so that's Theodore. And Flynn Dijkstra, Ethan Bailu, Ashton Corkery, Sam Barnett and Charlie McIntosh, Jacob Wadley and Annabelle Scott is the Cox, coached by Alex Kennedy. Maybe Theodore Gianni, Georgios. Yeah, I haven't got that one. Then in the St George's crew, Frank Eisen, Matthew Legalis, Haising Yu Chow, Finlay Dickens, Daniel Taylor, Logan Turrell, Zane Cook, James Dimmock, Rose Abbott. Is the Cox, coached by John Cook. And they're just sitting out of the back. John is one of our commentators. Waikato crew, I'm not going to get the names now because we've got a bit of a ding-dong going here. This is an exciting race. And if there's any supporters out there, come on, let's get in behind these crews because it is too tight to really call here. Cure Boating Club going really well. St George's just trailing a little bit. Then we've got Waikato 2, we've got Oamaru 1, and then the Wellington Composite, and they are all pretty neck and neck. Coming up into the last 100 meters, really gunning for it. Cure Boating Club, my angle suggests they have got the fastest finished here, and it looks like it is going to be Cure Boating Club, and then Waikato, and then Oamaru. Cure, Waikato, Oamaru, and Wellington Composite. Lovely race, thank you. So on the water now, we have one boat. So this is as I was mentioning earlier on, this is a preliminary, and people can take the option to opt out. So Aramaho, Wanganui and Waikato #1 crew have both chosen to opt out, and that means that Avon are coming down for a stroll, a row over just to see what they can do. I'm not very sure. Logan will be able to tell us why he's done this, but maybe it's just to give the girls time in the boat together. You've got Charlotte Derry, Hannah Matahari, Phoebe Collier and Gemma Burrows, coached by Tim Hopkins and Logan Keys. And they don't seem to be overly exerting themselves, to be candid. So they've got a rating, and it's not a high rating, and this is obviously just an opportunity to get some additional training in, get a feel for the water. Whereas the next race, again, is a preliminary, but it'll be a bit of a hoot. If I remember rightly, this is the Boss Rooster, and it's kindly sponsored by Kerridge and Partners. So Kerridge and Partners understands that rowing is a sport that demands ambition, commitment, dedication and teamwork. Like our nation's rowers, Kerridge and Partners takes inspiration from the best in the world as they deliver their work in executive search, governance, advisory and leadership solutions. But that is the race that's coming on the water after this row down. Or row over, I'm told, is the correct terminology from the Avon crew. And power boat #3, bringing this crew down just to ensure our safety. It's really important. You'll notice that at many junctions along the lake, we have our safety boats, the welfare and safety of our athletes, our umpires, all volunteers, and even the odd spectator that gets overly enthusiastic and falls in the water, we can go and pick you out and pop you back on land and make sure you're OK. And, you know, we've got a great ambulance service here too. And the Avon girls still coming down the water, but in behind them, we have the men's Premier Coxless 4. This is a preliminary again. So that's Avon nearly home and hosed. So in this preliminary at the moment, in lane 3, we have North Shore number 1, Samuel Shotter, Michael Brake, Oliver McLean, and Matt McDonald. And they, I think, are lying in second at the moment. In lane 4, in the middle, Avon number 1, Zachary Rumble, Thomas Russell, Oliver Welch, and Ben Taylor, coached by Logan Keys and David Lindstrom. In lane 5, we have Waikato number 1, Jonty Wright, Joshua Vanovich, Logan Ulrich, and Campbell Crouch. So some great athletes that are well known in these boats. And I know there was a joke wondering just how fit Michael Brake might be. Avon are going for blood coming down here. They're putting a stake in the ground for the best lane. I know some of these crews will have been out and doing a pre-train this morning, so maybe they're not racing their little hearts out. I'm not very sure. But we will see just as they come down through the water, but it is certainly the crew of Avon 1, Zachary Rumble, Thomas Russell, Oliver Welch, and Ben Taylor, coached by Logan Keys and David Lindstrom, coming down here, leading the charge home. Then we have the North Shore crew of Samuel Shotter, Michael Brake, Oliver McLean, and Matt McDonald. And then in lane 5, Jonty Wright, Joshua Vanovich, Logan Ulrich, and Campbell Crouch. Now Michael Brake has been doing coastal rowing, so wonder how fit he is, having retired from the rowing that we know, but did very well at the coastal rowing championships. Good to see. Samuel Shotter, I don't know, but I will hope to get to know. Ollie McLean, my son, and Matt McDonald are stroke in the men's 4 with Oliver in bow seat, going to World Cup 2. In Avon, we've got Zachary Rummel, Thomas Russell, Oliver Welch, Ben Taylor. Ben Taylor, the reserve men's pair for World Cup 2. And Logan Ulrich in Waikato boat, named in the 4 for World Cup 2. Campbell Crouch, the reserve pair for World Cup 2. So we've got some really interesting racing here, and I think this one could be a little bit more of a practice run. I don't know. We'll see how hard they blow when they come over the line here, but it's Avon's taken it out. That's not an issue. They've done a great row there. Well done, Avon. And then North Shore. And then back to the Waikato. Just a wee reminder for everybody, please help us keep the site the way you found it. Pick up any litter in your area, and even if you see some litter, just pick it up and take it away, please. And don't forget to check, clean, dry before leaving Lake Karapiro, no matter where you're traveling to. Ensure you wash all equipment, boats, oars, PFDs, etc., ensuring you wash inside and outside of your boat. Boat washing stations can be found by the check, clean, dry banners in most of the boat rack queues. Don't forget to submit your declaration form to the office. It's really important that we do that. And just a little reminder that all parents and supporters, that the boat park is not accessible to the public and is for access by coaches and rowers only. First aid is located in the boat park by Pontoon 5, closest to the Don Rowland Centre. So we have a wee break now till 9:15. When we will start with the men's under 22 single sculls. These are the repechages. And this will determine who makes up the rest of the finals. So there'll be some lovely rowing and some fierce competition out there. Our athletes really pushing themselves to get into the A finals. So thank you for the time being.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan Conservative, Balanced and Active Growth Funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver Fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you. At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
So Evan Williams rowing away with it here, looking pretty comfortable as he goes out over 2 lengths over Ashley James Fitzgerald. So those two are starting to establish themselves. Well, Evans clearly established himself into that lead on the top right side of the TV screen there. Evan Williams from Waikato rode in the under-21s, then was in the under-23 quad, and is looking for future selection as well this year for New Zealand teams. So Evan trying to establish a strong result here in the repechage of the under-22 single. Evans sitting on 31.5, just right in the middle of the screen there, sitting in second place, and now going to clear water over Waikato is Ashley James Fitzgerald from Waido number 1, and he is the young man in green and white in second place there. So Evans pretty much, he's got such a big lead, he's disappearing off the screen there. Ashley James Fitzgerald has now gone out to clear water over Sebastian Fulton from Waikato, so that's looking like the top two that will go through to the A final of the men's under-22 single. And then we'd be looking at Seb Fulton from Waikato, Finn Allison from Waido number 2, Josh Clark from Wellington, and Hunter Sowerby from Petone. They will all go through to the B final. In behind them is repechage number 2, the men's under-22 single scull. Same progression, top 2 to A final, 3 through to 6 into the B final. So this is Evan Williams coming through the 500 now. So good work from Evan Williams here, really in quite a different league from these other scullers, and has defined himself into that A final. Well-deserved result there, and Evan will come through with a very handy margin over Ashley James Fitzgerald, who is in turn holding about a length and a half over Sebastian Fulton from Waikato number 5. Then we go back to Finn Allison from Waido number 2 in lane 5. Then we go back to Josh Clark from Wellington, and then from there back to Hunter Sowerby from Petone. So well done, Evan. Comfortable win there in repechage number 1 of the men's under-22 single. Ashley James also finds himself in the A final, and unlucky to miss out Seb Fulton down there in lane number 2. Repechage number 2 of the men's under-22 single is on the course now. I'll just make sure that they are all there. Lane number 2 is Topo number 1, Harry February. Lane number 3, Star Boating Club number 1, Ari Magasiva. Lane 4, Auckland 1, Ryan Gass. Lane 5, Waikato number 4, Ben Oliviers. Lane 6, Ashburton number 1, Gerard Wall. And lane 7, Avon 1, Scott Shackleton. So 2 to go through to the A final. Repechage number 2 of the men's under-22 single, and it looks like it's Gerard Wall and Ben Oliviers at the moment. Those are the two leading home. Repechage number 2. We'll just await the final result of repechage number 1, even though we know Evan and Ashley James have gone through. We'll just have a look at the time. And here you can see the arrow formation, a beautiful shot there looking down on the course as repechage 2 of the men's under 22 single sculls come through inside that third 500, and we are looking at Ben Oliviers, and then over his left-hand shoulder is Gerard Wall from Ashburton with Ryan Gass chasing hard from Auckland, but he would be 3/4 of a length down on Gerard Wall at the moment. So these two gentlemen looking good at the moment, unless Ryan can pull something out of the bag in the last 500 metres to overtake Gerard Wall from Ashburton. But no doubt about Ben Oliviers as he comes to the 500. Ben Oliviers, coached by Richard Tonks, is sitting in lane number 5 in the Waikato colours. Then we have still got Gerard Wall, but chasing hard is Ryan Gass, who knows he's only got 500 metres to overtake Gerard and get into that A final. Looks like Ryan Gass has really pushed up now. Gerard Wall has dropped back. So it looks like the Auckland Skull has put himself into an A final position here in the under 22 single, unless I had that angle wrong all along. Hard to see on the screen when it was on the side there, but great job here from the Auckland Sculler and also from the Waikato Sculler. Ben Oliviers has taken his rating right down. He's happy to cruise down to the line and find himself in that A final of the men's under 22 single scull with about 130 metres left to travel. Then we go back to Ryan Gass out of Auckland. Ryan is going to take that second spot into the A final. He is coached by Peter Mills out of the Auckland Rowing Club. And then we would go back to Gerard Wall, and down on the inside that might be Ari Magasiva from Star. So down the line they come. Ben Oliviers goes through to the A final of the 22 single. Joining him by about 2.5 boat lengths is going to be Ryan Gass. Ryan Gass out of the Auckland Rowing Club. Well done, Ryan. He cruises through to the A final. And then we've got third and fourth coming up to the line now. It's pretty close on that line. Whoa, might be Ari and Gerard Wall from Ashburton. In repechage number 1, we had Evan Williams home a time of 7:09, but not reflective of what he can do because he was cruising through that 500 to go because he was very comfortably out in front. We are going to move to the women's under 22 single now. We have got 4 to go through to the A final. This is a lot more comfortable. Lane number 2, repechage 1 of the women's 22 single sculls. We have Emma Spittle from Oamaru in lane 2, Olivia Tattersfield from West End in lane 3, Madison Neal from Clifton in lane 4, Emily Gordon from Waikato number 3 in lane 5, Stevie Maybe from Auckland 1 and 6, and Alexandra Bidwell from Cure number 1 and 7. 4 to go through to the A final, 5, 6, 7 and 8 into the B final. This is repechage number 1 of the women's under 22 single. This is sponsored by Jaron Sports Limited, so thank you for supporting us here. So Emily Gordon going well here. Emily coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. That's Waikato number 3. And then over her right-hand shoulder is Madison Neal from Clifton. Madison looking good. And that might be Emma Spittle down on the inside. So we don't have Olivia Tattersfield there. She has scratched out. So the yellow boat in the centre is leading them home, Emily Gordon from Waikato. So it's Waikato, no doubt about Emily Gordon. She's got a length and 3/4 coming to the 250 here in repechage 1 of the women's under 22 single scull. Then we go back to second place, that's Madison Neal out at Clifton in lane 4. Third place, oh, it's close. Looks like Stevie Maybe's doing a bit of a push here. So Stevie out of Auckland, one of the Epsom girls rowers, is doing quite a push here to overtake Emma Spittle in lane number 2. It's quite close, but I think Stevie's just grabbed that third place off Emma Spittle. Emma's going to have to move if she wants to pull that up and come into that third position. Down we come to the 100, and it is still Emily Gordon out of Waikato number 3. She'd have about a length and a half over these 3 scullers that are all pulling up on Madison Neal. Madison still sitting in second as we come down inside the 100. Probably got about 80 metres left to travel for the 3 behind Emily Gordon. And it's still Madison Neal in second. And Emma Spittle and Stevie Maybe are locked together as they come to the line. It might be Emma now. Emma might be just pulling through Stevie again. Stevie just tiring as we come to the line. Oh, super close between Emma and Stevie, but great result, ladies. Well done. So we've got the women's intermediate Cox 4, repechage number 1. Just 1 repechage for this event. This event is sponsored by Croker Oars New Zealand. They've crafted premium stillwater rowing oars for more than 5 decades. The distinctive bright pink sleeve ensures the oars are internationally recognisable and demanded by the most discerning rowers. So thank you, Croker Oars, for sponsoring the women's intermediate Cox 4. This is repechage number 1, one only repechage, progression 4 to A final, 5, 6, 7, 8 to B. We have Petone Rowing Club number 2 in lane 2, Hawke's Bay Rowing Club number 1 in lane 3, Petone 1 in 4, Hamilton 22 in 5, Star number 1 in 6, and North Shore number 1 in 7. So we're looking for 4 to go through and 2 to drop out. So it looks like Petone might be going quite well. Oh, there we go. Now I finally see it. Lovely swing in these boats. So Star and Petone, those two looking super tidy here as we come down past Flynn Cove. Quite a difference on rating as they come through the 500. And we've still got Petone just in front of Star. Star much lower on their rating than the Petone crew are. So we've got 29.5 for Star, just looking at that Petone crew. 32.5, 33, so only half a length in it, but that Petone crew working a lot harder. So interesting to watch the difference in how the boat's moving when there's 5 or 6 points difference in the rating as they come down towards Rowing New Zealand. So it's Petone and Star, that's your 1, 2. They will go through to the A final. Then we go outside of Star, that would be North Shore Rowing Club. They are looking to also go through to the A final, and then we're looking for 1 more to join them. And I would say it would be Petone number 2, which would be great for Petone to get 2 crews into that A final. So down we come towards the last 250, and it is Petone number 1 over Star. only by half a length. Tony have got it, and then we go back to Star. So down to the finish we come. Great finish here for Petone number 1. They go through to the A final, the women's intermediate Cox 4, and then as they go through the A final. That's a great achievement there. So well done, ladies. Good job. To the women's novice double sculls, we have quite a few repechages here of this event. There's 5 repechages of the women's novice double. Good grief. All right, women's novice double sculls repechage number 1 is through the 1K. Let's go on to the course. We have Hamilton 21 in lane 2. That's Georgia Field and Emily Davey. Lane 3, Clifton number 4, Tabitha George and Orla Honeyfield. Lane 4, Clifton 3, Kate Pease and Hannah Honeyfield. Lane 5 is Clifton number 2, Olivia Perry and Anna Francis. Lane 6, Porirua number 2, Jessica Kay and Zoe Collins. Lane 7, Hawke's Bay number 2, Summer McDowell and Hazel Salter. So it's Clifton, might be Clifton number 3, Kate Pease and Hannah Honeyfield, coached by Jodie Haskell and Gus Bergen. They would have closing in on 2 lengths over Clifton number 2, Olivia Perry and Anna Francis. 2 to go to semi-final, so this could be good for Clifton. Clifton 3 and 2. Great sculling from these young women as they come down past Flynn Cove, where Waikato Rowing Club train in the background there. That's the big white square buoy that indicates 500 to go, and it is Clifton. Clifton in lane 4. Kate and Hannah have got nearly 2 lengths over their teammates, Olivia and Anna from Clifton number 2 in lane 5. So those are the 2 crews that look pretty comfortable to go through to the semi-final, and unfortunately the rest will be eliminated from this event. I think that's the first time I've seen an elimination mentioned, and it will be the end of the day, end of racing in the women's novice double if they don't end up in that top 2. So great work here from Clifton. And Clifton coming down to the finish here in repechage 1 of the women's novice double scull. Sculling really well for novices. They're going to go through in lane 4 to the next stage, which is the semi-final. Well done, ladies. Great result there. And your teammates are about to join you over there in lane number 5. Repechage number 2 of the women's novice double sculls. We have Clifton number 6 in lane 2, Charlotte Wimsett and Juliet Hitchcock. Lane 3, Porirua number 3, Chloe Trist and Pippa Percy. Lane 4, Aramaho Wanganui number 1, Agatha Doggett and Ruby Hoekstra. Lane 5, Whangarei number 4, Chloe Palmer and Ruby Stonex. Lane 6, Avon number 2, Izzy Brooks and Rachel Budgett. Lane 7, Clifton number 5, Mila Keller and Sarah Duncan. Okay, whoa, someone's way out in front, and it is the Aramaho Wanganui girls, Agatha and Ruby, well and truly out in front. And then there's a dogfight going on for that second spot into the semi-final between Whangarei number 4 in lane 5, and right beside them, Avon number 2 in lane 6. Everyone else at this stage out of the picture, Clifton 6, Porirua 3 and Clifton 5. So it is going to come down to Aramaho Wanganui will go through. They've got 2.5 boat lengths now over Whangarei number 4, and Avon number 2 are desperately trying to hang on as they come down to the last 500. Through goes Aramaho Wanganui, so great work from Agatha and Ruby. They go through and they're comfortable as they row their way towards a semi-final position. We can confirm repechage 1, Clifton 3 were home in first place in a time of 8:15. So we just have to wait a little bit longer and we'll see Aramaho Wanganui come through. And then we've got this race on between Avon 2 and Whangarei 4 for that second spot into the semi. From this finish, great fight in that box on the rating. And we go back, looks like Whangarei might be, well, they've worked their way clear now of Avon number 2. So it's going to be Chloe and Ruby that will go into the semi-final position of the women's novice double sculls. This event is sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images, so thank you, Rob, for supporting the women's novice doubles. So down we come towards the finish, inside the last 100, Aramaho Wanganui, probably got about 40 metres left to travel, and just inside the 100 now is that Whangarei number 4 crew. Well done, Aramaho Wanganui into the semi-finals. Well done, ladies. Then we go back to this other crew from Whangarei. They will go through as well. And then unfortunately, Avon will be eliminated along with Clifton, Porirua and Clifton 5. Last 3 crews coming down to the line in repechage number 2 of the women's novice double sculls. Just approaching the 1,000 metre mark, or going through it now, is repechage 3 of the women's novice doubles. Again, looking for top 2 into the semi-final. The rest will be eliminated. And lane number 2 is Porirua number 4, Jade Mackey and Lucy Campbell. Lane 3, Petone number 1, Sophie Herbert and Georgia Beeling. Lane 4, Cambridge 21, Lily Gunderson and Abby Wilson. Lane 5, Whangarei number 6, Cameron Collinson and Layla Ware. And lane 6 is Whangarei number 5, Indy Henry and Arabella Monteith. So only 2 to go through. The other 3 will be eliminated from the event. And it is the Cambridge girls, Cambridge 21, Lily and Abby from St. Peter's School, representing Cambridge just at the back here down by the boat park. And they train on this water day in and day out, so they will know these conditions and this lake very well. So it's Cambridge with clear water. They've got about 3 lengths over Whangarei number 6. That's Cameron and Layla. They'd be sitting in second. So great effort here from the Cambridge Scullers as they come through the 250 to go. And they'd have about 3 lengths now over Whangarei number 6 in lane 5, Cameron and Layla. They are looking really good for that second spot into semi-final. Then unfortunately, Porirua number 4, Petone 1 and Whangarei number 5 will be ending their campaign here in the novice double sculls. Cambridge, they'd have a good 2.5 lengths now. Lengths over Whangarei number 6. And they will also go through to the semi-final. Great fight there in both boats to get themselves through to the next stage. So well done Cambridge, through to the semi-final, as is Whangarei. They've also gone through. And then we come back to Petone down on the inside in lane number 3, over to Whangarei number 5, and then back down on the inside to Porirua at number 4. 2 more repechages to go. The women's novice double sculls. Race 150 is on the course now. This is repechage number 4. And of the women's novice double, very well represented event here at Lake Karapiro at the New Zealand Rowing Championships. Lane number 2 of repechage 4, Cambridge Rowing Club 22, also out of St Peter's School. Lane 3, Waikato number 2. Lane 4, Star Boating Club number 1. Lane 5, Whangarei number 1. Lane 6, Porirua number 1. So again, top 2 into the semi-final, the rest will be eliminated. So 3 boats will be dropping out of this event. It looks like it's the Star Girls, Alisana Boyle, Tia Tia and Ruhi Paldrell. They are leading Whangarei number 1, Tana Godfrey and Anna Baradell. Those are the 2 crews at the moment looking good to go to the semi-final. So on the screen at the moment, top right is the leaders, that is Star. And then in the middle of the screen there, that is Whangarei number 1 in lane 5. Then we come down on the inside to Cambridge 22, Waikato number 2, and then back quite a way to Porirua number 1. So Star still leading the way here, just under 2 lengths over this crew from Whangarei number 1. Down to the 500 to go. Star about to go through. Now, Whangarei coming up in second, going through the 500 now. So that's just on about nearly 2 lengths there to the Star crew. Star, Alisana and Ruhi, coached by Bernie Fisher. And then Whangarei number 1, Tana and Anna, coached by Chris and Stewart. They will also go through to the semi-final. Then we split back to Waikato, Cambridge, and back to Porirua in lane number 6. Down to the 250 comes Star. Comfortable leaders here. In the repechages, repechage number 1, Clifton was 8.15. Repechage 2, Ardamaho Wanganui 8.24. Repechage 3, Cambridge 8.29. So Clifton holding the fastest time out of the repechages thus far, but we are yet to see Star and Whangarei finish. And these 2 looking pretty safe to go to that next round. Great sculling from these crews here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships, Women's Novice Double. Well coached to all get through to this stage. And they've done a great job as they come down towards the last 100. Star about to go through the 100-metre mark, heading towards a win here in repechage number 4. 1 more to go in the Women's Novice Double, and then we change to the Men's Club Double. So Star are through, Whangarei number 1, just going through the 100 now. So those 2 safe to go through to semi-finals. Then we go back to Waikato number 2, back inside to Cambridge 22 and over to Porirua. So last repechage of the women's novice double sculls coming down now. Lane number 2 have scratched out. That's Waikato 3. Then we have Te Awamutu number 1 in lane 3, Tessa Chapel and Maiara Moi Moi. Lane 4, Whangarei number 2, Pippa Ryder and Sienna Southall. Lane 5 is Whangarei number 3, Imogen Williams and Sina Cook. And lane 6 is Whangarei number 7, Leah Stowe and Imogen Parker. 2 to go through, right down on the inside, Te Awamutu going well. And then it's quite a tight race between Whangarei number 2 and 3. Whangarei number 2 would have 3/4 of a length over Whangarei number 3. And Te Awamutu would have about a length and a half over Whangarei number 2. So Te Awamutu are in the lead here of the last repechage of the women's novice double sculls. Whangarei number 2 are just about to go to clear water over their teammates. And so Whangarei number 2 are just pushing out to clear water on Whangarei number 3 and then back about 4 lengths to Whangarei number 7. Good fight here from Imogen and Sina out of Whangarei number 3. They're really trying not to let Whangarei number 2 get too far out on them. But as we come through the 500, it is Te Awamutu with just under 2 lengths ahead of Whangarei number 2. And Whangarei number 2 have literally got a length on Whangarei number 3. Similar rating in both the Whangarei boats, but just a bit more urgent around the finish with Whangarei number 2. Just sitting it up a little bit more through that finish, and they've just gone to clear water now. They've broken clear of Whangarei number 3. So it's going to be Te Awamutu and Whangarei number 2 that are going to go through at this stage to the semi-final of the women's novice double scull. Down we come to the last 250. Te Awamutu haven't gotten away from Whangarei number 2. I would say that they jumped out to that margin in the first 1K, and Whangarei have held them at this stage as we come to the 250. Whangarei number 3 are pulling back now. They're actually pulling back a little bit on Whangarei number 2. Great fight from Whangarei number 3. Imogen and Sina really pushing Pippa and Sienna down to the line. They're trying to pull in Whangarei number 2, but Whangarei number 2 are holding on at the moment. They've pushed out to over a length again. Couple of tough strokes in Whangarei number 3 on the bow side have just slowed them down a fraction. So it is Whangarei number 2 that's going to hold on. Te Awamutu still got that lead. Clear water as we come down to the 100. Through goes Te Awamutu now. Through goes Whangarei number 2 now, and then Whangarei number 3 coming up to the 100 now. So they're going to be left in 3rd place. It will be Whangarei number 2. They've closed the gap on Te Awamutu, but I would say Te Awamutu got that jump in the first K and just held on all the way down to the line here. So well done in the novice racing. Great 5 repechages from these women, and Te Awamutu and Whangarei will go through to the semi-final. Right, we better head up to the men's club double sculls. Repechage 1 are in the 3rd 500, and they're not far off the 500 to go now, so we need to zoom up the course there. Lane number 2 is Kyoto University School of Medicine, so welcome to New Zealand, Mizuki Matsubara and Daichi Nakamura. Lane number 3, Clifton number 2, Sam Williams and Clayton Potts. Lane 4 is Cure number 1, Theodore. I'm not going to attempt your surname, Theodore. Alex will have to give me a lesson in that. And Jacob Wadley. Lane 5 is Nelson, number 1, Sam Johnston, Jackson Taylor. And lane 6, Omaru, number 3, Stuart Isbister and Jacob Harrison. 2 into the semi-final. The rest will be eliminated from the men's club double. Right, are they all there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, they are. So it looks like it might be Clifton. Clifton and Nelson those are the two looking to go through at the moment. So Sam and Clayton in lane number 3, holding off Jackson and Sam from Nelson out there in lane number 5. It's actually closer than it looks. There's under 3/4 of a length in it. It's still with Clifton, 2 to go through. The rest will be eliminated. So it is still Clifton. Clifton holding off Nelson. Nelson down to 3/4 of a length behind the Clifton boys as we come to the 100. And it is still going to be Clifton. Clifton going well here. Repechage number 3, the men's club double sculls, is on the course. They are through the 1K. We have Hamilton on Ranganui. Lane 3, Avon number 1, Sam Evans and Will Sampson. Lane 4, Waikato number 2, Josh Wilson and Charlie Squire. Lane 5 is Aramaho Wanganui number 2, Eli Cooney and Nikki Maxim. Lane 6, Waido number 2, James Ripley, Kaya Shihi Wikio. And lane 7 is Clifton number 3, Noah Prendergast and Sam Passmore. So it looks like, I'll just make sure they're all there. I always call these names out and then wonder if they're all there. So it is Waikato number 2. That looks like they're leading the way, Josh and Charlie. And then we come out to Aramaho Wanganui number 2 and back down. So there's only 2 into the semi-final. So this is going to be quite a tight wee race here for that second place as we come down towards the 500. This is Repechage number 3, the men's club double sculls, race 154 on the program. Cambridge. So thank you Footloose for sponsoring the men's club double. The summer collection is in store now. They are at 46 Duke Street in Cambridge. So go and visit them for footwear and accessories for women. All right, down the course they come. We are looking for one of these crews in the front 3 to miss out on the semi-final. All the rest will be eliminated. Only top 2 will go through. So we have Waikato number 2, Josh Wilson, Charlie Squire. And then we have the other 2 crews down on the inside is Hamilton. And then over in lane number 5 is Aramaho Wanganui number 2. They are fighting it out for that second spot into the semi-final of the men's club double. Heat up tomorrow. So well done to Waikato and Aramaho Wanganui going through to the semi-finals of the men's club double sculls. The rest unfortunately eliminated from the event. We have another repechage of the men's club double to go. In fact, we've got 2 more to go before we move into the women's club doubles. Repechage number 4 of the men's club double scull. And we have Waikato 11 in lane 2, Logan Morris and Ryland Tony. Lane 3 have scratched out. Lane 4 is St George's number 2, Frank Eisen and Zane Cook. Lane 5, Tauranga number 1, Matthew Ryder and Pierre Corney. Lane 6 is Canterbury 1, Oliver Ellis and Tim Chapman. Lane 7, Auckland 1, Alex King and Alex Baven. So 2 to go through into the semi-finals of the men's club double scull. This is repechage 4 of 5 repechages. So another well-represented event here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships. Right. Tauranga going well, Matthew Ryder and Pierre Corney. Inside of them, St George's, Frank Eisen and Zane Cook. And they are keeping an eye on Oliver Ellis and Tim Chapman from Canterbury. So those are the 3 battling it out for the semi-finals. Tauranga hanging on at the moment. Matthew and Pierre are surrounded by Canterbury and St George's. St George's with some work to do. Canterbury looking long and calm there. Then we go back to Auckland and down to Waikato. Great finish here as we come down. Tauranga and St George's. Good finish here from St George's with Canterbury now in third place. 2 to go through to the semi-final of the men's club double sculls, and they are inside the last 250. St George's now to a canvas behind Tauranga. Tauranga are sitting in the lead here, repechage 4 of the men's club double sculls, and we are looking for 2 to go into the semi-finals of the men's club double. So good effort there from St George's and Tauranga, and these two looking comfortable as they come down inside the last 100. So great finish here from St George's. They've really pulled up on these Tauranga boys, but both of them are going to go through to the semi-final of the men's club double. Congratulations to Matthew and Pierre, as well as Frank and Zane out of St George's. We have one more repechage to go of the men's club double sculls. 5 repechages of this event, so well represented here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships. And then we move into the women's club double sculls, and they will be in the blocks as we speak, as we watch the last repechage of the club doubles coming down to the 1K. I'll just make sure that they are all in there. We have Omaru in lane number 2, Lachlan Wright and Nye Jones Hogan. Lane 3, Tauranga Boys College, Tyler Nelson, Eben Bircham. Lane number 4 is Waido number 1, Liam Collins and Liam Kirkland. Lane 5 is Mercer number 1, Anton Shute and Max Simlink. And lane 6 is West End number 2, William Thompson and Josh Drake. 2 to go through to the semi-final. The rest will be eliminated from the event. We should have 5 crews out on the course. Yes, we do. Yay, that's a good start. So back down towards the last probably 280 to go here of the men's club double, repechage number 5, and it's Waido. Waido number 1, Liam Collins and Liam Kirkland, coached by Matt Straker and Kay Surgener. Kay, as we all know, Robbie Manson's mum, a lot of experience in coaching, and not surprised to see these boys going well and looking super relaxed as they come down with about 180 to travel in the last repechage of the men's club double. So it's Waido, and then we've got this battle for second. Geez, this is going to be good between Omaru and is that Mercer trying to get themselves through. Mercer and Omaru. Oh, this is going to be tight for one of these. One of these is going to miss out because it's closer than it looks out there and on the course. On the screen, it looks like Mercer's got Omaru, but only by about half a canvas as we come down to the line. Waido is going to win this. They're looking pretty comfortable as they come down towards the finish. Well done, Waido. You will go through to the semi-final, the men's club double. And then we've got this race between Mercer and Omaru as we come to the finish. Who's going through to the semi-final? I think it's going to be Mercer. They've got that length in their boat. Anton and Max done a good job here to finish it off, and they will go through to the semi. Well done, guys. Right, we change events now to the women's club double sculls, race 157 on our program. Repechage number 1 of, I dread to look, how many are there? 4, that's not too bad. 4 repechages of the women's club double sculls. This event also sponsored by Footloose Cambridge. Thank you for your sponsorship of this event and the New Zealand Rowing Championships. The repechage number 1 of the women's club double, we have got Canterbury in lane 2. Whangarei number 1 in lane 3. Nelson number 1 in lane 4. Dunstan Arm have scratched out of lane 5. And then Cambridge number 2 are in lane 6. 2 to go through to the semi-final. So we just have 4 boats there, Canterbury, Whangarei, Nelson and Cambridge 2. So 2 to go to the semis, the rest will be eliminated out of the women's club double. And it looks like it's Nelson, Naomi Robertson and Madeline Collis. So Phil Knight and Tim Babbage, well done team. These girls are going well in the repechage of the club double. And they are racing in beautiful conditions here on the lake in day 2 of the New Zealand Rowing Championships at Lake Karapiro. So Nelson, clear water advantage here. They've got a couple of lengths now over Cambridge number 2, Brooke and Kelly. And I would say by the coaches that means they're out of St. Peter's, Cambridge, Brooke Weir and Kelly Cryer. They are looking to go through to the semi-final as well. And then it might be Struggle Street at the moment for Whangarei number 1 and Canterbury number 1. So clear water advantage to both the 2 crews out in the lead here, heading through to the semi-final. And it is Nelson number 1 in the lead. They've pushed out now nearly to 2.5 boat lengths over Cambridge 2. So Naomi and Madeline from Nelson are about to come down to the 500. They will cross in first place and go through to the semi-finals of the Women's Club Double Scull if they stay like this. And it looks like they've just dropped their rating down. What are you up to, Mr. Babbage? These girls are just cruising down with that rating. I don't even know if my rating watch can go that low. They're about 24, 25, looking super, too cool for school as they come through with about 300 to go. And then we've got Cambridge. I wouldn't recommend Brooke and Kelly to do the same thing because those 2 crews on the inside have got their motor up, and Whangarei and Canterbury are in a battle which is drawing them up on Cambridge. So Cambridge are still sitting in second, still in a semi-final position. There they are. That's the Cambridge boat with the blue oars and the red bow, or the red top deck, I should say. So good work from the Cambridge schoolgirls as they come down in lane number 6 to try and qualify here for a semi-final in the women's club double. So Nelson working on their boat run through the 250. Smooth, nice work, Nelson. Now comes Cambridge now. Then we've got that race down on the inside, Whangarei and Canterbury. Probably Canterbury just ahead of Whangarei. And that will round out repechage 1 of the Women's Club Double. It will be Nelson and Cambridge that will go through at this stage to the semi-finals of the Women's Club Double Scull. How nice that the Rowing Championships to be able to do this. Cruise your way through to the finish line. Good work, Nelson. Nice job. So they're going to take this out, and I think Cambridge have done enough also to hold off Whangarei and Canterbury. So that's repechage 1 of the Women's Club Double Scull. We will go to repechage number 2 because they're through that 1K now. And as repechage number 1 all come down to the finish line, well done Cambridge, they'll go through. Then we've got that tight fin. Oh, Whangarei's just done it. They've just overtaken Canterbury on that line there for 3rd and 4th. Right, repechage number 2 of the Women's Club Double Scull. We have Hamilton number 3 in lane 2. That's Jade Tulaga and Caitlin Eagleton. Lane 3 is Avon 1, Julia Middleditch and Molly Judson. Lane 4, Mercer number 2, Ashley Pryor and Caitlin Foote. Lane 5, Cambridge number 3, Olivia Henry and Charlize Davison. And lane 6 is Petone number 1, Sydney McLean and Zoe Kung. So it looks like Mercer number 2 going well, Ashley and Caitlin. And just on their left-hand shoulder is Cambridge number 3, Olivia and Charlize. Might be the other way around. I might have that wrong. I think it's Cambridge in the lead. Sorry, Norm and Caitlin. It's Olivia and Charlize who are leading Ashley and Caitlin. So they're going well. That's Cambridge number 3. Cambridge number 2 went through, so Brooke and Kelly have gone through. And now you're looking at Olivia and Charlize leading Mercer number 2 home by about a length and a quarter, if that, just over a length. Mercer firmly in that second position at the moment. And then we would come out to Avon and Petone. So down past Flynn Cove, heading through that 500. Yep, through they go. First 2 crews are through now. So that is Cambridge and Mercer 1 and 2 into the semi-finals of the Women's Club Double Scull with about 450 metres left to travel. Then we come down inside to Avon number 1 and we go out to Petone and Hamilton in lane 2. So good finish here from the Cambridge girls as they come down with about 150 to go. They've still got clear water now. In fact, they've pushed out a little bit on Mercer. They've gone out to a length and a quarter, length and a half nearly on Mercer number 2. So Olivia Henry and Charlize Davison will win repechage number 2 of the Women's Club Double Scull. Second place into the semis will be Ashley Pryor and Caitlin Foote from Mercer number 2. Then we go back to Petone, Sydney and Zoe. Then back into Avon 1, Julia and Molly. And then back down to Hamilton's Jada and Caitlin. Right, moving up to repechage number 3 of the Women's Club Double Sculls. Lane number 2 is West End Rowing Club number 1. Lane 3, Rotorua number 1. Lane 4, Hamilton 1. Lane 5, Whakatane number 1. Lane 6, Hawke's Bay number 1. So it looks like it's Hamilton, Aria and Rowan. Aria Armstrong and Rowan Giles. Then over their left-hand shoulder is a Whakatane number 1, Poppy May Parks and Holly Hay. So that's your 1-2. Repechage number 3, the Women's Club Double Sculls. 2 to go through to semi-final. And as it stands at the moment, heading down towards the 500 to go. It is 1 length, just over 1 length lead to Hamilton number 1, Aria and Rowan. And in second place is Whakatane's Poppy May Parks and Holly Hay. Then we go down inside of them to Rotorua. They'd be sitting in 3rd. And then we would go back to Hawke's Bay number 1 and back into West End. So Hamilton holding on here. They're through the 500. First three crews, Hamilton, Hawke's Bay, I beg your pardon, Hamilton, Whakatane and Rotorua are through. There's Rowing New Zealand in the background. Whakatane just going to have to be a little bit careful here because I can just see the bow of Rotorua creeping forward. They've still got clear water, but Rotorua just trying to pull them in a little bit here as we come down to the 250. This is the second to last repechage of the Women's Club Double. And then we are going to go to the Men's Intermediate Quad because the Men's Senior 4 is not going to race. The repechage for that is not going to race, because it's 4 into the final, 1 had scratched out, therefore no need to race. So we will move from the Women's Club Double to the Men's Intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls. Right, down we come. About 140 to travel for Hamilton. Hamilton will take this out. Aria Armstrong, Rowan Giles, coached by Georgia Allen. Second place will be Whakatane number 1, Poppy May Parks, and Holly Hay, coached by Chick Hammond. That's your 2 that will go through to the semi-finals. And then unfortunately for Hawke's Bay, Rotorua and West End, end of the campaign really. Hopefully they have other events here at the New Zealand Nationals to compete in. Lovely sculling there from the Hamilton crew. Well done, ladies, as they come down. Probably about 4 or 5 strokes left to go. Last repechage of the Women's Club Double Sculls is on the course now. And we are looking for, lane number 2 is Hamilton 21, Lily Ashton and Layla Anir. Lane number 3 is Nelson number 2, Millie Treader and Holly John. Lane 4 is Waido number 1, Hazel Glover and Jessica Bennett. Lane 5, Cambridge number 1, Tegan O'Dwyer and Peyton Barnard. Lane 6, Wellington number 1, Lexi Pottinger and Amy Harvey Green. Lane 7, Hamilton number 2, Raitara David and Madeline Coombs. 2 to go through to the semi-final as per the other 3 repechages. This is the Women's Club Double Sculls. 2 through to the semi-final. And Footloose Cambridge are our sponsor of this event. Right, it's looking like it's the ladies that train on this lake all the time. Tegan and Peyton, coached by Norm and Carl. So a combination there of St Peter's Cambridge and Cambridge High School. That's awesome to see that they've combined forces here and it's clearly working for them in the repechage of the Women's Club Double Sculls. So it's Cambridge in lane 5 over Wairoa number 1 in lane 4, and that's Hazel and Jessica. And 2 crews, there you go, on the screen. You can see that Cambridge have got quite an advantage here, probably nearly 2 lengths on Wairoa number 1. So Tegan and Peyton doing a great job here. I think that looks like a green boat, but I can't be 100% sure with the screen there. Green or blue, they'll forgive me. And then Wairoa are sitting in second, as far as I can see. They will also go through. They'll take that very last spot into the semi-final. That will be Hazel Glover and Jessica Bennett, coached by Joe Benion from Wairoa in lane 4. But the clear leaders there on the right of the screen are Cambridge in lane 5. Then you've got Wairoa number 1. Keep an eye down here. Someone's starting to surge up, but I think they're still a little bit too far back to catch. And that will be Hamilton number 2, Raitara David and Madeline Coombs. Just a little bit too far back here on Wairoa number 1. Down we come inside, well inside the last 500 now. And this is the last repechage of the Women's Club Double before we move into the Men's Intermediate Coxed Quadruple Sculls. And that should be in about 3 or 4 minutes. Might give me time to eat my morning tea quickly. Right, heading down towards the last 250, it is Cambridge. Cambridge extending their lead now over Wairoa number 1. So good job here from Carl and Norm, combining forces through that 250 there to bring the girls home in the Women's Club Double. And I'm sure that they will face some pretty stiff competition either later on today or tomorrow in the semi-finals of the Women's Club Double Scull. Probably tomorrow, one would suggest. So then we go back to Wairoa. Wairoa hanging on here. They've got about a length and a half over Hamilton, which I would suggest at this stage is safe enough to book themselves a place in the semi-final. Hamilton out there in lane number 7 are sitting in 3rd. And then we come down inside to to Nelson, I beg your pardon. And then Wellington and Hamilton down in lane number 2. Cambridge through the 100 to go. Still got Wairoa sitting in 2nd place, but they're a good 2.5 boat lengths behind now. So Cambridge very safe as they come to the line. They will book themselves a place in the semi-final of the Women's Club Double Sculls. Congratulations to Tegan, Peyton, Norm and Carl. And then to Wairoa, who will also go through, Hazel, Jessica and Joe Benian, the coach. Right, race 162 is on your screen now. This is repechage 1 of the men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. Progression top 2 will go through to the A final. 3, 4, 5 and 6 will go to the B. We have Hawke's Bay number 1 in lane 2. Bad Plenty Coast in lane 3. Waikato 11 in lane 4, who are doing well. They would be leading at the moment. Twizel in lane 5. They'd be sitting in 2nd. And Tauranga Boys College, number 1 in lane 6, would be battling it out for 3rd. So the 2 crews pushing clear now would be Waikato, James, Cameron, Arden, Kenai, and Caleb Morris, the coxswain, coached by Kylie Corboy and Ella Hansen. So Waikato are just holding a canvas over Twizel, Orlando, Jack, Kobe, Ralph, and Troy, coached by Sarah Henderson and Kelvin Maker. These two just starting to push clear now. Great racing here as we see down on the inside, that might be, is that Bay of Plenty Coast? Someone is pushing up down on the inside there, trying to put some pressure on Twizel. But good work here in that third 500 from Waikato 11. They've pushed themselves clear now, gone out to a length and a quarter on Twizel, who are probably only holding about half a length over Bay of Plenty Coast. So Ted Phillips will be hoping Bay of Plenty Coast have got something special in the tank as they come to the 500, because they're the crew that could potentially roll over the top of Twizel as they come down to the 500 metre mark. Flincove in the background would suggest that you haven't got too long to travel here in the first repechage of the men's Inti Cox quad. And then we go back to Twizel. Oh, this is a great finish coming down here. Twizel's been overtaken by Bay of Plenty Coast to try and get into this next spot in the A final of the Intermediate Cox Quads. We've got Waikato holding on as we come down to the line. Twizel desperately trying to pull them back in, but it is going to be Bay of Plenty Coast with Twizel sitting in third as we come to the line. Waikato have gone through to the A final. Well done, Waikato. Then we go back to Bay of Plenty Coast and then out to Twizel for third. Right, repechage number 2 of the men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. We have Waikato 12 in lane 2. We have Wellington number 1 in lane 3. We have Star number 1 in lane 4, Hamilton 1 in 5, and a Union Composite in lane 6. Interesting fact about the crew in lane 4, for Star, you might notice the coxswain Mackenzie Tuffin. Mackenzie is actually a contender of the under 22 single and the senior single. She is racing a senior single and an under 22 single here at the New Zealand Nationals, but she's jumped in the boat as a coxswain to help Star out here in the men's intermediate cox quads, which I love. I think that's absolutely brilliant. So I hope Mackenzie has a good race here as a coxswain, but not too good a race, because we want her to stay in those singles. So great little fun fact there for the race that's coming down at the moment. One of our single scullers in the senior single and under 22 single, Mackenzie Tuffin, is actually coxing the Star crew. All right, let's go out onto the course. I'd say Star, unfortunately, sitting in that third place at the moment, but looks like Wellington could be going quite well. And then on the other side of Star is Hamilton. So we've got the Wellington crew of Josh Lachlan, Guy, Ben, and Isabella Sharp. And then over in lane 5 is Hamilton, Merlot, Johnny, Blake, Alex, and Hayley Cutler. Great race as we come down to the 250 here in this men's intermediate quad. Tightly contested here is the three crews that are going for 2 spots in the A final, but at the moment it looks like it's Wellington and Hamilton that are going to go through, with Star trying to pull them in. And it is Wellington holding on to the lead here, with Hamilton in second and Star in third. Then we go over the other side to the Union Composite and back to Waikato. So Star trying to push up here. We got that great single sculler in the coxswain seat. Mackenzie doing a great job for them out there. I love that. But down we come. I think they're going to find the runway's just going to come up a little bit too short for them. And it's Wellington and Hamilton that will go through to the A final of the men's Inti Cox quad. Very close too on that line. Wow. Good finish from Wellington and Hamilton. Star into third. Right, we go now to the women's premier single sculls. This is the only repechage. We've merged both the repechages due to a couple of scratchings. So we should have lane number 2 is North Shore's Holly Gray. Lane number 3, West End number 1, Holly Chaff. Lane 4, Ashburton number 1, Veronica Wall. Lane 5, Waikato number 2, Katie Lush. Lane 6, Waikato 1, Sarah Wooten. Lane 7 is Avon 3, Laura Glenn. This is the women's Prem single sculls. And we are looking for a sponsor of the Jones Family Charitable Trust. Thank you to them for sponsoring the women's Prem singles. Jones Family Charitable Trust. Derek and Judy Jones have supported our sport for the past 17 years. They've been absolutely incredible. The Joneses' unwavering support for our 8th program culminated in the magnificent successes in Tokyo. And boy, do we all remember that. So let's go out and have a look at these women's Prem singles repechage, the only repechage here. Katie Lush. Katie is holding on here in the green boat for Waikato. Katie Lush is Waikato number 2. Then we come inside of Katie, we've got Veronica, and right over on the outside is Laura Glenn, also tracking well. How many go through? 4 into the A final, and we've got 6 scullers out here. So we have Katie Lush travelling well. That's Veronica Wall from Ashburton inside of her in lane 4. And then we come right over to Laura Glenn, and then back inside to Sarah Wooten. That's your 4 at the moment as we come to the 500. So Katie Lush about to go through. She'll be sitting in first. It might be Laura now starting to overtake Veronica. Laura's down there in lane number 7. So Katie Lush is through. Oh, it's super close. It's still Veronica. Veronica's just got second in lane number 4 for Ashburton. Then we go out to Avon number 3, which is Laura Glenn. And then back inside to Waikato number 1, which is Sarah Wooten. Sarah coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. Katie Lush is coached by Richard Tonks. So this is the repechage of the Women's Premier Single Sculls. And they are already down, fast approaching the last 250 here in beautiful conditions on Lake Karapiro. We've got one more race to go, the Men's Prem Single Sculls, and then we have a break until about 11:27, which will be very handy indeed. Down to the finish line we come. Beautiful calm conditions here, nice and quiet in these singles, but it is going to be lane 5, just over lane 4, back to lane 7. So that's your 1, 2, 3. Katie Lush over Veronica Wall over Laura Glenn. And then we come back to lane number 6, which is Sarah Wooten. She will take that last spot into the A final. Right, last race, I think, to go. Are they racing? Yes, they've just started. So it's the Men's Prem Singles. This is repechage 1 of 1. And we are looking for, I'll just make sure that they're all there. Lane number 1 is Auckland Grammar's Jack Reddy. Lane 2, Tauranga number 2 is James Scott. Lane 3, Nelson's Ollie Stevens. Lane 4, Tauranga number 1, Jordan Parry. Lane 5, Wellington number 1, Jamie Hendel Daniels. Lane 6, Waido number 1, Tristan Gregory Hunt. And lane 7, Evergreen Boating Club number 1, Christopher Stitch. 4 to go through to the A final. 5, 6, 7 and 8 will go to the B. There's only 7 crews there, so they need to get in the top 4 to ensure that they continue racing through to the A final. Oarsmen in their own right, or scullers. It's Jordan Parry, who's just been named for the World Cup races with Robbie Manson in the double. Tauranga number 1 in lane 4. And then it's super tight between Ollie Stevens and Jack Reddy. How many are we looking for? 4 to go into the A final. And then just inside of them might be James Scott, with a big push coming from Jamie Hendel Daniels and Tristan Gregory Hunt also chasing. This is the Men's Prem Single Sculls repechage 1. There is only one repechage. And just pushing out to clear water right now is Jordan Parry from Tauranga in lane 4. Jordan has been named in the men's double with Robbie Manson for the World Cup races middle of the year over in Europe. And inside of him, oh, geez, good racing here between Ollie Stevens and Jack Reddy. 4 to go into the A final. 5, 6, 7 and 8 will go to the B. There's only 7 crews there, so they need to get in the top 4 to ensure that they continue racing through to the A final. Right, last race to go. This is the Men's Prem Singles. This is repechage 1 of 1. Oarsmen in their own right, or scullers. It's Jordan Parry, who's just been named for the World Cup races with Robbie Manson in the double. Tauranga number 1 in lane 4. And then it's super tight between Ollie Stevens and Jack Reddy. And then tucked in between them is James Scott, Tauranga number 2. Then we come back down to Wellington in lane 5, Jamie Hindle-Daniels. Then Waido number 1, Tristan Gregory Hunt. And over to lane 7, Evergreen Boating Club, Christopher Stitch. So down we come. So it looks like Ollie Stevens just putting in a big move here. The Nelson Sculler in lane 3. Jordan Parry has gone. He's broken away from the rest of the field as he comes down to the 1K. Through he goes now. Now we're looking for second place. Is it going to be Ollie Stevens or Jack Reddy? Whoa, it's close. It's level picking between Ollie and Jack. They've gone through together, but firmly in that 4th spot at the moment is James Scott over Jamie Hindle-Daniels. So it looks like the 4 scullers separating themselves out now from the rest of the field as we look towards the second half of the race, and these gentlemen booking a place in the A final of the men's Prem single sculls. So Jordan Parry now with about 1.5 lengths over, bit of a move from Jack Reddy there, trying to push away from Ollie Stevens and James Scott. So Jack sitting in second place now, but Jordan Parry clearly sitting in that first spot with lane 4 on his bow and the yellow suit of Tauranga that he is wearing through this race. 35 on the rating with those New Zealand blades. That's Jordan Parry that you're looking at right in the centre of the screen there. Up the top in lane number 1 is Jack Reddy representing Auckland Grammar. Then we've got Ollie Stevens out of Nelson with, it looks like a pink hat on. You can see him in lane 3. And then sandwiched between Jack Reddy and Ollie Stevens was in 4th place, yes he still is James Scott from Tauranga number 2. These are the 4 scullers that are looking to go through to the A final of the men's Premier Single Sculls, one of the top events on our New Zealand Rowing Championships program. And it is Jordan Parry leading Jack Reddy, Ollie Stevens and James Scott. That looks like the 4 that are pushing themselves into the A final of the men's Prem Singles. Let's see what Jamie Hindle-Daniels can do. He's not that far away. In fact, if he pushes up just a little bit more through this 500, he's going to have overlap here on James Scott. So Jamie Hindle-Daniels is in a threatening position here to do something to either Jack Reddy or James Scott, because it's pretty close. It's only half a length down for Jamie Hindle-Daniels, but he's not as high. He's just taken that rating up now. Just as I said that, he looked over to his right. Oh, look at the lineup between those 4 scullers. We've got a great race on our hands now. We've got Jack Reddy, James Scott, Ollie Stevens and Jamie Hindle-Daniels all looking for 3 positions, because Jordan Parry's already booked 1 spot into the A final of the men's Prem Singles. This is the only repechage of this event, and it is Jordan Parry leading them home. He's gone. Oh, it looks like Ollie Stevens is backed in behind Jamie Hindle-Daniels. So lane 5 is the big mover here as we come down inside the 250. Jordan Parry is through. Let's keep an eye on these boats as they go through the 250. Who's it going to be? It could be James Scott, Jack Reddy and Jamie Hindle-Daniels. Ollie Stevens has gone back to 5th. That's how they're going to come through inside the last 250. So it's Jordan Parry. Now we see James Scott heading out. Then we've got Jack Reddy down there in lane number 1, and then Jamie Hindle-Daniels has put the foot down to try and take on Jack Reddy over in lane number 1. These 4 scullers looking pretty safe to go through to the A final of the men's Prem Single Sculls. Jordan Parry coming down now inside the 100. He's got 70 metres left to travel. And then we've got these other 3 scullers racing at home. I'd say James Scott, so it's going to be Tauranga 1 and Tauranga 2 first and second. And then we've got Jack Reddy trying to hold off Jamie Hindle-Daniels. But Jamie might have just pushed up on Jack Reddy as we come to the line. So just watching as we come through. Oh, great finish from Jamie on the outside there. Right on the line. I don't know, he might have done it. Tauranga could have just got there. You might have a better line than me, but Jamie's gone through to the A final, as has Jack Reddy down on the inside. Now we take a wee break, and we'll be back with you in about half an hour.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Right, we're back on the course racing. Women's Novice Cox 4 repechage number 1 of 2. We should have 3 crews out here, and they are coming down maybe to that 500. And we have got Porirua number 1, Whangarei number 1 who are in the lead, and Porirua number 2. 2 to go into the semi-final. It looks like it's going to be Whangarei number 1 and Porirua number 1 to progress at this stage, in the early stages of the Women's Novice Cox 4 repechage. So Whangarei just starting to push out a little bit here. Chloe, Imogen, Ruby, Sina and Brooke McCasey, coached by Chris Williams and Isabel Hunter-Willits. Coming up here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships at Lake Karapiro, and what you are looking at the moment is the blue boat of Whangarei as they come down to the 1,000 metre mark. They've got a length and a quarter now over Porirua number 1, and those 2 crews looking good to go through to the semi-final of the Women's Novice Cox 4. So good work from Whangarei here, pushing out through the 500 as they come down in the closing stages of repechage number 1 of the Women's Novice Cox 4. Whangarei and Porirua 1 are going to go through to the semi-final, and Porirua number 2 will dip out and be eliminated, unfortunately, from the event. We have another repechage that should be on the course now. So good work here from Whangarei, rowing well, these ladies in a novice 4 down towards well inside the last 250 to go here. Repechage number 1. There should be 4 crews in repechage number 2. We'll go back up to that shortly. Looks like they're all there. And we are looking for 2 to go through the semi-final in repechage number 2 report before we move to the women's intermediate double sculls. So good work, Whangarei. Well and truly separated themselves from the 2 Porirua crews. Nearly 2 lengths lead now as they come down towards the finish. So Chloe, Imogen, Ruby, Sina and Brooke and Casey is the coxswain. And they will comfortably go through to the semi-final of the Women's Novice Cox 4. Well done, Whangarei number 1. And also well done to Porirua number 1, Mia, Amelie, Jessica, Zoe and Hamish Brown. Repechage number 2 of the Women's Novice Cox 4. Lane number 3 is Hamilton 21. Lane 4, Whangarei number 2. Lane 5, North Shore number 2. Lane 6, Hawke's Bay number 2. 2 to go through to the semi-final. And it's Whangarei again. Whangarei number 2. They are well and truly out in front here and doing quite well in repechage number 2. They've got a few boat lengths actually as they come down inside the third 500. And this is Indy, Arabella, Pippa, Sienna and Sophie Payton who is coxing the crew. So there on your screen is Whangarei to the right of the TV screen. They'd have probably 3 lengths now over the next crew who would be down on the inside of them. Would be Hamilton. So it's Whangarei number 2. They are clearly in the lead here. Then we're looking for one more crew to join them. Might be Hamilton down on the inside. Hamilton 21 would be in second over North Shore in third and Hawke's Bay 2 in, or maybe the other way around. That might be Hawke's Bay ahead of North Shore, sorry. Yes, it is. Hawke's Bay ahead of North Shore. So you can't even see Whangarei. All you can see is the puddles as they disappear off the screen. So it's Whangarei number 2 leading this. They are going to take a win-win in both repechages here of the Novice Cox 4, which is a great back-to-back achievement. And then we are looking for second place, which will be Hamilton 21. So there's the screen as Whangarei start to come through the last 500. And I would say there's going to be quite a few seconds. I'm going to time this because I think it's going to be quite big. As they go through the 500 to go, Whangarei comfortably, they look very relaxed. And who wouldn't be if they've got this sort of lead? But those novices are under no pressure whatsoever, sitting on 30 and looking super relaxed. So good job there, Whangarei. And hopefully the camera stays, oh, bugger. I was hoping to time that crew coming through the 500. They've just gone through now, so it's a good 21 seconds. So that's quite a big margin as they come through. And Whangarei looking pretty good. They won't know that their crew before them, the number 1 crew, is also qualified through to the semi. And that's Whangarei just enjoying a ride on the water there, looking very composed, very comfortable. I think the coaches look more stressed than the crew does because they're pretty sweet out there, miles out in front. Down past Rowing New Zealand, heading towards the 250 to go, and Whangarei will clean this up pretty comfortably. Then we go back down the inside. Looks like Hamilton have secured that second place ahead of Hawke's Bay, and then back to North Shore. That will round out the 2 repechages for the Women's Novice Cox 4. And sponsoring that event is Kaz Design Brand Web. So thank you for helping us with the event, the Women's Novice Cox 4. So that is Whangarei now down inside, probably 160 to go. And they'd have nearly 3 lengths now over Hamilton. Super cool, these girls. 30 on the rating, plenty of time up that slide. And they're just cruising down to a pretty comfortable win here, where I suspect they might come up, if they're unlucky, against their number 1 crew in the semi. So Whangarei coming down through the 100. They go through now. And then we have got Hamilton sitting in second. Just took a whoopsie on the bow side there, but they're still firmly in that second place. But still got 40 metres to travel before they come through the 100. So Whangarei, very comfortable leaders here, coming down in the closing stages of the Women's Novice Cox 4, repechage number 2. And that is the same distance they had at the 500, 21 seconds. So good effort there for Whangarei, back to Hamilton for second, and then over to Hawke's Bay for third. We head on to the course now for the Women's Intermediate Double Sculls Repechage 1. Top 2 go through to semi-final. The rest will be eliminated. In lane number 2 is Petone 3, Lucy Harrison and Annabelle D. Lane 3 is Whakatane number 2, Gillian Peterson, Debbie Rowe. Lane 4, Waikato number 1, Edie Crouchley and Martha DeLong. Lane 5 is Scratched Out, which is Dunstan number 2. And lane 6 is Star Boating Club number 1, Gracie, Marshall, McCasey and Eve Williams. Might be the 2 on the outside, Waikato and Star. Let's have a look as they come down. Maybe Star leading this home. Gracie and Eve, coached by Nathan Wallace. Yep, it is. It is Star Boating Club leading them home in Repechage 1 of the Women's Inty Double Sculls. This event is sponsored by Kaz Design Brand Web. And it is Star with a Clearwater advantage coming down to the 500. And they are ahead of Waikato's Edie Crouchley and Martha DeLong, coached by Anna DeLong, Martha's daughter, and Meg Glenn. Gosh, they're doing well. Star go through now. Waikato coming up to the last 500. They'll go through now. So that's your top 2 going through to the semi-final. Star and Waikato with Whakatane and Petone. Not quite up to muster here in the repechage of the Women's Intermediate Double Sculls. So well done to Edie and Martha, and to Gracie and Eve. Gracie and Eve in the Star boat there just in front, with L6 on the bow. So good work from Star here, extending their lead over Waikato as they come down inside the 250 towards the finish. of repechage number 1 in the women's intermediate double sculls. There are 4 repechages of this before we move into the men's club 4. Repechage number 2 is on the course, just as we watch Star and Waikato come to the 100. They are going to take this out. Through goes Star now. Waikato approaching the last 100. And then we go back to Hawke's Bay and Petone. Great effort here from Star and Waikato. They go through to the next round. Well done, ladies. We go back to Hawke's Bay and then back into Petone on the inside, just about to finish their repechage. Let's head up now to repechage number 2 of the women's intermediate double sculls. These ladies are inside the third 500. Just make sure that they are all there. We have Petone scratched out of lane 2. So we go to lane number 3, Hawke's Bay number 1, Kira Dawkins and Keely Ramsey. Lane 4 is Rotorua number 2, Cara Moody and Frances Hazeldine. Lane 5, Whakatane number 1, Grace Ahamunga, excuse me, and Ayla Rowe. Lane 6 is Wellington number 1, Alice Irving and Kate Edwards. Lane 7 is Hamilton 21, Gemma Landers and Kate Langley. That's the lineup for repechage number 2 of the women's intermediate double sculls. These ladies inside the third 500, and it looks like Hawke's Bay might be, Rotorua might be travelling well. Cara and Francis, coached by Alistair Riddle. And just outside of them, Whakatane's Grace and Ayla, coached by Chick Hammond. So those are the 2 crews going head to head. Whakatane just ahead at the moment of Rotorua, but only by about half a canvas. Oh no, maybe more. Got my angles wrong there, Kirsty. Half a length, maybe? Oh no, would be canvas. It's pretty close between Whakatane and Rotorua, but these 2 crews are well and truly out on the rest of the field, Wellington, Hamilton and Hawke's Bay. So I'd say that Whakatane's Grace and Ayla are looking good for the semi-final, along with Cara and Francis from Rotorua. Rotorua doing a big push now inside this third 500 as they come down towards the 500 to go. Both these crews looking very comfortable for that semi-final position. 2 more reps to go before we move into the men's club 4. Good work from Rotorua as they come through that last 500. Doesn't look like there's going to be much of a North Island champions not here. That was St Paul's Collegiate, Church and Woodell. Bronze medalists from the North Islands, Bryony Fraser and Ashley Quirk. They will feature in repechage 3. So they'd be one swatch. Anyway, down we come. Rotorua's rode away with this now. They're going to take first position into the semi-final. Whakatane, I beg your pardon, as they are sitting in second. Rotorua will win this over Whakatane. And then the rest of the crews, Wellington, Hamilton, Hawke's Bay, will dip out and perhaps focus on another event, hopefully, that they have coming up. So good work here, Rotorua. Cruising home. The ladies outside of them from Whakatane, Grace and Ayla, are happy not to do any further work. They know that they've secured their position through to the semi-final berth, and they are just going to row it down to the finish, which is understandable. So well done, Rotorua. They'll take the win, and Whakatane will also come through for another race. And then we go back down to the inside. That would be Hawke's Bay, over to Wellington and out to Hamilton. Right, let's head up to repechage number 3 of the women's Inti double, and it looks like they might all be there this time. Lane number 2 is Canterbury number 1, Lauren Thompson and Jessica Head. Lane 3, Avon number 1, Katie Mitchell, Alexandra Hopper Park. Lane 4, Cambridge 1, Bryony Fraser, Ashley Quirk. Lane 5, Whangarei number 4, Tana Godfrey and Anna Baradell. And lane 6, Te Awamutu number 2, Ella de Melmunch and Isla Joyce. Okie dokie, 5 crews out there and 2 spots for a semi-final. Jeepers creepers, it's pretty clear to see who's winning this. Cambridge well and truly out in front. They've got a massive march on the field here. Look at this. So this is Bryony Fraser and Ashley Quirk, coached by Phil Petch and Peter Fraser. And, oh my goodness, this must be one of the biggest leads of the day, I'd say. So good work from Cambridge. Cambridge have got about 4 boat lengths at least, maybe 5, over Whangarei number 4. So this is Cambridge. Cambridge out in front of Whangarei. That's the Cambridge women there. Beautiful aerial shot of these ladies coming through in this third 500. Those are the leaders of repechage number 3 in the women's Inti double sculls. It's Cambridge 1 in lane 4. Very comfortable, not a crew around them. So I guess we need to find out what the race is for second into the semi-final. Who's looking at second? I would say it's Whangarei number 4 at the moment over Te Awamutu, then back to Avon and back to Canterbury. So Whangarei will be in second, and that would be Tana Godfrey and Anna Baradell, coached by Chris Williams and Stuart Widger. Cambridge well and truly disappeared off the screen now as they head down to the 500. Cambridge will go through comfortably to the next stage, and I would say based on this result, should do quite well, hopefully in a semi-final. So down towards the finish comes Cambridge, about 140 to go. They've dropped that rating down, just cruising to the finish and letting Whangarei close the gap because they're very, very comfortable here to go through to that next stage. So well done to Cambridge. Cambridge looking really good here. And then we go back to Whangarei. Whangarei number 4, Tana and Anna. They look like they've done enough to get themselves through to the next round of the semi-finals in the women's intermediate double scull. So Cambridge just cruising to the line now. So it's Cambridge, take the win in the repechage, and then we will go back to Whangarei. Then we go over outside of them to Te Awamutu, back into Avon, and then over to lane number 2, which is Canterbury. So on your screen there, that is the Whangarei crew about to cross the line. They have earned their place in the semi-final. They should be happy with that. They are. And then we go out to Te Awamutu number 2 and back into Avon 1 in the red boat. And just coming onto your screen now is Canterbury in lane 2. Last repechage of the women's intermediate double sculls is on the course. I think the leading crews, they're through the 1,000 metre mark now. We'll just double check that they're all there. No, they're not. Petone number 2 are not there. So we should have Whangarei number 2 in lane 3, North Shore number 1 in lane 4, Whangarei number 3 in lane 5, and North Shore number 2 in lane 6. So there's 4 crews there, 2 spots for a semi-final. Let's see how they're going. Okay, it's Whangarei number 3 who have got clear water. So it's Lola and Alice who are out in the front. Lola and Alice are leading them home in lane 5. And then I would say it's North Shore, possibly just over Whangarei number 2. But let's have a look at the screen. Yes, that is how it is. So it is Whangarei number 3. They have got about 2.5, nearly 3 lengths clear water over North Shore. And North Shore have got about 1.25 lengths over Whangarei number 2. That's how they're coming down towards the 500. So I'd say Whangarei number 3, without jinxing them, are looking very, very good here for a semi-final position. That's our view on the TV screen of them on the right there, Lola and Alice. They've just gone through now, so that's about another 6 seconds back to them. Okay, so Whangarei coming down past Rowing New Zealand now. That's their number 3 crew, Lola and Alice. They are booking their berth in the semi-finals of the women's intermediate double sculls. Sitting in second place, Tamsin and Alicia from North Shore number 1, coached by Barry Mabbott. They are sitting in second, but they're about 2.5, nearly 3 lengths off Whangarei number 3 at the moment. And then we go back to Whangarei number 2. North Shore have pushed themselves away from them now, so North Shore looking pretty secure for that second spot. Nice send at the finish there in that Whangarei crew. Really nice swing back there as they come back over the hips at the finish. That boat's running on really nicely for an intermediate double. So good job there from the Whangarei crew as they come down to the 100. North Shore chasing hard. They've pushed themselves away from Whangarei number 2 now. And Whangarei 3 come through that 100. They are clear leaders here in the fourth repechage, of the women's Inti double. So Whangarei come down, they take the last win here in the repechage of the women's intermediate double sculls. Into the semi-final they go. North Shore will join them, and then Whangarei number 2 will come through for 3rd place. All right, we're going to have to go up the course because we've got quite a fast race coming down now. They're in the third 500 well and truly, and it's the men's club Coxless 4. And repechage number 1, I think there's only one repechage. We have 4 to go through to the A final. We've got West End in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is St George's. Lane number 3 is Hamilton. Lane 4 is Cure. Lane 5 is Waikato 2. Lane 6, Oamaru 1. Lane 7, Waikato 1. And lane 8 is Star number 1. This is the men's club Coxless 4. We are looking for 4 to go through to the A final. And this could be quite a good finish here. I think it's Cure, so Alex will be happy. Oh no, right over on the outside. Didn't see them. Waikato looking really good. That's the Waikato boys, Gain, Seamus, Matthew and Charlie, coached by Nick Barton and Ben Tyson. And they are in a battle with Cure. And inside of Cure is Hamilton, Alex, Ethan, Lucas and Jono, coached by Blair and James. So 4 to go through. These 3 looking pretty safe. But jeepers, it's a good race for that 4th position. Just watching them as they come to the 500. Who's going to go through first? Oh, it's super tight. Might be Cure. Waiting. Cure, Hamilton, Waikato. That's your 1, 2, 3. It's Cure, Hamilton, Waikato. And then 4th place, I'm still waiting to see who it's going to be. Oh, it's really close. It's either West End or Waikato 2. Those 2 are working hard to get themselves into that 4th position. So it's either going to be West End or Waikato 2 for that 4th spot. Cure chasing hard to hold the lead. Flynn, Ethan, Charlie, Sam, coached by Alex Kennedy as they come to the 250. We have got them being chased hard by Hamilton. Hamilton only a canvas behind. Waikato trying to hang on. Tandem rigged, bow side stroked is the Waikato crew. Through we go. Cure, Hamilton, Waikato. And then we're watching for that 4th spot. I think it's going to be West End. Waiting. Oh, it's Waikato 2 and West End locked together through as they come bell ball for bell ball down towards the finish. One of those crews is going to miss out. I think it might just be Waikato. Waikato might be in that 4th spot. They are really putting the afterburners on as they come to the finish. Down we get towards the end, and it is the men's Club Coxless 4, repechage number 1. Cure are holding on. They've only got a couple more strokes to go. Cure going to hang on. Fast finish from Waikato down to the line. It is Cure, Waikato and Hamilton. Cure, Waikato 2nd, Hamilton 3rd. Then is it going to be Waikato or West End for the 4th spot into the final, sorry. It's Waikato. Waikato go through. Great fight from the Waikato boys there. Winston, Thomas, Dylan and Jonty. Well done, guys. All right, we've got 2 repechages of the men's senior double, a repechage of the women's senior double, and then we're into the women's Club Cox State, and then we're on a break. Okay, 3 to go. Okay. We've got lane number 2, men's senior double, repechage 1, 2 into the A final. I don't think Diocesan School for Girls row for the men's senior double, but that might just be a whoopsie on the TV screen there. We've got Evergreen Boating Club in lane 2, Cure in lane 3, Dunstan Arm number 2 in lane 4, and Waido number 1 in lane 5. 2 to go through to the A final. And it might be Waido, Ashley James Fitzgerald and Finn Allison, coached by Kay and Matt. Waido on the outside, Dunstan Arm. Inside of them, Matthew King and Hamish Yetman, coached by Simon Smith. Then we come down to Cure's Louis Murden and Alex Fletcher. And down to Evergreen in 4th place, Sawyer Hall and Christopher Stitch. So that is the order they're coming down in. It's 5, 4, 3 and 2. So it's Wairau ahead of Dunstan Arm number 2, 2 into the A final, and 3rd, 4th and 5th, or 3rd and 4th in this case, into the B final. So Ashley James Fitzgerald and Finn Allison. Looks like the Dunstan boys are just comfortable there. They're just holding on to that 2nd spot, conserving energy and just holding off Cure as they come to the 500. They're just sitting on 30. So I don't think that's the true quality of what the Dunstan boys are going to pull out maybe in the final. But Wairoa are winning this repechage as they come through inside the 500 to go. It's Wairoa over Dunstanarm, number 2. Those two clear into the A final positions, with Cure and Evergreen Boating Club from overseas heading into the B final. Coached by Simon Smith. And then we go back to third is Cure Boating Club's Louis Murden and Alex Fletcher, coached by Alex Kennedy. And down on the inside is Evergreen Boating Club, Sawyer Hill and Christopher Stitch, coached by Nick Dorr and George Lawn. All right, repechage number 2 of the men's senior double. Getting down towards that break. Looks like Waikato have pulled out of that. So there's no lane 2, so we're looking for Rico Fraser and Sam Johnston from Nelson. They're in lane 3. James Martin and Angus Cool from Canterbury are in lane 4. Maxim Eriksson and Ari Magasiva from Star are in 5. Wilf Allison and Lawrence Harkin from Aramaho Wanganui in 6. And Alex Baven and Trent Marshall from Auckland 2 and 7. This is the men's senior double sculls repechage number 2. And we will just go onto the course, see how these men are doing. And it might be the Canterbury lads, James Martin and Angus Cool. Just desperately trying to hold off Aramaho Wanganui. But clear water to the Canterbury boys out there in lane number 4. They've got a length and a quarter over Ari and Maxim from Star. Star have got half a length over Wilf and Lawrence from Aramaho Wanganui. So good racing here. Aramaho Wanganui look like they've put Star out of an A final here. Wilf and Lawrence working hard in lane 6. Aramaho Wanganui pushing through Star, with Canterbury still the clear leaders in repechage number 2 of the men's senior double. So good work from Wilf and Lawrence as we come through to the 250 to go in the men's senior double scull. $2.50 to go in Star. Right, the women's senior double I think there's only one repechage of this. So we've got Canterbury in lane 1, Tasman O'Sullivan and Becky Tuke. Lane 2 is North Shore number 2, Sophie Strang and Cassidy Love. Lane 3 is Aramaho Wanganui number 1, Madeline Cox and Mila Graham. Lane 4, Aramaho Wanganui number 2, Messina Sua and Robin Van Dyke. Lane 5, Star Boating Club number 1, Kate Barham and Ava Johnston. Lane 6, North Shore number 3, Emily Markle and Caitlin Nord. Lane 7, Wanganui Collegiate number 1, Franca Mora and Millicent Murphy. 4 to go through to the semi-final. Great effort for the schoolgirls because they're in that third 500 and they're still hanging on to a top 3 here. That's a great effort for Franca and Millicent. So well done, Tyler. Tyler Scott, the coach from Wanganui Collegiate. These girls going well down here. But out the front, it's Messina and Robin for Aramaho Wanganui number 2. Then you come back down. And I think that's going to be Canterbury. So it's definitely Messina Sua and Robin Van Dyke from Aramaho Wanganui number 2 leading them home in lane 4. They got clear water through the 500. Then we're seeing a really great push from Wanganui Collegiate, but they would be sitting in possibly 4th at the moment. 2nd would be Canterbury's Tasman and Becky. Then we come back to Madeline Cox and Mila Graham. So a bit of work to do for those two to push ahead of Canterbury. And then Wanganui Collegiate in a tight race with Emily and Caitlin from North Shore. So coming down towards the 250, and it's lane number 4 with clear water over lane 1 and 3, and then out to lane 7. Wanganui Collegiate just done a big push on North Shore. Oh, Aramaho Wanganui are putting Canterbury under pressure here. Madeline Cox and Mila Graham are really going to have to put some big legs down to go through Tasman and Becky from Canterbury. Aramaho Wanganui really piling on some pressure here. There's 2 crews and Wanganui Collegiate pushing up as well on the outside. The schoolgirls on the outside are putting some pressure on Madeline Cox and Mila Graham. This is great work from Wanganui Collegiate, but it's the race between Canterbury and Aramaho Wanganui number 1 for that second place into the semi-final. Oh, there's 4 to go through here. What am I saying? Not 2. So Aramaho Wanganui number 2 have gone through. Messina and Robin. Also Canterbury will go through. Tasman and Becky. Then we go to Aramaho Wanganui number 1, Madeline and Mila. And then we've got Wanganui Collegiate number 1, Franca and Millicent. They are sitting in that 4th spot as we come down towards the finish. Great finish there in the women's senior double sculls. First 4 go to semi, the rest will be eliminated. Last race on the program is on the course until we have a break, I should say, not for the day, until we have a wee break. Aramaho Wanganui number 2 coming down towards the finish. Number 1 crew are in a battle with Canterbury, and Wanganui Collegiate will also close out that 4th spot to go through to the next round. Well done, ladies. So that is Aramaho Wanganui number 2. Oh, number 1 and Canterbury, and then over to Wanganui Collegiate. All right, last race for half an hour is the Women's Club Cox State. And we should have 7 crews out there. We've got a Petone Composite with Star in lane number 1, Hamilton 21 in lane 2, Waikato number 1 in lane 3, Hawke's Bay number 1 in lane 4, Waikato number 2 in lane 5, Cambridge number 1 in lane 6, and Dunstan Arm Composite with Canterbury in lane 7. 4 to go to the A final. Let's see how this is going. So it's lane 5, it's Waikato number 2. That's the Waikato Diocesan girls, I believe. And then just down inside of them is Hawke's Bay. So it's Waikato Dio. In lane 5, they've got a length and a half now over Hawke's Bay. From Hawke's Bay, we come back to Waikato number 1. And then we've got one more crew. And at the moment, it potentially could be Cambridge with the Petone Composite crew trying to throw some pressure on them. So it is Waikato 2 leading them home in the Women's Club 8. Then we go back to Hawke's Bay number 1. Then 3/4 of a length back is Waikato number 1. And then half a length back is Cambridge. 1/4 of a length back to Petone Composite and Dunstan. Dunstan gaining on Cambridge now. Dunstan have come up to 3 seats within Cambridge. This is the Dunstan Arm Composite with Canterbury. So Waikato down to the 500. They're clear leaders, the number 2 crew. In fact, they've pushed out now to a length and 3/4 over Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay 3/4 of a length over Waikato 1. And then Waikato 1 have got the jump on Petone Composite on the inside. Then there's that race on the outside. Dunstan Arm Composite trying to row through Cambridge. Oh, they've done it. They've rowed through Cambridge. Oh, this is looking good here. So Dunstan looking to go through to the final here. And Cambridge might go through as well because Petone have dropped back here in lane number 1. Petone have dropped back. So we are still looking for Waikato. Waikato 2 have gone through. They are leading at home. Then we go to Hawke's Bay. They're still sitting in second. Then we go to Waikato 1. And then I would say 4th now is going to be Dunstan. So Cambridge looking to drop out of the A final at the moment, as well as Hamilton and Petone Composite. Down we come to the 250. Waikato number 2 are through. So are Hawke's Bay now, Waikato now. Then we go to Dunstan Arm Composite now. So that's the 4th crew to go through. They've split away from Cambridge. Now they're chasing Waikato number 1. So Dunstan are going to go through to the A final here. This is the Women's Club 8. It is Waikato 2. That's the Waikato Diocesan girls. Then we go back to Hawke's Bay. Then we come down to the Waikato number 1 crew and over to the Dunstan and Canterbury Composite out there in lane 7. That's how they're going to finish as they come to the line. Well done to Waikato. The number 2 crew is going to take this out. They're going to look strong as they come down to the line. They will take the win here in the repechage of the Women's Club 8. Then we go to Hawke's Bay, Waikato 1 and Dunstan Composite.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
and the white boat, they're poking out ahead of the black boat of Hawke's Bay. Just in behind them's the North Shore Composite and out to the Waikato Composite 11. Through the first couple of 100 metres, and it's the three boats in the middle of the track. Lane 3 from lane 4 from lane 5, only a canvas in it. Pretty sure this looks like the 250 metre one now. And lane 3 goes through, lane 4, lane 5, lane 2, 1 and 8, one and the two outside crews together. So it's lane 3, the Star Boating Club Composite, holding the early lead. Tuffin, Servey, Anderson, Sharp Coxing, coached by Peter Craig and Chris Jones. They're showing the early lead. They've taken a seat now. They've probably gone out to 1 or 2 seats. They're out to half a length in front. That's the crew in lane 4, the Star Composite crew. Coming after them is 2 lanes out from them is the North Shore Composite. They're neck and neck with Hawke's Bay sitting just inside them. The North Shore Composite crew of Martinez, Baker, Napa, Wild, Richardson, Coxing. They're in second. They've got maybe 1 foot over the black boat from Hawke's Bay. Johnson, West, Litherland, Clark, Fitness, Coxing, coached by Ross Webb and Craig Ballantyne Woolley. See them now coming past the ski club. Star Boating Club continue to hold that half-length lead. We then drop back, clear water into 4th, so the first 3 have pulled out. It's the first 2 to the final, so that's why there's a heck of a battle going on in second thing, and they're just going through the buoy lines together. There's only about 1 foot separating them. Now Hawke's Bay done a little bit of move. Maybe they've nudged a foot ahead. So this is where the battle's going to be. Hawke's Bay and the North Shore Composite. North Shore maybe going out to a canvas now over, Hawke's Bay going out to a canvas. In the lead, Star Boating Club. They've now put 3/4 of a length. They've taken another 1/4 of a length. Still not much in this race. These 3 crews have pulled away from the rest of the field. The only other boat in the pitch is the Petone crew. So they're coming up to the halfway marker. I'll call them through for you. Star go through now. Hawke's Bay now. North Shore now. So they've pulled right away from the rest of the field. First 2 to go through. Quite a battle. North Shore hanging on. But Hawke's Bay have pulled out by 1 seat. They've got a seat now. They're still overlapping with the crew in the lead. So it's going to be a fight all the way to the finish in this first heat for the 2 people to progress to the A final. Still Star sitting there, 3/4 of a length. Oh, Hawke's Bay doing a move now. They've got up to half a length on Star Composite. They're moving on them as they come up through this third 500. Good strong move. They've come up to now half a length. They're closing in. They're pulling away. They're pulling away from the North Shore crew. The North Shore crew are dropped back as Hawke's Bay push up on Star. Still about half a length. Star leading Hawke's Bay. First 2 go through, but they've almost got clear water now as North Shore drop back a bit with this move from Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay coming up onto the bow seat as we near the 500 metre mark. Still they hang on, Star. First two go through. All we got to do is keep clean, but this is Novice Cox Quadruple Skulls, calling them through 500. Star through now. Hawke's Bay through now. North Shore through now. It's less than a canvas. Hawke's Bay are continuing to attack at Star. They've looked across. They can see them right sitting there, and the strokes urging them on. You can see him really driving down. He's got his head down, really working hard in this Hawke's Bay crew. They're inching their way up. They're within a foot. They're within a foot of Star Boating Club now as they enter the 300 metres. Star Boating Club with the one person from Wellington in it, coached by Peter Craig and Chris Jones. They hold on at the moment, but there's less than a foot now as Hawke's Bay continue to come. This crew coached by Ross Rebb and Craig Ballantyne Woolley, they're pulling up. They've nudged in front. They've got their number in front of them. They're trying to go up another gear. They're a foot in front. Hawke's Bay, foot in front over the Star Wellington Composite. Inside 200 metres to go. We then still go back to North Shore, sitting a length and a half behind them. Then we've got 5 lengths back to the Petone crew. Both of these crews will qualify. First two will go through, but Hawke's Bay, they're out to half a length now. They continue to sprint through on Star. And Hawke's Bay actually even still moving away. They're now 3/4 of a length ahead. They're having a good little sprint all the way to the line. Doesn't matter so much. They'll both go through into the final. And it's Hawke's Bay over the Star Wellington Composite. Back then to North Shore with Canterbury. Who will go through to the other crews, will go through to the B final. I think that North Shore crew will look pretty good in the B final. Then we've got Petone. Then we've got a Waikato Composite with Hamilton on the outside. And Tauranga Boys down the inside. That was Repechage 1, Men's Novice Cox Quadruple Skulls. So, we've got Whangarei on the inside. Hamilton have just pulled up and gone past them. We then go back further. They've got Clearwater. So they've got Clearwater over Whangarei, Mercer and Tauranga Boys. Avon dropped off the pace in the outside lane. These first two will go through to the A final. Others will go to the B final. And Hamilton have slowly slowly kept moving, and they've poked out by a canvas as they come through the 500 now. Whangarei on the inside go now, but that's all right. Those two crews will both go through to the A final. Hamilton crew of Grenning, Howard Shee, Butler, Taufa, Ismail Cox, coached by Liam Herder. They've opened up 3/4 of a length over Whangarei. Mandino, Caldwell, Pullen, Armstrong, McCasey, Coxing, coached by Chris McCasey and Jeremy Armstrong. They're your first two, and they're both heading to the A final. They've got clear water. Let's look back who's coming third and fourth. That is in the inside. We've got Mercer. And then we're out to Tauranga Boys. So there's two separate races here. There's a good battle going out for the two qualifying crews. And tucked in about 3 or 4 lengths behind them, we have the Tauranga Boys crew, I think it is. As they near the 250 metre mark, I'll get a better idea then, over the Mercer crew. So Tauranga Boys, 250 to go. Yep, they've got a stroke or two over Mercer inside of them. But back in the front on your screens is the Hamilton crew, still sitting half a length ahead of Whangarei. Stroke of the Whangarei's putting his head down and going for it, trying to pick it up, but this Hamilton crew's going quite cleanly, and the Hamilton crew are going to hold on down into this line in about 50 metres. So it's going to be Hamilton by 3/4 of a length as they go across the line over the Whangarei crew. We got quite a gap. Good 4 lengths back to Tauranga Boys College in the dark blue on the outside and the white boat coming into your screen shortly. Tauranga Boys sitting in third. There they come now into screenshot, and then Mercer on the other side. They're coming in. They'll be fourth, followed by Avon. That was the men's novice coxed quadruple sculls repechage. Those first two crews went through to the final. The rest went through to the B final. And those two races were sponsored by Laszlo Boats. Laszlo Boats down there. If you want anything, Vera's here today. You can chat with her about your solutions. They're in the black tent down there. Laszlo Boats, sponsors of the men's novice coxless quad. We're heading back up now. This will be quite tough racing. The men's club single sculls. Yesterday only first went through to the semi-final. Today in the repechage it's first two. It's pretty cut. So who we got in this first repechage? Need to be in the first two. Brent Smart from West End on the inside lane. Alexander Sharp from Mercer in 4. Reuta Kogo from Kyoto University in 3. Talisman Lloyd, West End in 4. Jake Newton from Aramaho Wanganui in 5. James Patterson in 6. Alex King from Auckland in 7. And Logan Morris from Waikato 11 on the outside. And we can see a clear-cut leader here. It's the Aramaho Wanganui sculler, Jake Newton. In the club single, in lane 5. He's cleared out. Sitting outside of him is, I think it's Patterson from Ashburton. Just have a check of my binoculars on the colours. Yep, it's the green colours from Ashburton. Sitting in just behind him's the West End sculler. That's in white. So the leader in the, bit hard to see on the screens, is the yellow and red. You see the flash of the yellow blades. That's Aramaho Wanganui in the white boat. As they go, they've gone through 500 to go. Ashburton sitting in second. First two to the semi-final. Couple of lengths back to Talisman Lloyd from West End. He's sitting in third. So there your first three. And then we can see the other scullers all pretty much within a length or so or another, but they've been dropped by these first three, and it's quite clear cut who the leader is. Seconds holding on It's really up to whether Lloyd from West End can get up there, but he's sitting 3 or 4 lengths back, and I don't think so with 350 metres to go. So, Jack Newton having a great scull from the Aramaho Wanganui, number 1 sculler there in the yellow. Leading in lane 5. He's sitting comfortable now. He's dropped it right down. Got to save yourself. Men's club semi-finals tomorrow morning. So he's now conserving energy. He's probably rating about 20. So he's dropped it right down. Meanwhile, West End's really sprinting hard to try and get up to second. Ashburton's trying to stay ahead of him. Ashburton's still got a couple of lengths, so he's fairly comfortable. But this is do or die for West End. Otherwise, you're eliminated out of the program. This is a very hard, tough, large field, the men's club single. Aramaho did all his work early, so he's just sitting there. Ashburton going. West End continues to sprint. They've pulled way ahead of the rest of the field, but Ashburton, he's going to hold on. James Patterson will hold on and get that semi-final spot. Lloyd's going to miss out. Then we come back to Brent Smart on the inside in the yellow boat. We've got Mercer, we've got Kyoto, and way on the outside we've got Auckland. Auckland's going to come in 4th, I think. Auckland 4th. Japanese Kyoto in lane 3. He got up there just over Brent Smart and Mercer and then back to Waikato. Very tough event, men club single scull. So it was the first 2 that progressed to the semi-final and the rest have been eliminated. So we're heading back up to the men's club single repechage 2. We've got Jordan from Wellington, Simmerlink from Mercer, Kirkland from Wairau, Collins from Wairau, Marshall from Oamaru, Ranganui from Hamilton, Yamanaka Kokota from Kyoto, and Dognaut from Avon in the outside. Looks like lanes 3 and 4 scratched. The 2 Wairau scullers have scratched out of this. So it's quite even here because lanes 3 and they would have been one of the favourites. We've got the Oamaru sculler doing very well. We've got Mercer down there on the inside of him with the Hamilton sculler. Oamaru out in the lead. Cody Marshall in lane 5. Then it's pretty close between Simmerlink from Mercer and Ranganui from Hamilton. We've got it on the screen. They're going through the boys together, both Hamilton and Mercer, trying to get the second place. They're neck and neck. So the leader from Oamaru, he's got 1 or 2 lengths. He's got 2 lengths, but the other 2 are going through the boys simultaneously. So this is a real battle here for second place. Mercer in the blue on the inside. We go out to Hamilton in the red and white on the outside. Mercer digging in now as they come up to 250 metre to go. Mercer's gone for it. He's put the hammer down. He's opened up a length. Hamilton's given it away. Mercer's got it. Mercer lifted. So it's Oamaru and Mercer look like the 2 to qualify for the semi-final. Hamilton slowed right down there. Not quite sure what happened. Cody Marshall, coached by Ivan Doherty, booking to, again through 100 metres to go to book his spot in the semi-final. Jack Semmelink, coached by Brett and Leanne Henry from Mercer. Looks like he's going to grab the other spot. Hamilton's back up and going again. Then we go back to Kyoto University and Wellington. That's Jordan and Kokoda. Mercer go through in second. Hamilton third. First two through to the semi-final. Men's club single sculls. Tarpo's having a bit of a sprint because he knows he's going to be out if it's not in the first two, but he's still sitting 2 to 3 strokes behind Dunstan Arms. It's still Hollard in the lead. Hollard over Connor Davidson from Dunstan's Arms. Harry February from Topo trying to get up there as best he can. Then we go out to Mercer 6, which is Anton Shooter in 4th place. Coming down to the line now with 3 strokes to go. It's Tauranga in the lead, James Hollard. Connor Davidson holding off the fast finishing Topo Sculler, Harry February. But Dunstan will go through in second. 2 lengths to Topo. 2 or 3 lengths back to Shooter from Mercer. We then go back down to the Avon Sculler, Joshua Larson. And he's been in a bit of a battle out there in lane 7 with Callum Jarvis from North Shore. They've got about 3 strokes to go. And then further back to the Canterbury and Waikato Scullers. So another tussle in the next heat, repechage 4 coming down. It's Charles Beale from Avon. He's being challenged by either side of him. Jackson Taylor from Nelson and Kakahura Hagee from Hamilton. In lane 1, we've got Matthew Smith from Kia, Kaya Shelley Wikio from Wairau in 3. Out in lane 6, Jacob Wadley from Cure and Hunter Sowerby from Petone. But it's these 3 crews in the middle. Beale from Avon in the red colours, Taylor from Nelson in the blue, and white and red of Haggy from Hamilton in lane 5. There your 3 going for 2 spots. So still reasonably close, but it's the lane 3 and 4. Nelson and Avon. They're your 2 prominent ones. And they've pretty much got it sewn up. Going through to the semi-final, they're sitting 3 to 4 lengths on Hamilton. And way down on the inside is Cure. So Hamilton and Cure sitting in that 3rd, 4th spot, but it's only the first 2 that go through. Everyone else is eliminated. So it's the Avon Sculler and the Nelson Scullers. They're the 2, Beale and Taylor. As they come down to 250 metres to mark, they look like the ones qualifying in this club single. As I've mentioned previously, quite a tough event to qualify through in. A lot of entrants. Still Avon lead Nelson as we near the 100 metre mark to go. You'll just see it come up soon. It's one red boy. Avon have gone through. Still holding a length and a bit over Nelson, but he's comfortably a couple of lengths clear of Cure, who's sprinting hard down the inside to try and catch up. But it's the finish line's going to come up too fast. And lane 4 will win from lane 3. Avon from Nelson. Lane 1 Cure will be in 3rd. Lane 5 Hamilton will come next, and then back to Petone. So we go back up to the course, and at the 1,000 metre mark, in repechage 5, we have Fleck from Canterbury, Semelink from Mercer, Hall from Evergreen, Cooney from Aramaho, Nakamura from Kyoto University School of Medicine, Preston from Mercer, and Bircham from Tauranga on the outside. They're through 1,000 metres, and the 2 prominent scullers look like 5 and 6. So it's the Japanese sculler Daichi Nakamura in the lead over Preston from Mercer in lane 6. We then go back to Cooney from Aramaho Wanganui, and he's in a battle with lane 2, which is the other Mercer sculler, Semelink. But out in front, Kyoto University School of Medicine in lane 5. In the green boat. Just sitting outside of him is Cameron Preston of lane 6. Both will go through. So it's most important you go through. Sitting about half a length down with 500 metres to go. But they've got 2 or 3 lengths on the rest of the field. So they're sitting comfortable. Remember, only the first two go through. This is repechage 5. This is the last one. These will be our last two competitors entering the semi-final. Rest are eliminated. Semi-final tomorrow. Lucky for the 6 that qualified yesterday in the heats. They've gone right through, and then today we've added another 10 from the repechage. 2 semi-finals of 8 tomorrow. Then the fastest 4 in each semi-final will go through to the A final, and the last 4 in each of the semi-final will go through to the B final. But these look like your last 2 place getters to make it into the semi-final, because they're 3 or 4 lengths clear over Avon and Mercer down the Aramaho, and Mercer down the inside. So Mercer, we saw him, he's come through, he's taken the lead in the white boat, he's sprinting quite hard. Japanese Sculler's still sitting nicely though, he's in second, he's still qualifying for the semi-final as they go through the last 100 metres. They're 4 or 5 lengths out over the Mercer and Aramaho Scullers. Mercer down on the inside, that's Semelink and Aramaho Cooney, but the winner, Cameron Preston, coached by the Henrys. Their son, Jack Henry, already qualified through to the final. They've got another semi-final. They've got another Mercer through. And inside of them, Kyoto University School of Medicine over from Japan. He'll get that last spot in the semi-final. And behind them, Aramaho, Mercer, out to Tauranga, I think it was, and then through on the inside, Canterbury. That was the men's club single sculls. That was sponsored by Swift Racing, who do all the coastal boat racing. Dave was giving me something earlier. Coastal racing, don't forget you've got the North Island beach sprints coming up. North Island beach sprints, April 13, 14 on Takapuna Beach. Coastal rowing. Good fun at Takapuna Beach. I had a lot of fun at Currymarama when I commentated that. But let's get back to the racing that's coming down your screen right now, and that's the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. Now there's 7 boats in this, and the first 4 go through. So we've got a full field here, and it's out towards the outside. Prominent. And that's the Avon crew in lane 5, Middleditch, Boyd, Preble and Gardner, coached by Marcella Tufus and Jack Luthi. They've got a clear 2 to 3 length advantage as we go to 500 to go, so they're easily in, because remember it's the first 4. I can see the yellow hats of Dunstan Arms line in 3rd. In front of them in lane 3 is the black of Hawke's Bay. So we've got Avon, Hawke's Bay and Dunstan. Who's going to get the 4th spot? We've got a battle there between Rotorua and Hamilton. So the real interest is the 4th spot, Rotorua and Hamilton. Rotorua you can see on the inside of your screens. Hamilton we can't quite see at the moment. First 4 crews qualify. First Avon, they've got 250 metres to go. They've got 3 or 4 lengths. Now the drone's panning out a little bit. We'll just have a look who's getting 2nd and 3rd. As we go through 250 metres to go, fairly close together, only a canvas between 2nd and 3rd, but the real battle's back a bit, just outside of your screens in 4th place. Who that final qualifier will be for the semi-final. Avon clearly in the lead. Hawke's Bay and Dunstan battling second and third. But it's between Hamilton and Rotorua. Hamilton and Rotorua both out of your screenshot now. They're fairly close together trying to get that fourth spot. Avon are going to go across. They're going to win easily. Hawke's Bay is shading Dunstan, but the real battle's between Rotorua and Hamilton for the final spot into the semi-final. Avon go across the line. Let's have a look. Hawke's Bay with a foot over Dunstan, but here's the battle now. They're coming into your screenshot. Rotorua on the inside, Hamilton on the outside. Hamilton got the advantage. Rotorua trying hard on the inside. Coming up to the line, it'll be Hamilton by half a length over Rotorua. They've got the final spot. Hamilton qualify up into fourth. That was the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Skull, sponsored by Kebabalicious. Next races we have are the men's intermediate double sculls. The first two go through. We've got 4 repechages. Men's intermediate double skull, sponsored by Onks Cafe in Cambridge. They're open weekdays from 11 a.m. and 9 a.m. on weekends. Call in, they'd love to see you. Then we go to the 2 senior 8s after that, and then we have a short break. So let's see what's happening back down in the field in this men's intermediate double field, and it's towards the middle of the field. They're the ones. 2 to qualify. And it's those light blue blades of Cambridge I can see. Cambridge over North Shore. North Shore with a slightly different uniform this year, celebrating their big anniversary. If I've got it right, it's the 150th. But it's out in front, Cambridge. Cambridge by half a length over North Shore. There's only a length back to the third crew, but it's only the first 2 that are going to go through. So Canterbury trying to go with them. Sitting on the outside there in the white, that's James and Innes, coached by Josh Smith. They've got to get to Allison and Hutter, coached by Philip Betch and Peter Fraser in the lead. Daniel Song and Sam Jameson, coached by Leon Mamery. They're in the dark blue. They're sitting in second there. Just in behind them's Canterbury in the white. James and Innes. Then we look across to the inside to the crew from Twizel in the dark green. Coming up now, 250 metres to go, and it's the light blue blades of Cambridge in the middle of the field. They've gone through. North Shore go through. Canterbury go through. They've still got about a length between each crew. It's really where the Canterbury have got a sprint now at the end, but I can see North Shore have lifted. North Shore have lifted. They want to make certain of their space. Twizel following in just in behind them. You can see them on their screenshot in the dark green. It's all still Cambridge. North Shore. Canterbury trying to get to North Shore, but I think it's down to 100 metres now. They've still got a length to make up. Cambridge have opened up. North Shore hanging on. Canterbury still trying to go with them. Twizel sitting back in fourth. Cambridge go through. They've got the first spot. North Shore are going to hold on for second. 3/4 of a length over Canterbury. Back 2 lengths to Twizel. Then we come to the inside, which is the crew of Gunn and Pierce from Union Wanganui. You're going to be eliminated everything except for the first 2, and then out to the Waikato 2 crew of Fulton and Balka. Repechage 2, almost at the halfway stage. And we've got a clear leader in Repechage 2. Can't see anyone in lane 8. It's lane 3 and it's bright red. It's lane 3 and it's Avon. Yes, there's no one in lane 1. We've got Hawke's Bay in 2, Avon in 3 who are leading. Hamilton in 4, Wellington in 5. West End in 6 and Star on the outside. First 2 to the semi-final, everyone else eliminated. And we can see Avon going very well out in the lead. They're being chased towards the outside. I'm pretty sure it looks like the colours of, it's West End actually. West End sitting in second. That's Millam and Bacchus, coached by Nick Dorr and George Lawn. But Avon in front, Harry Black and Will Coughlin, coached by Marcella Tuffus and Jack Luthi. Avon in the intermediate double sculls, they're leading this repechage. West End holding on to second. Then we've got the Hamilton crew, they're being followed by Wellington. Hamilton, Moons and Lord in lane 4, followed by Neville and Cassidy from Wellington. First 2 through to the semi, rest eliminated. And it's all Avon. West End holding on to second. Trying hard to get to them now is Hamilton. Tucked in behind Hamilton is Wellington. Then we go back to Hawke's Bay and Star. So with 300 to go, it's the bright red boat of Hamilton, Avon, what am I saying? Avon, in the bright red boat. Over on the outside, we can see the white boat of West End in the white uniforms with the black sash. Then we go back into Hamilton, who are trying hard. Wellington tucked in behind them, and then quite a way back to the other 2, which is Star and Hawke's Bay. Avon tend to swing, they're just swinging nicely, loping along in front. Coming down with 100 metres to go. West End continue to clearly hold second. Hamilton having a little better, shutting out Wellington, but it's only the first 2 going through to the semi-final. They're through the 100. They've still got 3 or 4 lengths over Hamilton. They're going to go through. They're your 2 to go through to the semi-final of the men's intermediate double sculls, Avon and West End. Hamilton will finish 3rd, Wellington 4th, but they'll be eliminated along with Hawke's Bay and Star. So, next heat, Thomas and Sontag from Waikato, Muir and Walters from Tauranga, 2 Kerr brothers from West End, Manson and Podesta from Whangarei, Thompson and Clark from Union on the outside, Spark and Sponipol from Rotorua, and the clear leaders in the middle of the field. In the blue of Whangarei, Whangarei number 1, Manson and Podesta in lane 5. They're well out in front. Just in beside them from Whangarei is the Kerr brothers, Ravi and Rui, novices last year. And a good novice, I think they won at Nationals. They won I think it was the novice quad. West End number 2. They're qualifying now in second place. They've got clear water over the crew just inside of them, Tauranga Boys College. That's Muir and Walters. So well out in front in the blue is Whangarei. We can see now the second crew. That's West End. We're just panning up now to see the first crew. You can see the boat wake from it because it's opened up a big lead. There it is there. The crew from Whangarei. They've opened up a big lead as we come into the last 500. Over West End, they've got a couple of links sitting comfortable over the crew from Tauranga. First two qualify. Then we go further out to the Union crew. And then we're back to the Waikato and Porirua crews. But well out in front, getting a close-up now in lane 5. Manson and Podesta from Whangarei. In this men's intermediate double sculls. We then go back to the West End crew of the Kerr brothers, Ravi and Rui, coached by Nick Dorr and George Lawn. They're going to get that final spot as we enter 250 metres to go, barring anything going wrong. Chasing them is Muir and Walters from Tauranga Boys College. In the dark blue, also in a white boat. They go through the 250 metre mark now. Sitting further back on them on the left of the screen, just to the side of the umpire's boat, is the Union crew of Thompson and Clark. But we pan back up to the leaders now as they get about 5 or 6 strokes to the finish line, and it's Whangarei all out on their own. Great performance there. They'll be a force to be reckoned with in the semi-final. Whangarei go through 80 metres over West End. They're pretty comfortable in second though, so they'll qualify as well for the semi-final. The rest get eliminated. It'll be Tauranga. They'll come up for third. West End cross now. They're assured of their place. Tauranga come up for third in lane 3. Union towards the outside in 4, and then Porirua and Waikato having a bit of a battle towards the rear of the field. That was repechage 3 as we swing back up towards repechage 4. They're at about the 900 metre mark to go. And prominent in that, I'm pretty sure it's Cambridge. Let's have a look. Yep, light blue blades in the middle of the field. Lane 4 Cambridge are the prominent ones. Not quite sure then who's next. Could be, is it West End? Bay of Plenty Coast. Bay of Plenty Coast maybe in second. Crew down towards lane 2's Ashburton. It's between them. So who we got in the field? We've got Armstrong Brothers in Ashburton in 2. Cambridge 21, Ramsden and Canal in 3. Cambridge in 4, who are in the lead. Campenhout and Kalkanini. Lane 5, Bay of Plenty Coast, Sattler and Scott. They're in a battle with Ashburton. Tauranga Boys, Mackenzie and Rosenboom. And on the outside, O'Carroll and Buxton from Hamilton. So we can clearly see this leaders well out in front in the light blue blades and the blue and navy blue from Cambridge in lane F4. That's Cambridge number 3, coached by Chris Thorson. He's got 2 crews in the race. The other crew's sitting in lane 3, but it's the lane 4. They're the prominent ones to get as they go through 250 metres to go. We just pan out a bit because they're quite a way in the lead. So sitting in the lane outside of them is the Bay of Plenty Coast crew. They go through now, and they've got 3 to 4 lengths over the yellow boat of Ashburton. So they look like your 2 going through into the semi-final. The rest will be eliminated. So at this stage, it's Cambridge well in front. Over that, we then see the yellow boat of Ashburton. Then there's a good little tussle just in behind Ashburton. Cambridge and Tauranga boys, they're having a good tussle towards the back of the field. Next race will come fast. The next race will be the men's senior 8, and they're underway. The men's senior 8's underway further down the track. Have to go back quick up to them after this intermediate double because the men's senior 8 will come fast. Cambridge hold the lead well out in front. Bay of Plenty Coast holding second. Then go back into the yellow boat of Ashburton third. Back further up the track, we've got the men's senior 8. Waikato look like they've had a better start in this than they did yesterday. As we come down to the line now. Cambridge, 3 or 4 lengths over Bay of Plenty Coast. Both will qualify. They can just cruise to the line. They'll be in the semi-finals tomorrow. Ashburton third. And then Cambridge and Tauranga boys. I'm going to swing back up to the men's senior 8 because they're powering down the field. We've got some of the top school crews in this race. We've got Westlake North Shore on the inside. We've got West End 31, which is the Mount Albert 8 in lane 3. Waikato in lane 4 is the Hamilton Boys School 8. Lane 5, Cure. And on the outside, West End 21 is the St. Peter's under 18 8. We've gone through 700 metres and Waikato look quite prominent. Cure's up there as well. There's not a lot in this. Gone through 750 metres now. Five boats in it. Quality field. Men's senior 8 of the top Auckland schools. Auckland Grammar qualified yesterday. Coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. I'll try and get who's coming through the 1,000 metre mark first. They've gone through 900. Less than 2 lengths between them as they come up to the 1,000 metre buoy now. Oh, hard to tell. I think it's Waikato, the 2 West End crews, and North Shore just sitting, Westlake just sitting in a bit behind them and a little bit back to Cure, not much. Now it's on the screen. On the screen, it's the outside crew at St. Peter's on the outside. Mount Albert inside of them. Hamilton in the middle, just shading Westlake. Then we've got Cure. Remember the first 4 all qualify. Is it? Better just check that. First 4 qualify to the final. So there's only going to be 1 dropped off here. At the moment it's Cure. St. Peter's on the outside, the West End 21 crew. In the lead over the other West End crew from 31, which is the Mount Albert Grammar crew. Westlake sitting there. Quite a controlled row from Hamilton boys in the Waikato colours in the middle, sitting on top of Cure. Cure are digging it in now. They're trying to get up there. Still St. Peter's as they go through the 500 metres to go. St. Peter's in the lead on the outside. St. Peter's going for it on the outside. They're up 36 rating. Mount Albert sitting in second in the West End colour. Cura coming up onto Waikato Hamilton Boys. Hamilton Boys, here comes Cure. Cure's gone up neck and neck with Hamilton Boys for the final place. So it's still St. Peter's. Hamilton Boys sitting down at 35. Still St. Peter's from the West End crew in the white. From the other West End crew, Mount Albert. Then we've got Westlake. Then we've got Cure and Waikato neck and neck as they come up to the line. It's going to be Cure or Waikato. They're a canvas behind Westlake from North Shore on the inside. One of these crews are in. Cure's poking its nose ahead of Waikato. It's West End. Inside the last 50 metres. West End. From West End. North Shore holding on. Cure coming. Waikato are going to miss out. They come up now. West End win, West End second, Cure and North Shore cross line and Waikato miss out on the final. That was the men's senior 8. We now swing back up down the track through 700 metres to go. We've got the women's senior 8. First 4 go through, 1 will miss out. We've got Auckland in 2, West End 31, Mount Albert in 3, Waikato number 2 and 4. Dunstan Arm Composite in 5, Waikato 3 in lane 6. Just looking through the binoculars now as they come through the field. Prominent inside lanes, quite prominent. That's Auckland 1. And then I think it's out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not quite sure on the angle. Anyway, prominent up there's Auckland 1. Now getting a picture there, we've got Auckland 1, then we've got the Dunstan Arm Composite in second. The 2 Waikato crews are coming next. West End, the Mount Albert crew just sitting back a bit. They're not in the screen as they go through the 1,000 metre mark. There's really not much in it. The 3 crews, Auckland, Waikato, Dunstan Arms. Then we drop back to the other Waikato crew and then we can now see Mount Albert. So Dunstan Arms look like they're holding a slight lead over this Auckland and Waikato crew sitting in beside them. There's only about 1 seat in it. Sitting back about 3/4 of a length back to them is Waikato, and they're trying to shut the door on the West End crew because the first 4 go through out of 5. West End sitting back a bit on them. But it's Dunstan Arm Composite. They've got a canvas in the lead. Waikato starting to move. Here come Waikato. Waikato doing a move now. They're doing a move as they hit the 750 metre mark, and Waikato are right up there. In fact, they've shot a little bit to the lead. Waikato moved on the Dunstan Arm combination. They've taken half a canvas in the lead now and continue to move. Then back into the Auckland crew, sitting half a length back from Waikato. So it's Waikato in the lead by a canvas over Dunstan Arms, half a length back to Auckland. Then we go back to Waikato, sitting a length behind, but they're sitting a length ahead of West End. And remember, the first 4 crews qualify. So other than getting a lane draw, it really doesn't matter so long as you're in the first 4. 4 crews went through the other day. They'll have the middle 4 lanes, and these crews are battling out for the outer lanes. So the real important thing's to be in the first 4, and it's Waikato with a 2-seat advantage over the Dunstan crew, who have then got a further half a length back to Auckland. We then go back out to the Waikato crew on the outside, but a length behind, further behind them is the West End 31 Mount Albert Grammar crew. Waikato 2, Greenhag, Burrell, Pike, Peoples, Carter, Slipper, Fon, Walsh, Hanson, Coxing, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills, are in the lead. Over Talbot, Sutton, Cockburn, Thompson, Key, Todd Hunter, Scott, Stephan, coxed by Bella Breen and coached by Simon Smith. They're sitting in second. Then we go right down to the inside lane, which is the Auckland crew coached by Peter Mills. So they've pushed out now to 7 seats. Waikato have pushed out to 7 seats. Dunstan Arms just sitting there as Auckland come through on the inside. Auckland sprinting down the inside now. They could pick up this Dunstan crew. Waikato still going on the outside. They're your first 4. Couple of lengths back to the West End crew from Mount Albert Grammar. But Waikato will go through and lead this. Crew coming up and sprinting is Auckland on the inside, and Auckland will probably go past Dunstan as they hit the line. Dunstan just happy to row through. Auckland will get them on the line. Dunstan will be third. Waikato 3/4 of a length back fourth. 2 lengths back to West End, who will not make the final. So we're going to take a break now till 2:13. When we come back, it'll be the women's novice coxed 8. Those 2 senior 8s, the senior coxed 8 was sponsored by Crew Room. The men's senior coxed 8 sponsored by Crew Rooms, and the women's senior coxed 8 was sponsored by the Jones Family Charitable Trust. So we're taking a short break now because that's the end of a block. And we will start again at 2:13 with the women's novice coxed 8.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. We have just started our first race, the repechage of the women's novice Coxed 8 in lane 1, North Shore number 1, lane 2, Whangarei number 1, lane 3, Porirua number 1, lane 4, Star Boating Club number 1, lane 5, a Nelson Composite, lane 6, a Petone Composite, lane 7, Cambridge number 2, and lane 8, Hawke's Bay. Now, a little bit of a mishap just at the start there between lanes 3 and lanes 4, but everyone is now back on track. We look out to lane 5, though, the Nelson Composite, so it is some rowers from Nelson and some from Tauranga. They're currently in the lead with some pressure from Petone on their outside in lane 6. So Petone with their bow ball on the 3 seat of the Nelson crew there in lane 5. So it is the first 4 crews through from this event to the A final. 5th to 8th will go through to the B final. So Nelson currently in the lead, just pushing away a little bit from the Petone Composite there. Petone's bow ball now on the 7 seat of the Nelson 8 as they come into the first 500 metres of the race. Currently sitting in 3rd though, Star Boating Club in lane 4. They've got their bow ball on the coxswain of the Petone Composite boat in lane 6. So they're through to the second part of the second 500 metres there. Then it's quite close for 4th place. We have in lane 2, Whangarei number 1. Out in lane 7, Cambridge number 2. And in lane 8, Hawke's Bay number 1. So remember, first 4 are going through to the A final there, so they want to be in one of those top 4 positions in order to make it through. The rest of them, though they're not eliminated, they will go through to a B final later this week. We look back, though, to the race leaders. It is still the Nelson Composite in lane 5. This crew is coached by Kylie Johnson and Jeff Johnson and coxed by Maddie Taylor. They have managed to push their lead out to clear water over the Petone Composite crew in lane 6. So a big push there through the second 500 as they approach the halfway mark. We see on the live stream just a bit of a pan out, a little bit of a spread in this field here. Still sitting in second place, though, the Petone Composite, coached by Fiona Burney and Kevin Stevenson. They're currently sitting in second, and behind them, the crew from Star Boating Club still in 3rd place. The bow ball is currently on the coxswain of 2nd place, though, so they're not quite out of reach yet. But a great push here from the Nelson Composite out in lane 4. This is a composite crew with some rowers from Tauranga Rowing Club as well as Nelson. So there's the crew there. We can see, if you are watching on the live stream, the pink hats there out in the middle. They've managed to extend their lead to about half a boat length over 2nd place there. So the Petone Composite full of Petone rowers and Aramaho Wanganui rowers in the boat. So you will see the yellow and red stripes of Aramaho Wanganui there, as well as the yellow row suits of Petone. The bright yellow stand out quite nicely on the water there. So Petone managing to push away from 2nd place. From 3rd place. So they've currently got clear water on 3rd place, which is still Star Boating Club in lane 4. So clear water in between 1st and 2nd, and clear water in between 2nd and 3rd. 3rd place, though, Star Boating Club out there in lane 4. Currently sitting in 4th, though, looks to be the crew in lane 2 from Whangarei. Remember, top 4 going through to the A final later on this week. So a bit of a spread in the field now as they come into the 3rd 500 metres of the race. The Nelson Composite just managing to extend their lead again. They've got about a boat length of clear water over the Petone Composite on their outside. Petone with clear water over Star Boating Club in lane 4, and Petone trying to hold off the challenge from Whangarei in lane 2. Don't count out the Cambridge crew, though, in lane 7. Cambridge still out there trying to get into that 4th place position and qualify for that A final later this week. It is the first 4 crews through to the A final. 5th to 8th will go through to the B final, and that's the repechage of the Women's Novice Coxed 8. This event is sponsored by Kerridge and Partners, like to thank them for their sponsorship. But as we look back, we can still see the pink hats of the Nelson Composite crew. They're approaching the 1500 metre mark. And as you can see, there is quite a bit of water between them and the rest of the field. So a very strong race from these novice rowers from Nelson and Tauranga. They're through the 1500 metre mark now, and they will start their final 500 metres in the repechage here. The Petone and Aramaho Wanganui crew, they're through now as well. They still have clear water over third place. Third place still looks to be like Star Boating Club there in lane 4. So we see the blue and white stripes of Star Boating Club. They're in third place. And it is Whangarei in lane 2 over Cambridge. The Nelson Tauranga Composite there, this crew, once again, coached by Kylie Johnson and Jeff Johnson. They'll be happy with this performance. And all going well in the last 200 metres, they will be in the A final later this week. So the Nelson and Tauranga Composite going through. The Petone Aramaho Wanganui Composite, they're through to the last 250 now, as well as Star Boating Club. Star Boating Club under a little bit of pressure from Whangarei on their inside. Whangarei in lane 2, just bringing the rating up and giving it a final push in the last 250 metres there. Whangarei supporters gathering on the boat ramp, starting to yell out for their teammates. But a very strong race here from the Nelson Composite in lane 5. With just over 5 strokes to go. Well done to this crew from Nelson and Tauranga. They will take out the repechage of the Women's Novice Coxed 8, and they will be through to the A final later this week. Joining them, it looks like it'll also be the crew from Petone, the Petone Composite of Petone and Aramaho Wanganui. They finish in second with about 2 strokes to go. Star Boating Club about half a boat length behind them. Star Boating Club finish now, and Whangarei will finish and take the final spot in the A final later this week. Cambridge, Hawke's Bay, North Shore and Porirua will be later on this week in the B final. So well done Cambridge, they hung in there for a little bit, but they are through to the B final later this week. Hawke's Bay and North Shore though, quite close between them, but Hawke's Bay will finish ahead of the North Shore and Porirua will follow just behind them. We are straight into the repechage for the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. If you look down the course there, we can see they are just approaching the 1500 metre mark. In lane 1, we have Petone number 2. Lane 2, Petone number 1. Lane 3, Cambridge 21. Lane 4, Whangarei number 2. Number 5, Te Awamutu number 1. Lane 6, Star Boating Club number 2. And lane 7, Hamilton 22. But it is the crew in lane 5 from Te Awamutu currently in the lead here. This is the crew coxed by Isla Joyce and coached by Ayla Mexted. They are currently out in front here. It is the first 4 to the semi-final. The rest will be eliminated. So they will want to be getting into one of these top 4 positions to race later on in the week at the hopes of a medal. But if you look down on the live stream, you can see the spread of the field. This Te Awamutu crew is quite far ahead as they approach the 1500 metre mark. There's a couple of boat lengths of clear water between them and second place. Second place currently looks like it is the crew from Cambridge in lane 3, Cambridge 21, coached by Norm Charlton and Kaylin Wren. So this looks to be the crew from St. Peter's racing under their Cambridge club colours. But we also have the crew out in lane 6 from Star Boating Club, putting in a bit of a fight there. Currently sitting in 3rd place. So Star Boating Club come through the 1500 metre mark. They are ahead of Whangarei, who is just behind them, also hoping to get into the semi-final here, but remember it is only the top 4 going through at the moment, all going well with 300 metres to go. That looks to be like it will be Te Awamutu number 1 from lane 5. Joining them, Cambridge 21. They're currently sitting in 2nd. We then go out to Star Boating Club, coached by Nathan Wallace out in lane 6. And then back to Whangarei for that 4th place. have Petone 2 and Petone 1 on those two inside lanes, lane 1 and 2, also in the fight there. Petone 1 just ahead of their crewmates in lane 2. But here we go, we see Te Awamutu, they're through to the last 250 metres and they approach the last Orange Boys before the finish line. They still are a few boat lengths clear of their next closest competition, which is Cambridge 21, coached by the King of Gardening, Norman Charlton, and Kaylin Wren. Just behind them, Star Boating Club still hanging on to third place with a bit of a challenge from Whangarei. Whangarei's bow ball on the 2 seat of Star Boating Club. Petone down there in lane 1 looking to push up into a semi-final position, trying to get into that 4th place, but they may run out of water to do so. There is about 130 metres left in this race, but anything can happen. But it does look like it will be Te Awamutu in lane 5, coached by Ayla Mexted and coxed by Isla Joyce, who have had quite a commanding lead for most of this race. And they look to finish very comfortably in first place. So well done, Te Awamutu. You are through to the semi-final later on this week. You will be joined, all going well, by Cambridge 21 in lane 3, the crew from St. Peter's. Cambridge 21 with 2 strokes to go. They will make the semi-final as well. And Petone down in lane 1 giving it a good push, but it will be Star Boating Club and Whangarei to also join them in that semi-final. Unfortunately, the rest of the field will be eliminated, but a good challenge there from Petone down in lane 1, trying to push up into a semi-final position. So that was the repechage of the Women's Intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls. That event was sponsored by Authentic Oars, as is the next event, the Men's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. As we can see, they've already done most of their race. They come into the final 500 metres now. There are only 4 crews in this race. Lane 3 is Avon number 1. Lane 4 is Tauranga Boys College number 1. Lane 5 is Canterbury number 1. And lane 6, Kyoto Uni School of Medicine Composite. So looking out to lane 4, though, it is the crew from Tauranga Boys College currently in the lead. This crew coached by Richard G and Nicola Austin. It is the first 4 through to the semi-final. So it's all of these crews through to the semi-final. So Tauranga Boys College looking quite relaxed out there as they approach the final 250 metres of the race. You can see some nice relaxed rowing from Canterbury as well on their outside. Remember, all of these crews will be through to the semi-final later on this week. Tauranga Boys, though, they've just brought their rating up as they come into the final one, 250 metres to go. And they're just trying to extend their lead over the rest of the field. The Kyoto Uni School of Medicine Composite on the outside. They've pushed ahead of Canterbury, but Canterbury look to be rowing in quite a relaxed state, as well as Avon in lane 3, coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strawn. Tauranga Boys, though, they're sticking to their race plan as they approach the last 100 metres. They're through that orange buoy now with 100 metres to go. So some great sculling here. Remember, all 4 of these crews will be in the semi-final later this week. We see the Kyoto Composite on the outside there. It's currently sitting in second, and the 2 Christchurch crews in the middle looking very relaxed as they are in the final 100 metres of their race. Looks like they are currently out for a nice light training row. But it doesn't matter how they race, they will be in the semi-final later this week. So Canterbury crosses the line now, Avon with about 3 or 2 strokes to go. And that will wrap up the Men's Club Coxless Quadruple repechage. So we now join the first of 4 repechages for the Women's Club single sculls. The first repechage is just approaching the 1500 metre mark. In lane 2, we have Porirua number 1, lane 3, Cure Boating Club number 1, lane 4, Avon number 1, lane 5, Mercer number 2, lane 6, Bay of Plenty Coast number 1, and lane 7, West End number 1. But looking out to lane 6, we can see the Bay of Plenty Coast rower Jemima Glahome currently sitting in the lead, but there is a challenge just coming up from the Avon single sculler Grace Langridge in lane 4. It is the top 2 crews through to the semi-final, so both Jemima and Grace will be hoping to hold these positions to carry them through to later on this week. The rest of the field will be eliminated if they are not in the top 2 positions today. So to make it through to another round of racing, they'll be hoping that the order stays as it is. But it is the Avon single sculler Grace Langridge who has just overtaken Jemima from Bay of Plenty Coast. A big push through to the final 500 metres. She's got about 3/4 of a boat length of an advantage over her. Jemima just holding on there to second place. Both of these crews with clear water over the rest of the field though. This is the first repechage of the Women's Club single sculls. And we see Avon in lane 4 fighting against Bay of Plenty Coast in lane 6 as they approach the 1750 mark in the last 250 metres of the race. Grace Langridge, though, just extending her lead a little bit, and she's just got a little bit of clear water now over Jemima from Bay of Plenty Coast. So Grace from Avon trying to finish off strong here. Jemima trying to hold that second position. Mercer's single sculler of Megan Van Leeuwen, though, we can just see her popping into the picture. She's trying to come up into one of these positions to make it through to the semi-final. But Grace Langridge is through that boy, and Jemima is also through to the last 250 metres here. And if they hold these positions, they will make their way to the semi-final later this week. So Jemima just trying to push back. Jemima from Bay of Plenty Coast in lane 6, pushing back against Grace Langridge from Avon in lane 4. But Grace managing to hold her off, almost extending her lead again. She's managed to push away and put a little bit more clear water in between herself and the single sculler from Bay of Plenty Coast. Grace is through to the last 100 metres now. Her bow's just gone through those orange buoys, and Jemima's boat goes through now as Grace looks to take out the first repechage of the Women's Club single sculls. So Megan Van Leeuwen from Mercer currently sitting in 3rd place, and she's got clear water over the rest of the field. Just after her is Cure's Alexandra Bidwell, but well done Grace Langridge from Avon Rowing Club. You will take out the first repechage of the Women's Club single sculls. Jemima Glahome from Bay of Plenty Coast, she's in 2nd place, and she'll also join Grace in the semi-final later this week. Unfortunately, Megan will just miss out there. So those are your top 3. We then have Alexandra Bidwell from Cure Boating Club. She looks to finish ahead of Jessica Taylor from West End Rowing Club and Layla Mackay from Porirua down here in lane 1. Repechage 2 coming down the course now. In lane 2, Waikato number 2, lane 3, Rotorua number 2, lane 4, Rotorua number 1, lane 5, Mercer number 3, lane 6, Waido number 1, and lane 7, Whangarei number 1. But it's the single sculler in lane 4 from Rotorua. It looks to be like Tegan Negus currently in the lead here. She's got clear water over Mercer's Ashley Pryor in lane 5. Those are the two currently sitting in the 1-2 position. In lane 6, though, from Waido, Lexi Timpson currently sits in 3rd place as they come through the 1500 metre mark. Just behind Lexi from Waido, we have the other Rotorua sculler, Lucy Gaston, in lane 3. But it is currently Tegan from Rotorua and Ashley from Mercer in that 1-2 position. Tegan looking quite relaxed out there in lane 4. Got an eye on the rest of the field there, as does Ashley in lane 5 from Mercer. These two looking like the current qualifiers for the semi-final in repechage number 2. And with about 300 metres to go, we see Tegan just looking nice and relaxed out there. Maybe just starting to bring the rating up as she enters the final 250 metres. So coming through that 1750 mark, it is Rotorua's Tegan Negus in lane 4. She's through. Just behind her, Ashley Pryor from Mercer in lane 5. We then go out to lane 6, Waido. That is Lexi Timpson, coached by Kay Surgener and Matt Straker, out in lane 6. The rest of the field then goes Rotorua number 2 in lane 3. That is Lucy Gaston. It then goes back to Waikato number 2, Kate Stewart in lane 2, followed by Whangarei in lane 7, Alice Henderson-Biss. But it is still Tegan Negus from Rotorua as she enters the final 100 metres here. She's just brought her rating up a little bit and is looking to extend that lead. Ashley Pryor from Mercer putting a little bit of a challenge down in the closing stages of the second repechage of the Women's Club Single Sculls. But it will be these two to go through to the semi-final, all going well in the closing stages. So Tegan Negus from Rotorua, she's got 2 strokes to go. And she is rowed away into the semi-final here. So well done to Tegan, she's finished. And she will be joined by Ashley Pryor from Mercer in lane 5. Those are the next 2 semi-finalists. The rest of the field, unfortunately, will be eliminated. Waido single sculler just finishing now. Well done, Lexi Timpson. She will finish ahead of Lucy Gaston from Rotorua, Kate Stewart from Waikato, and Alice Henderson-Biss from Whangarei. We still have 2 more repechages to come, though. 4 more spots left in the. We now have repechage number 3 of the Women's Club Single Sculls. In lane 2, we have Avon number 2. Actually, no, that is an empty lane. So in lane 3, we have Twizel number 1, lane 4, Cambridge number 1, lane 5, Mercer number 1, and lane 6, Hodaki Plains number 1. But we currently look to the middle of the course. We see, outside in lane 5, the sculler from Mercer, Sasha Robinson in the lead there. She is closely followed by Cambridge's Tegan O'Dwyer in lane 4 and Sadie Mason from Twizel in lane 3. So there's not too much of a spread between these 3 single scullers as they come into the fourth 500 metres of the race. The closing stages, it is definitely Sasha Robinson, though, in the lead. She's just trying to get some clear water over Cambridge and secure her first place here in the 3rd repechage of the Women's Club Single Sculls. Once again, it is the first 2 crews through. So between Cambridge and Twizel, Tegan O'Dwyer currently sitting in that 2nd position, but Sadie Mason from Twizel not taking the pressure off. Her bow ball is on the stern of Cambridge's boat, and the Cambridge bow ball just trying to make contact with the stern of Mercer's as they approach the 1750 metre mark. So Sasha Robinson from Mercer, she goes through now, just ahead of Cambridge's Tegan O'Dwyer, who in turn is just ahead of Sadie Mason from Twizel. Only 2 of these crews will make the semi-final, though, and at the moment it is Mercer and Cambridge. So we see a big push here from Sasha Robinson from Mercer. She's managed to get some clear water over Tegan O'Dwyer from Cambridge. Sasha Robinson in lane 5, just looking to extend that lead and solidify her place in the semi-final. The single sculler from Twizel, though, Sadie Mason, she's trying to put a challenge down and come up into that semi-final qualifying position. As they come into the last 100 metres, it is still Mercer in the lead, and Tegan O'Dwyer from Cambridge still holds on to second place. But Sadie Mason from Twizel is putting down a big push in the final 100 metres. A lot of cheering happening at the moment. Will it be Cambridge? Will it be Twizel? It is currently Mercer still sitting in the lead. Mercer will go through to the semi-final. Tegan O'Dwyer manages to hold off Sadie from Twizel, and that's how it will stay. Cambridge finish half a boat length ahead of Twizel. Some great racing there from Sadie Mason. Fortunately, just missing out on that semi-final position. We now come to the fourth and final repechage of the Women's Club Single Sculls. In lane 2, Hamilton number 1, lane 3, Hamilton number 2, lane 4, Clifton number 1, lane 5, North End number 1, lane 6, Hamilton number 3, and lane 7, Whangarei number 2. Currently in the middle though, in lane 4, Jessie Pulford from Clifton looks to be in the lead in this, the fourth and final repechage of the Women's Club Single Sculls. Only 2 spots left in the semi-final here, and Jessie from Clifton is just trying to push away even further from second place. Second place currently looks to be like the Hamilton sculler in lane 3, Raytara David, coached by Georgia Allen. And we also see a challenge from Maddie Cockburn from North End in lane 5. Maddie currently sitting in third place there, with about half a boat length of clear water to make up for second place. So it is still the Clifton single sculler, Jessie Pulford, out in lane 4 with the clear water lead over second place, which is Raytara David in lane 3. North End's Maddie Cockburn, though, putting a little bit of a push in the final 300 metres of the fourth repechage of the Women's Club Single Scull. Only 2 positions left in the semi-final, so it will go to those top 2 place getters. As they approach the 1750 mark, though, it will be Jessie Pulford from Clifton. She is currently through with 250 metres to go. She will hope to stay in front and take one of those last remaining semi-final spots. The single sculler from Hamilton, though, Raytara David, Hamilton number 2, still sitting in second place. Little bit of a challenge there from North End again, Maddie Cockburn in lane 5. But there's about 200 metres to go. Hamilton's Raytara David managing to hold her off. And we see the Clifton single sculler just approaching the yellow boys of the last 100 metres. Her bow ball goes through now. And she is through to the closing stages. Raytara David from Hamilton in lane 3, though her boat is through now. Maddie's follows quite quickly after. Hamilton just keeping an eye on the rest of the field. She's lengthened out her strokes as they come into the last 50 metres. Jessie from Clifton, though, will take out the second to last semi-final spot in the Women's Club Single Sculls. Well done to Jessie Pulford from Clifton. And it will be Raytara David from Hamilton who will take that final spot in the semi-final of the Women's Club Single Sculls over Maddie Cockburn from North End. They're then followed by Aria Armstrong, also from Hamilton in lane 2, and another Hamilton crew in lane 6, Caitlin Eagleton. We then go back to the single sculler from Whangarei, and if we look down the course, we see the first repechage of the men's senior coxless pairs coming up very quickly behind them. So there are 6 boats in this race, and starting in lane 2 we have Avon number 2, lane 3 we have Nelson number 1, lane 4 Cure Boating Club number 2, lane 5 North Shore number 1, lane 6 Cure Boating Club number 3, lane 7 North Shore number 3. But looking down to lane 2, it is the Avon number 2 crew of Charlie Poulter and Fergus Johnston currently sitting in the lead. These two boys rode for Christ College last season and were both also members of the under-19 New Zealand team that raced at the under-19 World Champs in Paris last year. But we also see the boat in the middle, the North Shore boat in the red. Sorry, my mistake. That is a Cure boat in lane 4. That is Lewis Mates and George Johnson. They are currently in the lead, pushing away. They've got half a boat length on North Shore in lane 5 on their outside. It is the first 2 crews through to the A final, so they are just leaving behind the Avon number 2 crew in lane 2. And it is Cure Boating Club in lane 4. We see North Shore, though, putting a bit of a challenge down there. Bowball still on the stroke of the Cure boat, though. That is Lewis Mates and George Johnson from Cure, as there is about 50 metres to go. Avon just being a little bit left behind there as Cure look to solidify their place in the A final, and they will finish with 3/4 of a boat length over North Shore. North Shore just crossing over into another lane, but they finished in second and will make the A final. The crew from Avon in lane 2, though, they are through to the B final. They are joined by Nelson number 1 in lane 3, as well as the Cure Boating Club crew out in lane 6. So it was the first 2 crews through to the A final. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th will make the B final, so they aren't eliminated. They will still race a final later this week. We have one more heat of the men's senior coxless pairs before we hit the women's senior coxless pairs. So the second repechage of the men's senior coxless pairs coming down now. This event sponsored by Mobicom. And we can see they're just approaching the 1,500 metre mark. They've got about 200 metres to go before they hit that. In lane 2, though, we have Waikato number 2. Lane 3 is currently empty. Lane 4, Cure Boating Club number 1. Lane 5, Avon number 4. Lane 6, Dunstan Arm number 1, and Lane 7, Star Boating Club number 1. But as the crew in lane 5 from Avon number 4, Josh Syme and Cody Johnson, currently in the lead with a bit of pressure from Cure Boating Club on their inside. That is Will Rattray and William McIntosh. So these 2 crews currently looking to also make the A final as they approach the 1,500 metre mark. Josh Syme and Cody Johnson, they're through now with Will Rattray and Will McIntosh following very closely behind. The Avon crew just looking to extend their lead there. The bow of the Cure Boating Club boat on the stern. Josh Syme and Cody Johnson, though, they're in front with about half a boat length. The Cure boat moves again, and the bow is now on the bowman of the Avon boat as they come through the 1750 mark. Cure trying to get ahead into that first place. Both of these crews, though, will qualify for the A final if they come first or second. But Cure not letting them get away with it. They've managed to make up about half a boat length in the last 250 metres. Josh Simon, Cody Johnson, though, still holding the lead for Avon Rowing Club in the second repechage of the men's senior coxless pair oars. And the Avon boat is coming up to the last 100 metres. They're through the Orange boys now. The Cure boat have just dropped their rating and they're looking nice and relaxed as well. Both of these crews, knowing they've qualified for that A final there, rowing through nice and relaxed. We see the Dunstan crew, they're through to the last 100 metres and they've brought their rating up for one final wind. They're ahead of the Waikato crew of Callan Tutbury and Adam Wilson. But it will be Cody Johnson and Josh Syme to take out the second repechage ahead of Will Rattray and William McIntosh from Cure. Both of these crews will make the A final later this week. We see the crew from Dunstan Arm in lane 6. They'll go through to the B final alongside the Waikato number 1 crew of Callum Tutbury and Adam Wilson. They'll be joined in the B final by Sam Hickey and Maxim Eriksson from Star Boating Club out in lane 7. We're now back with the senior pairs, but this time it is the women's repechage, the first repechage of 2. So in lane 2 is Waikato number 4, lane 3 Whanganui Collegiate number 1, lane 4 Waikato number 5, lane 5 Dunstan Arm number 1, and lane 6 West End 31. Looking out to the Waikato crews though, as well as outside to the West End crew. It's quite tight, but it is the crew on the outside, Olivia Tattersfield and Lily Curnow from West End out in lane 6 with the lead. It is the first 2 crews through to the A final later on this week, and currently that is West End 31 in lane 6, Olivia Tattersfield, Lily Curnow, and Waikato number 5 in lane 4, Hannah Tomlin and Isabel Malville. So the crew from West End, that looks to be like the under-18 pair from Mount Albert Grammar School, rowing under their West End colours. Can see a big Mount Albert Grammar School cohort cheering for their pair out there on the outside. So there is clear water between the West End pair in lane 6 and the Waikato pair in lane 4, coached by the Waikato Dio crew. We then go back to the Waikato crew in lane 2, currently sitting on the edge of lane 2 and lane 3. That is Brooke Carter and Ella Henry. But we hear some big cheers from the West End girls down on the podium for Olivia Tattersfield and Lily Curnow. First 2 crews through to the A final. And in lane 6, it is the West End crew currently leading the charge as they enter the last 250 metres. They're closely followed, though, by Hannah Tomlin and Isabel Malville from Waikato. Waikato looking to make up some water. They've closed a little bit of the gap here in the closing stages. But it is still the crew from West End in the lead. with about 150 metres to go. It'll be these two crews that will go through to the A final, with the rest having to race in the B final. So Olivia and Lily from West End, they're through to the final 100 metres. Hannah and Isabel join them now. Both crews racing to the end. Both crews will be making that A final later on this week. Currently sitting in third place, Waikato number 4 in lane 2, and just behind them Whanganui Collegiate. But it will be the women's pair from West End. They cross the line now with just an edge of clear water over Waikato in lane 4. Those two crews will make up the A final later on this week. And the Waikato pair in lane 2 and Whanganui Collegiate in lane 3 will be racing in the B final. We now have the final repechage of the women's senior coxless pairs in lane 3, Waikato number 3, lane 4, Cure Boating Club number 1, lane 5, Avon number 4, and in lane 6, but it looks like they may be in lane 8, Waikato number 2. But it is the crew in lane 5 from Avon Rowing Club, Hannah Wiley and Jessica Tavendale, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leo Barrowcliff, currently in the lead here. Once again, it is the first two crews through to the A final, with the remaining crews, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, making the B final. And it is a battle here for second place between Waikato number 3 and Cure Boating Club. Waikato just with an edge over Cure with 500 metres to go. It is still anyone's race. So Waikato with half a boat length down on Avon in lane 5. Avon still maintaining their lead though, and Cure not too far behind, still in the hunt for a spot in the A final later on this week. So Hannah Wiley and Jessica Tavendale from Avon, they look to just hold that first place position. And we see the Waikato crew of Francis Casey and Alexandra Peoples. They're just trying to creep out. The bow ball of the Waikato boat is on the to maintain that lead off Waikato. It is very close here. Cure Boating sitting in second place. They've managed to take that semi-final spot off Waikato there. Can they hold it through to the end, and can Waikato push back? There's about 110 metres to go. These boats are very close. As people like to say, you could throw a blanket over the three of them. Cure Boating Club, though, now with a nose in front of Avon. Cure managing to push up into the lead. Abby Jenkins-McCaw and Lauren Sim in the second repechage of the women's senior coxless pairs have taken the lead from sitting in third place. Will they take that semi-final spot away from Avon? Waikato pushing up now. Waikato have pushed up just ahead of Avon Rowing Club, and it will be Cure and very close between Waikato and Avon. I'll let the judges make that call, but a great race in that last 500 from Abby Jenkins-McCaw and Lauren Sim from Cure Boating Club. They snuck from third place into first, and it's between Avon 4 and Waikato 3 for who will take that last spot in the A final. So we just wait for those results to be confirmed. There are very exciting closing stages of the women's senior coxless pair oars. It was Cure Boating Club with the win. Cure managing to come through in first place. And it was Waikato, number 3, managing to sneak ahead of Avon. Waikato, Avon 0.19 of a second behind Waikato, so it will be Cure Boating Club and Waikato making up the last 2 spots in the A final of the Women's Senior Coxless Pairs. We now move on to some bigger boats though. The first repechage of the Men's Novice Coxed 4. 4 crews in this first repechage here. Lane 3 is Petone number 1. Lane 4, Aramaho Wanganui number 1. Lane 5, Hawke's Bay number 1. And lane 6, Hawke's Bay number 2. But we look to the middle here in lane 4. Aramaho Wanganui out in the lead with nearly clear water over Hawke's Bay number 1 on their outside. It is just the first 2 boats through to the A final with 3rd to 6th place into the B. So everyone in this repechage here will get a final, but will it be an A final or a B final? They're just approaching the 1500 metre mark. And it is currently Aramaho Wanganui out in front and Hawke's Bay number 1 in 2nd place. They've got quite a clear lead over the rest of the field. So all going well in the final 500 metres. These will be the 2 crews to take 2 of the spots in the A final later this week. Those of you watching on the live stream will see that 1500 metre buoy in the background. Aramaho Wanganui just going through that mark now. Hawke's Bay have just gone through. Aramaho Wanganui have managed to extend their lead a little bit and get a little bit of clear water in between their boat and Hawke's Bay number 1. Hawke's Bay with clear water though over their teammates, also from Hawke's Bay in lane 6 and over Petone in lane 3. Aramaho Wanganui though just stepping on it again and getting some more clear water. The Hawke's Bay novices though, they're still in it, hanging on to 2nd place and looking for a spot in that A final later this week. At the moment it's pretty secure with about 300 metres to go. Aramaho Wanganui though looking nice and smooth there for novice rowers. This is their first year of rowing. And they approach the 1750 metre mark. They have 250 metres to go. Aramaho Wanganui managing to extend their lead to half a boat length of clear water. So a big push there through the last 250 metres. And they're through now. Hawke's Bay have lifted their rating. They're through the 1750 metre mark. They're looking to push up and close the gap between themselves and Aramaho Wanganui. Both of these crews, though, will make the A final later this week. Aramaho Wanganui's crew of Jordan Hallett, Kynan Brewer, Achilles Paikia and Christian Kiriona, coxed by Lauren Davies. They've had a great race and they're looking nice and relaxed out there as they come into the last 100 metres. The Hawke's Bay crew, Riley Russell, Ruben Pope, Kobe Holton, Josh Massingham and Zach Fitness as the coxswain. Also a great race from them, not letting Aramaho Wanganui too far out of their sights, but extending the gap over the rest of the field. It will be these 2 crews to make the A final of the Men's Novice Coxed 4. Well done to Aramaho Wanganui. They've just crossed the line. They will take out the first repechage, followed now by Hawke's Bay Rowing Club. We then go back to Hawke's Bay number 2 and Petone, who will go through to the B final of the Men's Novice Coxed 4. And then we see further down the course, about 750 metres into the race, is the second repechage of the Men's Novice Coxed 4. So we now look out to the second and final repechage of the men's novice coxed for a lot closer racing here in this repechage for a spot in the A final. In lane 2, we have Tauranga Boys number 1, lane 3, Auckland number 1, lane 4, Mercer Rowing Club number 1, lane 5, Auckland Rowing Club number 2, and in lane 6, Avon Rowing Club. But it is very close between Avon number 2 in lane 5, Mercer number 1 in lane 4, and Auckland number 1 in lane 3. Be the crew from Sacred Heart College in Auckland, coached by Mike O'Brien and Terry Dolan. But Mercer not letting them get away with it. Mercer still coming back at them. Auckland number 1 in lane 3, another crew from Sacred Heart College up in Auckland, rowing under the Auckland Rowing Club colours. They're not out of it either. Their bow ball is on the coxswain of the Mercer boat. It is just the first 2 crews through to the A final though, so it is very close as they approach the 1500 metre mark. Sacred Heart, the Auckland crew looking to extend their lead though. Mercer just holding on. Auckland with half a canvas of a lead here as they come to the 1500 metre mark. Auckland are through, Mercer are through, and Auckland number 1 are through. So again, very close between these 3 crews as they come into the closing stages of the second repechage of the men's novice coxed 4. The Auckland number 1 crew, they've done a big push though in the last 100 metres. They're looking to take the lead from their teammates out in lane 5. Auckland number 1 and Mercer number 1 now battling for that second place. Auckland number 2 in lane 5, they're still in the lead, but not by too much. Mercer managing to hold off Auckland number 1, but it is very close. Auckland number 1 making another push for it. We can just see Mercer still in the lead ahead of them, but there is about 300 metres to go. And anything can happen in novice racing. So we have the 1750 metre buoy. We can see that in the background of the live stream there. That means they have 250 metres to go, and who will cross through first, second and third? It is Auckland number 2 and Mercer, followed by Auckland number 1. Very close. There's less than a canvas between all 3 of these boats. But there is only space for 2 of them in the A final of the men's novice coxed 4. So will it be Auckland number 1, Mercer, or Auckland number 2? Mercer making a big push here. They've got their nose just in front of Auckland number 2. They've left it to the last 250 metres, given it a gamble, and it's currently paying off for them. They've pushed ahead. The coxswain looks across. A huge push here from Mercer as they enter the last 100 metres. Mercer currently in the lead, and it's a battle between Auckland number 1 and Auckland number 2 for the second place in the semi-final. Mercer have pushed out again, and the bow ball is now on the stroke of the Mercer crew. So a huge push here from Mercer. Well done to Mercer Rowing Club. They will take the spot in the semi-final, and it will be Auckland in lane 5 over Auckland in lane 3. Big high fives there in the Mercer crew, and well deserved, because that was a great final 250 metres of racing. Mercer just surging up and claiming that second to last spot in the A final of the men's novice coxed 4. And I believe the Auckland number 2 crew in lane 5 finished just ahead of the Auckland number 1 crew in lane 3 for that final spot. We then come back to Avon in lane 6. Avon will be in the B final with Auckland number 1, as well as Tauranga Boys College down here in lane 2. They will race later on this week in the B final of the men's novice coxed 4. This event was sponsored by Laszlo Boats, so we thank Laszlo for their support of this race. And we then wait for the women's novice coxed quadruple sculls. The first repechage of 2. Looks like they haven't started yet, so just looking down there. We actually have a bit of a break, so they won't be down there. Currently rowing up to the start if anyone's interested. We will be back at 3:36 for the start of the women's novice coxed quadruple sculls.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
and we'll just wait while they're getting themselves sorted. Okay, we can see them getting organised now. And just while waiting, yes, it was wonderful to fly in, and the area looked absolutely fantastic. So we've got a couple of repechage events here, kindly sponsored by Rob Bristow, Rowing Images. As we can see them just getting themselves nice and straight there. This is the Women's Novice Quad, as they get themselves sorted. Let's just have a look who's in these crews here. So for Hawke's Bay, we've got Lucia, Hazel, Summer, Emma and Madison Bartlett is coxing. Hamilton 21, we've got Kiliana, Emily, Holly, Bella and Elisa Bransmar coxing. For Whangarei 3, we've got Imogen, Cameron, Chloe, Ruby and Lila Ware is the cox. For Whangarei 2, we've got Indy, Arabella, Pippa, Sienna and Brooke McAzy is the cox. Cambridge 2, we've got Pippa, Harper, Stella, Harriet and Sophie Stratford is the cox. And for Cambridge 3, we've got Lily, Myla, Juliet, Sarah and Jack Hurley is cox. So as we're counting down, keep an eye on the oh, and they're away. They're away, there they go, making their way down. So they'll be getting into their work. Coxers will be talking them through. Good conditions today. The wind's moved around a little bit and it's certainly picked up a smidgen now, but I think we all agree this is great rowing conditions and looking good. So as we make their way out, we can see down on the inside there in lane 2, Hawke's Bay have just dropped back about a length, as have the crew out on the far side there, that's Clifton. But it's early days for these Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Schools. In the middle, lane number 5, Whangarei 2, they've just got their noses in front there by a canvas, but just outside them is Cambridge in lane 6, who've gone with them. So getting into their work now as they come their way down. Again, the crew on the outside, lane 7, Clifton, have just dropped back a length and just given them a little bit of clear water. But these 3 crews have taken their nose out front. This is a repechage number 1. So it's the first 2 who are going to progress through to the semi-final and the rest are eliminated. So if we look at the 3 crews who've got themselves away, lane number 3 is Hamilton 21, Kiliana, Emily, Holly, Bella and Elisa Bransmar, coached by Rachel Brown and Megan Giles. They're very much in the mix here. In the middle lane, Whangarei 2, Indy, Arabella, Pippa, Sienna and Brooke McAzy is the cox. Just outside of them is the Cambridge 2 crew, Pippa, Harper, Stella, Harriet and Sophie Stratford coxing. They're making the way down, and it is those last 2 crews, Cambridge 2 and Whangarei 2, who are just holding those 2 positions. But in lane number 3 is Hamilton, and they're very much in this. Still, it is just about nearly a boat length. I'd say they are a boat length back now. They've just had a couple of minor hiccups there, and those other 2 have just gone away from them as they bring themselves down. Looking back through the field there, we can still see Clifton in that lovely blue boat. They're trying to get back involved. Hamilton 21 in the mix. Whangarei 3 have just dropped back slightly there. They'll be hoping to put a big move through there. But it is these 3 boats who've gone away. Let's have a look at them again as they come on through. Nice work from Cambridge here. They've got themselves in that second place with around about a couple of seats. But there is clear water. to the Wangare boat as they come on down. I'll take a look through the binoculars now. Being followed down by the number 3 safety boat. Wonderful footage here from our drones, so that's great to see. Thank you obviously to Milford for their support of the rowing events here, and a big shout out to all the volunteers as well, who obviously without whom the regattas can't come together. So they're making their way down towards the 1,000 metre mark. Couple of heats here. This is obviously repechage 1 and the women's novice Cox quadruple schools. Race number 205 will be racing through to about 5:30 tonight. Weather's certainly playing its part. And again, we can see there is a lead crew there going out. They've been followed through by that Cambridge crew of Pippa, Harper, Stella, Harriet and Sophie Stratford, coached by Carl Manson and Elisa George. So the lead crew are just look like they're managing that gap there. Cambridge is certainly just trying to drag them back in, stay with them. Third place has dropped at least a clear boat length back. That's in lane number 3, that's Hamilton. Outside of them is Wangare 3. They're also a length and a half back. Down on the inside, Hawke's Bay have dropped away. Clifton 3 are also a couple of lengths back. So it is these lead 2 boats who are coming through, and it has closed a little bit there. But I think we can say that Wangare 2, that's Indy, Arabella, Pippa and Sienna, with Brooke McCasey, coached by Chris Williams and Isabella Hunter-Willits. They'll be pleased with this, just getting through to that semi-final. Always a very competitive class, lots of boats in this category. Good to see here from Cambridge too. They're getting into their work now and looking quite smooth, but it is that lead boat in lane number 5, Wangare 2, as they come down now and they're picking up, making their way down to the 1,500, still a little bit away, but they're getting down there as the colour of the buoys will change. Out on the far side in lane number 7, that's Clifton 3. They're really racing for those 3rd and 4th spot, but it is these 2 boats. As we make our way down, we can see the wonderful local area here. I had a great joy driving through that this morning. See that mist and cloud hanging over the lake, and just it was absolutely beautiful. So there we go there by the 1,500 metre mark. They've gone past that, so they're now in to this final run down, this next 250. It has closed up a little bit there. We can see that the Cambridge crew, Cambridge have just closed up a smidge, and it's still a little bit of clear water, but Wangare 2 are going to take this out, as we can see the Rowing New Zealand Performance Centre there in behind, and then they'll be coming to the bank where all the, not all the tents and marquees, but certainly a few tents and marquees are placed there. Great to see the rowers chilling out there in between their events. So, making their way down here. They're just coming up to the 1750. And it is these wonderful sky blue outfits with the big W on the back. Big W for winners. This is Wangare 2, Indy, Arabella, Pippa, Sienna and Brooke. Brooke is coxing, coached by Chris Williams and Isabella Hunter-Willits. There's some calls from the outside. Over on just outside of them there, it is in lane number 6, Cambridge 2. Pippa, Harper, Stella, Harriet and Sophie who make their way down. Wonga have got this and they're managing it quite nicely. Remembering this is the novice Cox quadruple schools, the first repechage as they make their way down. Couple of videos being shot from the sideline here, and they've managed to stay with them all the way through. They're just going a little bit longer here in their stroke. Wangare and Cambridge are just chopping that a little bit, trying to rein them in, but as we bring it down to the line, these are the two that are going through. Lane number 5 are going to take the win. That's Wangare 2. They go over the line. There we go, they take the win. They do have about half a boat length of clear water over lane number 6. Lane number 6 is Cambridge 2. They'll both qualify. Lane number 3 coming over next. That's Hamilton 21. They'll get third, but unfortunately won't go through. I believe the rest are eliminated. The other ones go through to semi-final. And next is lane number 4. That's Wangare 3. Then we come back down the field. Over on the far side there, it's lane number 7. That's Clifton 3. And just looking back slightly further in lane 2 is Hawke's Bay 1. So that's that race on the way. And then we'll pick the next one up when we can. This is the repechage 2 of the women's Cox quadruple schools. Event number 206. Again sponsored by Rob Bristow, long-time supporter of KRI, very pleased obviously to continue for another season and obviously as an event sponsor as well. Has been photographing New Zealand rowing for over 25 years and the images of NZ and overseas regattas since 2001 can be found on his website. So here we go, let's have a quick look at these other crews. And again, it's number 1 and 2 who will progress to the semi-final with the rest eliminated. We've got Pororua 1 in lane number 2. Lane 3, Star Boating Club 1. Lane 4 is Tiawa Mutu, where I'm staying currently and thoroughly enjoyed it there last night. Lane 5, Star Boating Club 2. And in lane 6, North Shore 2. So as I pick it up now, again, wonderful footage from the drone here. It's great to hear them buzzing about. This is event number 206, the women's Cox quadruple schools. We see there's a crew who've gone well out in front. Let's just get the binoculars on this as well. There's going to be there's 4 crews in this. So I'll just quickly check and see who I've got, if somebody is scratched. Oh no, there's a crew back there. I've picked them up now, but it is the Star Boating Club crew, Star Boating Club 1, who have got a commanding lead here. It's Octavia, Alessana, Miranda, and Rui, and Selma Smith is the coxswain. This is for Star Boating Club. They've got, and looking very relaxed there, and again for a novice crew, they're looking pretty good. They've obviously been working together for a while. Looking back down the field, it is the crew just outside of them, which is Tia Awamutu, Ari, Alia, Mariara, and Elizabeth, with Pua Jacob is coxing. So they are making their way down, and they're sitting in second at the moment, and it is the first 2 who go through. There's another Star Boating Club 2 who are just trying to read them in, but I think they're a length or so back. And then outside of them is the North Shore 2 crew. So as they come on down, and you can see the Star Boating Club with a very comfortable 5 or 6 lengths in the blue and white stripes in lane number 3. Star Boating Club, Octavia, Alessana, Miranda, and Rui, with Selma Smith coxing, looking very comfortable with this victory here in this repechage. as they bring themselves down. Just another few strokes to go. They'll be very pleased with that and looking forward to the semi-final as they bring themselves down in lane 3, Star Boating Club. There they go. They take the victory. Still sitting in second place in this heat, in this repechage, in lane 4. In lane 4 is Tiawamutu, Ari, Alia, Maria, Elizabeth, and Puha Jacob. They're going to take second place. Just a few more strokes, making their way down. There may well have been a bit of a gap to them there, but they've stayed together all the way through in lane number 4, and they're going to take second place. Unfortunately, that means Star Boating Club in lane 5 are going to miss out, as are North Shore, who are going to miss out. So that is our women's novice Cox quadruple schools, the 2 repechages. There's another crew making their way down. They might have... Yep, they're bringing themselves down there now. I'll just see if the other race is started off. Yes, it has. So let's pick up and just go through race number 207 in today's program here at Lake Karapiro, which is just looking wonderful. That breeze is just coming in and out intermittently, but we've got beautiful blue skies there, majestic clouds. And at race number 207, the women's intermediate single schools, repechage 1, number 1 and 2 will progress through to the semi-final, and the rest are eliminated. So we've got several heats here. So let's have a look. For lane number 2, we've got Waikato 2, which is Martha DeLong. In lane 3, we've got Waikato 1, which is Ellie Dean. In lane 4, Avon 3, Katie Mitchell. In 5, Pororua 1, Lele Mackay. In lane 6, Wakatane, Debbie Rowe. And in lane 7, West End 2, Isabel Lloyd. So, they're coming down now as we pick up the footage on the screen. Race number 207, women's intermediate, single schools. There they come, bringing themselves down. Let me pick up the lane there. Let's look in lane 5. See if I can see them through the binoculars here as well. You can see Avon there, along with Waikato on the inside of them, but out front is that wonderful blue and red rowing suit there. That's our leader at the moment, which is Pororua, Layla McKay, coached by Tim Parker. Just going to double check some of these uniforms here, because obviously not you. Yes, it is indeed PORC. There's Pororua. They're leading the way down. Waikato in... They're sitting in second place. Avon sitting in third. That's Katie Mitchell. But it is Waikato 1, Ellie Dean. Ellie Dean is sitting in second place. As they make their way down there, we come to the last 100 metres. 125 to go. Pororua in lane number 5. Stretching out. Yes, she's got some clear water there. We come to lane 3, Waikato. That is Ellie Dean is sitting in second. Avon are sitting in third. That's Katie Mitchell. She's not going to make a move from there. Over on the far side, in lane number 7, that's West End, Isabel Lloyd. But going over the line now for the victory, qualified to the semi-final, is Pororua. That's Lila McKay. Well done. Waikato 1, Ellie Dean, also qualifies in this repechage. That's lane number 3. Well done. And then Avon come over the line for third place. This is the first repechage in the women's intermediate single schools. If I'm not mistaken, I believe there's 4. Yes, there is. There's 4 repechages. So, Next up, they're on the course already. Let's have a look as they come through thick and fast. Race number 208. Lane 2, we've got Petoni 2. That's Emma McRobbie. In 3, West End 3, Tiriani Imos. Lane 4, Rotorua 4 is Ella May McElroy. In 5, Hamilton 1, Murihari Radmaker. Wangare 4 is Leia Stowe. And for Hawke's Bay 1, it's Kara Dawkins. So, again, we have a look at our screens here as we look at the wonderful Lake Carapiro here, looking back down, and the hills in the background. So this is repechage number 2, event number 208, sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket Leamington. So thank you to Fresh Choice for their wonderful support. I think they've been long-time supporters, and it is the local supermarket, just 5 minutes drive away, open from 7 a.m. until 9 p.m. They also welcome pre-orders, and you can obviously collect on their driveway. So whether you're a local or whether you're just visiting, great facilities to use, and thank you for their support. So here we see the race coming down, and we've got a couple of rowers out front here. Just want to make sure I get the... It's looking like Hamilton in lane 5. Hamilton in lane 5. Murihari Raidmaker, coached by Georgia Allen, in lane 5. She's got the lead at the moment, and just inside there is the red uniform of Rotorua. That's Ella May. They're our leading scullers coming down. The rest of the field are several lengths back. We can see them coming down there. There's the other crews. Sorry, the other single scullers coming down with the umpire boat just in the middle there as they make their way to the 1500. Meanwhile, our leading protagonists, that's a wonderful coloured row shoot there, the red and white of Hamilton. Keeping it pretty steady. Then we come across to the red and green of Rotorua. Just trying to find that on my sheet. Yes, there it is. Rotorua Rowing Club. So that's Ella May McElroy, coached by Alistair Riddle. She's sitting in second place. So it's the first two who progress through to the semi-final. Very competitive in this intermediate category. We look back down the field and there's Wangare, and down on the inside that'll be Petoni there, and just picking up Hawke's Bay as well. There's Hawke's Bay with the white bucket hats on there. Good to see. It's still Hamilton in the lead. They'll be very happy to get through to the semi-final in lane number 5. There she comes down. She's got some clear water over the Rotorua crew. Rotorua just rating slightly higher. Just trying to close it up. There we go, just going a little bit shorter in those strokes, but at a higher rating. But it is Hamilton, Murihari Redmaker, who's going to take the win. This is event number 208. So over the line she goes now. About a boat length to clear water against lane 4. That's Rotorua. That's our 1 and 2. So they go through. The rest of the field now coming through, making their way down. That's Hawke's Bay. Petoni and Wangare. Let's look at the next race, 209. It's repechage number 3. Again, the first 2 will qualify through. We've got Rotorua 3, Lauren Thompson. Rotorua 2, Grace Hack. Avon 1, Emma Gardner. In lane 5, Wangare 2, Hainwa Baltus. Waikato 4, Hensy Wong. So, they're also well down the course. I'm picking them up. They're past the, well past the 1,000-metre mark. In fact, the leader here is making their way down to the 1,500 with a very healthy lead, and that is a Avon rower. Let's pick them up. That is Avon. That's Emma Gardner. Emma Gardner from Avon, coached by Marcella Tuffus and Jake Luthi. Remember Jake rowing many years ago. Here we go. And looking back down, I can see Waikato. They're just trailing the Wangare 2. And then on the inside, it is the 2 Petone rowers, sorry, Rotorua rowers, Lauren Thompson and Grace Hack has come down. But here's our leader. This is repechage number 3 in lane number 4 for Avon. Avon 1, Emma Gardner, women's intermediate single schools. Looking quite relaxed there. When you've got that kind of lead, you can be looking back, maybe conserving a little bit of energy. You don't need to stress too much, and you see the banking behind with the first of the tenths there. Absolutely magnificent footage here, so thank you again to obviously Milford Asset Management. And probably 10 lengths there as she can look back, cruise through to the end, happy in the knowledge that she's going through to a semi-final. This is heat number 209. As we see the other end, oh, that's great footage there as we get to see here. Lovely. Again, remembering this is intermediate single schools. Absolutely fantastic. That boat is moving really quite nicely. And we just see the blades coming out there and skimming back across. This is magnificent footage. Really is. So thank you to the to everyone working here, both as a volunteer or for our coverage, because that's great to see there. She comes over the line. Last couple of strokes now in lane 4. Emma Gardner from Avon. There we go. Over the line, and be very happy with that. I'll be interested to see the time of that. I'll try and pick that up for you when I can and compare that with the last one. So I'll be interested to see what that timing is. As we come down now, in second place, in lane number 3, she's just got, oh, there's a big late drive from the other Rotorua, but it is lane 3, Grace. Grace is going to hold on. It's closed up. Lane 3, get over the line. Yes, there she is. It's Grace. Grace Hack has gone over the line, beating Lauren Thompson. So well done. The rest of the crew's coming over there. That's Wangare coming over the line now. And then we look back to Waikato, who are just cruising through now as well. They know they've missed out on the semi-final. So this is race number 210. They might have just had a slight delay in getting away there. This is the last repechage. And again, just a reminder that we're thanking our sponsors, which is Fresh Choice Supermarket in Leamington. I'll be sure to be paying them a visit later. So let's have a look at this last race, repechage number 4. Again, the same as the previous 3 heats. The first 2 go through to the semi-final and the rest are eliminated. So we've got Wakatane, Grace Eamunga, Waikato 3 is Eddie Crouchley, Petone is Ava Kilmister, and Wangare 3 is Elizabeth Gould. So 4 in this heat, making sure everyone's on water there. And they are. And we can see there's a Waikato crew there. That is Eddie Crouchley, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. She's got the lead at the moment with the W, the sky blue rowing suit with the big W on the back as she looks across. That's Elizabeth Gould, coached by Chris Williams. She's looked across, and again we can see there's a couple of lengths, probably 3 lengths of clear water there, but it's the first 2 who go through. Looking back, we can see there's the Petone crew there, sorry, the Petone boat there, that's Ava Kilmister. And just down there on the inside is Wakatone 2, that's Grace. They unfortunately are following them down and not going to make the semi-final. As these 2 make their way down, I'm just going to see if I can give you the time on that previous heat as well. I've had a look at a couple of the others. 9:03, that was a very quick time from Emma Gardner today compared to the previous heat to that, which was 9:28, and the heat before that was 9:21. So we can certainly say today that Emma's put in a lovely time there. As they make their way down, we're into just in front of the control tower here, commentary box and the stands. I'm sure there'll be a couple of coaches down there quite happy with this. Lane number 4. This is Waikato. Eddie Crouchley has the lead and will make that semi-final. Outside of her there for Whangarei is Elizabeth Gould in lane number 6. They'll be pleased to get to the end there, the last couple of strokes as they come on through in the last of the women's intermediate single sculls, race number 210. There she goes, over the line, takes the win, and second place goes to Whangarei, Elizabeth Gould. So well done to Eddie Crouchley taking the win. And next 2 crews coming through. So still with our same sponsor here, we now have, let's have a look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 heats for the men's intermediate single sculls. The first heat is Waikato in lane 2. That's Richard Fulton. In lane 3 for Ashburton is Caleb Armstrong. In lane 4, North Shore 1, Cameron Elliott. In 5, Cambridge 3 is Josh Hutton. Lane 6 for Clifton is Hamish Perry. So, picking them up, as we can see here on the screen, it's repechage 1, event number 211, men's intermediate single sculls. First 2 going through to the semi-final. It's looking like Ashburton on the inside are sitting in second place. Be a good race here for second place. First at the moment is North Shore Cameron Elliott. Cameron Elliott with those sky blue blades dipping into the water, leaving a nice little sign of their entry and exit. Driving through. Outside of him is the Cambridge rower Josh Hutton, who's sitting in third at the moment. Down on the inside, though, is Ashburton. He has a big look across over his shoulder. He looks again, just losing a little bit of shape, but he's really putting it in. That's Caleb Armstrong, coached by Justin Wall. Our head of starting down at Ruataniwha does a lot of work down there and also a lot of coaching. So as we come down, there's only the first 1 and 2 are going through. It's going to be tight. At the moment, in lane 5, just stretching out. He's got a lead. Should be all very comfortable here. This is North Shore. Cameron Elliott in lane 4. In second place, it is lane 3. Big finish here. He's really up to his rating. And the young lad, Caleb Armstrong, he's going to take second from Ashburton. There we go, over the line is our winner in lane 5. That's Cameron Elliott. He takes the win. Ashburton takes second. And he's pretty happy with that. Over on the far side there is third. That's Josh Hutton in lane 6. Yes, Josh Hutton. So unfortunately he misses out. And then we have down on the inside lane number 4. That's not coming through. So lane number 5. Oh, I apologise. It was Josh Hutton actually who got that. I apologise there. I had the wrong one there. It was Josh Hutton who came through. My mistake. Race number 212, men's intermediate single schools, repechage 2. Let's have a look who we've got rowing here for Clifton. Clifton 3, we've got Sean Passmore. Waikato 3 in lane 3, that's Alex Pollock. In lane 4, Twizel is Ralph Henderson. In 5 for Cambridge 4 is Yitong Wang. In lane 6, Waitemata is William Zeng. And for Hawke's Bay, that's Ethan Guthrie. I think I'll owe Josh a ginger beer later for that one. Apologies. As we come on down now, let's try and pick this up. Again, we can see 3 crews have dropped off the back. This is race number 212, men's intermediate single schools. First 2 progressing through to the semi-final. And someone's got a mighty fine sun hat on there. That's the kind of thing I'd be wearing in the garden for many hours of lawn mowing. But it's undoubtedly doing the job, keeping those hearty rays that we have in New Zealand at bay. Clifton, that's Sean down on the inside here. He's dropped a few lengths back. And just outside of him, that is going to be Twizel 1. That's Ralph Henderson in lane 4. Yep, there's the wonderful green with the black hoop from Ashburton. Outside of him, a couple of lanes, is going to be William. Just want to make sure I've got William there with the hat. But it's Ralph from Ashburton, Ralph Henderson, coached by Kelvin Maker and Sarah Henderson. Again, it's the first 2 going through. Out on the far side there, we've got Hawke's Bay Ethan Guthrie, who's trailing. Down on the inside, it's the sky blue and white. That's going to be Sean from Clifton. But as we come on down, and it is the Timaru in lane 4. Timaru in lane 4, Ralph Henderson. Kelvin will be very happy. He'll be stroking his beard. In lane 6 is Waitemata. That's William Zeng, coached by Brian Hawthorne. They'll both be going through to the semi-final as Twizel are going to take this race 212. Ralph is going to take the win here in lane 4, and it is William Zeng who's going to take the second spot. So they come down. He's over the line now. That's Ralph Henderson in lane 4. And then just outside there is in lane 6. That's William Zeng, coached by Brian Hawthorne. They're going to take the next 2 spaces. Let's see as the rest of them come over the line. that was Clifton there. Let me just make sure I've got that right. Yes, that was Clifton. Sean Pashmore coming over the line. Let's see what I can pick up here coming down for this next heat. I can see Star Boating Club have made a move already as the drone skims across here. Let's have a look who we've got. This is repechage number 3. Race number 213, North Shore Rowing Club 2, Hawke's Bay Rowing Club 3, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club 1, Star Boating Club 2, Hawke's Bay Rowing Club 4, and Ashburton Rowing Club 2. So, picking through the names here for North Shore, we've got William Klingen. Hawke's Bay 3 is Talon Gremmel May. Dunstan Arm is Liam Pyle. Star Boating Club is Luke Boschenstein. Hawke's Bay is Aston Evard, and Ashburton 2 is Peter Armstrong. So, there's a couple who've gone out there. We always get a little bit of a spread of these fields in the men's intermediate single schools. Again, our previous sponsor, so I should mention them again. It is Fresh Choice Supermarket in Leamington. As they come on down here, and we can see that is Star Boating Club there, who are just sitting in second spot. That's Dunstan Arm. That's Liam Pyle, coached by Simon Smith. They're our leading two at the moment. Ashburton out there. Let's have a look for Ashburton. That's Peter Armstrong, young rower. Be pleased to be up here and enjoying the facilities. There's just a pretty consistent breeze here now, but still fairly gentle, more of a zephyr. But it's the yellow Bill and Ben hat. For those of a certain age, they will remember Bill and Ben, the flower pot men. For everyone else, will have no idea what I'm talking about. But anyway, I love Bill and Ben. And it's a great row suit, that, because you can see their colours here. It's the green, yellow and blue of Dunstan Arm, leading the way down with Star Boating Club in the blue and white stripes. As they look there, he's stretching nice and long there, getting good value. They can both see back down the field. They've both got this in the bag, and they'll be very happy with that. This is race number 213, men's intermediate single schools. For Star Boating Club, this is Luke Buschenstein, coached by Brooke Walker and Ella Pudney. And Dunstan Arm is Liam Pyle, coached by Simon Smith. I did mean to check in with Simon and just see how many rowers he'd brought up, but I know they've had a large growth in their girls program, or women's program, should I say, and great to see them having an 8 out there earlier. And I think they came second, if I'm not mistaken, in that heat, which was great to see. So we look back down the field. There's a couple there that's Hawke's Bay, and down on the inside North Shore. Over on the far side, the Ashburton rower of Peter Armstrong is staying with them, but it is Dunstan Arm in lane number 4, who's looking nice and strong there. Lane number 4 is Liam Pyle. As he comes down his last 2 or 3 strokes, he's just upped his rating there. They do have a big finish, Dunstan Arm. It seems to be something that they coach in, and you see them really up the rating quite late on. And here we see in lane number 5, that's Luke Boschenstein. Apologies for the pronunciation. But he'll be very happy with that as well, taking that second place, going through to the semi-final. Again, if I just look at the times here for the last couple of heats, we've seen an 8:31 and we've seen an 8:19. And I'll keep an eye on what the next one is. So 8:19, 8:23, 8:27. And then the last one was 8:31, 8:37, 9. So be great to see what this next one is as we keep an eye on that and just get it confirmed. Race number 213, we don't have the official times coming through yet. But looking back down, we pick up race number 214, repechage for our penultimate men's intermediate single schools repechage. Let's have a look. Only 4 crews in this one, and it's Hawke's Bay 2, Jack Williams, St. George's, Nathan Strachan, Wangare 1 is Casey Podesta, and Avon 2 is Cameron Dignot. And we can see already, let me have a quick look here. It looks like we've only got 3 out there. Yeah, it looks like I've got a scratching in the Avon crew. Cameron, can't pick Cameron up. I can see Hawke's Bay there. Jack Williams, he's sitting in 3rd, a few lengths back from our Wangare 1 rower of Casey Podesta. He's sitting in 2nd place, but following down, that's a row suit, I don't know, but it's lane number 4, which is St. George's. Nathan Strachan, coached by Alan Vesta. And again, look, you can see rating very, very steady there. He's got plenty more in the tank, so I wouldn't be reading too much into the time. He's got himself out front and then very much turning this into a training row here. This is repechage number 4 for Nathan. Very controlled, saving that energy. We know we've got another one to come through, but these clearly are going to be our qualifiers from this. In lane number 4 for St. George's, that's Nathan Strachan. Really pretty relaxed there and holding that boat as it just flows along quite nicely. Just looking back in the light blue top for Wangare 1, that's Casey Podesta. He's going to come over the line, coached by Chris McCasey and Mike Podesta. So they're both going to go through, and then there's coming through in 3rd in lane 3 is Hawke's Bay's Jack Williams. So we're now picking up the last repechage 5 of the men's intermediate single schools. Race number 215 of our program. We're pretty much on time here, so well done to all the organisers and all the starters down the far end there, and boat holders. So, men's intermediate single schools, race 215, we've got Clifton 2, that's Noah Prendergast. In lane 4 for West End, we have Harrison Bacchus. In lane 5 for Hamilton 2, we have Blake Buxton. In lane 6 for Avon 1, we have Jamie Soper. So, here we can see lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6 being used. Only 4 crews in this last repechage on the wonderful Lake Carapiro here. As we can see, one of the umpire boats just coming in. Probably a little quick sort out, maybe some new fuel, maybe picking up a sandwich, who knows. But they make their way down, and we can see all 4 of them out there, and there's 3 of them in this, which is great to see. So let me get the binoculars out, and I pick up the numbers that it is Hamilton who are leading. Avon have just dropped off. That's Jamie Soper. So Avon out on the far side there have dropped a few lengths back. Down on the inside, that is Clifton 2, Noah Prendergast, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. He's going to be trying all he can to drag back in West End 1, Harrison Bacchus, who's coached by Nick Dorr and George Lawn. There's still a bit of time to go here, but he's going to have his work cut out. This is the last repechage, repechage number 5, race 2:15. Let's pick up our winner here, sorry, our leader here, I should say, in the red and white checks. Always makes me think of the Croatian top, football top, those Hamilton colours, and with those blades coming out. He's chopping pretty short, but he's got the lead. West End is coming back at him. That's Harrison Bacchus. He's trying to drag him back in. You can see the rating here from Hamilton. That's Blake. No, he's just got a bit of clear water there as we look across to the bank, and we can see the yellow boys. He's just managed to up that rating in 3rd place. It's not going to be enough. Is the Clifton 2-rower, Noah Prendergast. And these are our last 2 coming through in the finals. Let's just check on that time of that previous heat. That was 8:33 on that last one against 8:32. So we're going to see some great racing, and 8:31. These are going to be great semi-finals to watch as we make our way down. It is lane number 5 for Hamilton. Blake Buxton for Hamilton in lane number 5. It has closed up slightly. There's an increase in the rating there from lane 4. That's Harrison Bacchus. He's closed it up. He's closed that. He's really finishing strongly. He's got back to half a boat length. Wow, he's had a big finish there. Well done. Well done to Harrison. That's our 1 and 2. Clifton are going to come through 3. That's Noah. That was the 5 heats, the 5 repechage heats that we look at. And there's Canterbury. There's Avon, Jamie Soper coming through. Race number 216 is the men's senior single sculls. Let me see how many heats of this we have. Men's senior single sculls, looking like 4 heats. Yes, 4 heats with 1 and 2 to finish. Let's just check on who our sponsor is for this. I believe this is Waipai District Council. Waipai District Council is proud to call Waipai the home of champions. Council knows that events like this play a huge role in our successful recovery from COVID-19, and we look forward to a busy season, obviously making sure that everyone stays safe and makes the most of these activities with family and friends. So it is important when you finish today, let's just take our time driving home. Okay, make sure we have had a little bit of water, and we're all feeling ready for the journey home so we get home safe to our families. Nice rowing here. We see event number 216, the men's senior single sculls. We've got 4 heats with 1 and 2 going through to the final and the rest eliminated. So let's have a look who we've got rowing here. Lane number 2 for West End 1, we've got Atarnas Alapiv. West End 2, we've got Talisman Lloyd. In lane 4 for Aramaho Wanganui, we've got Wilf Allison. Lane 5 for Wairo is Tristan Gregory Hunt. And in Tauranga 3, in lane 6, we've got Xavier Jarvis. So, great to see the men's senior single sculls out. And making their way down, that is Wairo. That's the green and the white V of Wairo, with their nose in front, and that's Tristan Gregory Hunt, coached by Mark James and Matt Straker. He's got the lead here as they're making their way down to the 1750 mark, but hasn't given it away yet. There's the wonderful rose suit, the red and gold stripes or red and yellow stripes of Aramahoa Wanganui, Wilf Allison, surely the best name of any rowing club in New Zealand. Absolutely wonderful, and he's not giving it away. He wants to stay with him. A quick look across. They've left the rest of the field. If I look outside on the far side there, Tauranga 3, Xavier Jarvis is a couple of lengths back, but it is only the first 2 who are going through. Down on the inside, we also look to the 2 West End crews. Atarnus and Talisman, who are going to be left. But it is Wairo in lane number 5. The green rose suit making the way down. They're going to take the win. Aramahoa Wanganui. Will Fallison is going to take a comfortable second. Great to see them the last few strokes. That's our first repechage, as we just see them making the last couple of strokes to get over the line and take the first 2 places in the semi-final. Here we have Tristan Gregory Hunt over the line, as is Wilf Allison. I think they have a quick chat there as well. 3rd place is going to go to Tauranga Xavier Jarvis, unfortunately not getting him through to the semi-final. And then West End Atarnus comes over the line, and then Talisman coming over the line in a second. That's race number 216. Next heat, 217, men's senior single sculls, repechage 2. As the drone sweeps back, it's wonderful to hear them buzzing around. So in this we have Cure Boating Club, Flynn Mercer. Hamilton 1 is Justin Smythe. North Shore 1 is Jack Harrison. And Dunstan Arm 3 is Hamish Yeatman. Let me have a look through the binoculars here. Unless he's got the same name as a young Hamish Yeatman. There's 3 out there. It is again Hamilton. Hamilton, Justin Smythe, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. He's got a comfortable lead here as we look across, and he just gets to the 1500 marker. Just hitting the 1500 marker there. Comfortable. 2 to 3 lengths of clear water. Down on the inside is the purple there. Purple of Cure Boating Club, Flynn Mercer. Sitting in second place, we can see the number 4 umpire boat there, and just beside the umpire boat is the North Shore rower. I'm picking that there's a scratching there on the yes, looks like he hasn't started. He's been scratched. The Dunstan Arm rower of Hamish, that's been scratched. Not sure that was the right name in there. But anyway, these 3 are making their way down. It is Hamilton, Justin Smythe, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. As we have a look, holding that position just at the end there, just cruising on through, keeping that boat moving. You can see the bank in the background and the tents. Nice little puddles coming off the blades there. That's great to see. The first 2, as we know, in these repechages going through. I think we can safely call it that it's Flynn down on the inside. Flynn for Cure Boating Club. Out by Kaipoi there on the local river. But it's Hamilton with the red and white checks. Lane number 4. He takes a comfortable win there. For Hamilton. Over the line he goes. And Cure Boating Club, lane number 3, takes second place. That's race number 217. And again with the footage, we look across to the stands there. Been a lot of sun today. I was glad I brought my hat down, I can tell you that. Just a little bit of cloud cover coming in now. But again, the drone sweeps around and we look to pick up the next race, which is 2-1-8. Repechage 3. Repechage 3. It says Dyson School for Girls, but I'm not too sure about that. I think it's the Evergreen Boating Club. But Ashburton Rowing Club are in lane 4. Waikato are in lane 5. Tauranga are in lane 6. So as we see them here, we've got the 4 boats on the water. And it is, as they hit, get through the binoculars again, they're making their way to the 1500. That's Waikato there. Waikato, that's Sebastian Fulton, who's got the lead at the moment, and just sitting in second place outside of him for Tauranga 2 is Luke Berquist, coached by Simon Aubrey. So I know that Luke will be keeping a very close eye on our Ashburton rower there, Tim Connolly-White, again coached by Justin Wall. And just looking back, yeah, there's our 4th rower for the Evergreen Boating Club, that's Sawyer Hall. He's a few lengths back. So Ashburton, Tim Connolly-White will be hoping to get involved, but we're coming down to the 1750, making our way down there, and it is the red, gold and green Waikato strip for Sebastian Fulton. He's got about 3/4 of a boat length there over our Tauranga rower, Luke Berquist. And he's just trying to keep with him, definitely managing that space back to Ashburton, because in this Repechage 3, it is the first 2 who progress through to the semi-final. As they make their way down, these 2 have got these positions in the bag, just need to keep controlled. Just seen an increase in the rating there from Waikato. Sebastian Fulton, just wanting to protect the win. Everyone will be aware of the times and then getting the lanes that you want. So as they come on down, men's senior single schools, Repechage 3, and it has closed up a little bit there. Tauranga Luke has just closed that up on Sebastian, but Sebastian going over the line. There we go, with Tauranga coming in second, and Ashburton's Tim Connolly-White will come in third. They all take a well-earned breather just there. And then we come to our last repechage in the men's senior single schools. As I said earlier, sponsored by Waipa District Council. And I know councils always can get a bit of a bad rap with everything apparently their fault, but I think we know that there's people will be working hard and to provide all the best facilities that they can. And certainly you've got some wonderful facilities here. I've enjoyed driving on your local roads. So let's look at this next one. The Repechage 4, race number 219, Canterbury Rowing Club 1. We've got Wairau 2, Auckland 2 and Auckland 3. So Canterbury 1 is Sam Cleland, coached by Josh Schmidt. Wairau 2 is Edwin George, coached by Kay Sergenor and Matt Straker. Auckland 2 is Jack McDonald, coached by Peter Mills, and Peter also coaches Trent Marshall. And this is looking like a good race here. We've got 3 crews, 3 boats. Just picking up who is, there's Wairau, and out the back there I'm picking, that's one of the Auckland crews. Canterbury on the inside here, slightly back on the Wairau crew. So Edwin George, Edwin George has got the lead at the moment. Jack McDonald is sticking with these two. That's Jack McDonald from Auckland, and it's Canterbury Sam Cleland, who is just trying to stay with Edwin George there. So, men's senior single schools, the last repechage, and Auckland have just moved a little bit there. That's Jack McDonald. He's dragging him back. He's just getting that transfer through there. You can see him moving, and he is going. He's trying to close it up. He wants to get that last spot in the final. It's going to be a good finish to these repechages here. We can see Canterbury, Sam, as the drone comes around here. We've got our leader from Wairau, Edwin George. He's maintaining a little bit of clear water there, and he's going to take it, and it is Auckland, Jack McDonald, who's gone with him, and left Canterbury 1, Sam Cleland, back. So it is these two who are going to go through. It is Auckland 2, and Wairau. And it's closing up again. As I go back to the binoculars, there's the red and black in lane number 5. Jack McDonald, coached by Peter Mills. And it's definitely closing up. He's wanting to prove a point. Wairau, Edwin George in lane number 4. Yep, certainly it's closing up now. We can see it's changing with each stroke, but just still in front is Wairau, Edwin George. This is going to be a big finish as we're going to come right down to the line. I'm going to look at the screen. It's great to be here in Lake Karapira because your commentary tower is right in with the finish line, which we don't have, unfortunately, at Lake Ruataniwha. It's pretty close to call. It's changing with every stroke, but I'm calling it Wairau of just right on the line, but only just. That's neck and neck. Neck and neck. That man deserves a DB. In fact, they both deserve a DB there. Well done. That was repechage number 4. Race number 219, men's senior single schools. I will actually keep an eye on that because I want to... Let's see what the last couple of times were. 8:05, 7:55, 7:58. I don't have the confirmed time yet for this. But anyway, as we see now, we're at race 220, the women's senior single schools. We've got Hauraki Plains Rowing Club. Sounds like a radio station. Waikato Rowing Club 2, Rotorua Rowing Club 1, and Waikato Rowing Club 3. So, Hauraki Plains, Rebecca Adams, coached by Jeremy Cryer. Waikato 2 is Madeleine Ashby, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. Rotorua 1 is Tegan Negus, coached by Alistair Riddle. And Waikato 3 is Anna Gallagher, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. So, Anna and Steve have got a couple of crews in this. Hauraki Plains, Rebecca Adams, Rotorua, Tegan Negus. As we pick them up now, we see the umpire boat there, and it is the Waikato 3 rower out on the far side, Anna Gallagher, who's dropped a few lengths back. But it's the other 3, Rebecca, Madeleine, and Tegan, who make their way down. Rotorua, Tegan Negus has the lead at the moment. Yes, it's the red row suit with the green hoop for Rotorua Rowing Club that is leading here, and just on the inside of her there is Madeleine Ashby. Just a little bit of a gap between them, but still plenty of racing to go here as they've gone past the 1,000 metre, well on their way down to the 1,500. Down on the inside there, that's the Hauraki Plains, Rebecca Adams in race 220. Again, just let me fill you in with how many heats there are on this. 1, 2, 2 heats in this, both. Again, it's 1 and 2 progressing to the semi-final. So, as they make their way down, hitting the 1,500 meters there, Rotorua, Waikato. Rotorua, Tegan has got the lead. Anna has dropped a few lengths back, but Tegan trying to be chased down by Madeline, and down on the inside is Rebecca Adams. So we can see the 3 of them there as they come down. Again, we see the performance center just in the background. And then we make our way to the bank. So she's got just over a boat length here. Can be managing that. So let me come back to the time in that last race. 7:53 and 7:53. So 0.04 of a second. 0.04 of a second. Wow, that was really close, that last race. So here we see them come on down. It is the first 2 who are going through, and unfortunately at the moment for Hauraki Plains, my favourite radio station, they are sitting in 3rd. But Rotorua Rowing Club in lane number 5, Tegan Negus, coached by Alistair Riddle, got this under control over a boat length of clear water and looking relaxed, but just still concentrating. Still rating along quite nicely there. It is lane 4, Waikato, Madeline Ashby, who's going to take 2nd place. A little bit of calling out from the crowd down below, but it is Rotorua who have got this. Tegan's got this, followed by Waikato. That's Madeline Ashby. They're going to take 1 and 2. They're through to the semi-final in that first heat of the women's senior single sculls. Event number 221, the 2nd repechage. The women's senior single sculls. Again, it's the number 1 and 2 who will progress. 3 crews in this. For Avon 2, we have Beth Dunbar, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barraclough. North Shore 1 in lane 4, we have Cassidy Luff, coached by Ella Campbell and Maren Howarth. And for lane 5, my favourite name, rowing club, Aramahoa Wanganui 1, Robin van Dyke. So let's see what we've got happening here. A big shout out to Aramahoa Wanganui. They are on one of the outside lanes there. They're at lane number 5, and they are sitting in 2nd place. But it is North Shore, Cassidy Luff, who has the lead at the moment. And then let's check with Avon there. That's Beth Dunbar, just sitting a few lengths back, unfortunately, from this. So it is these only 3 in this repechage number 2, and there's only 2 of them who are going to go through. I'll just come and give you the time for the last heat there, which was 8:53, followed by 9 minutes and then 9:08. So we can keep an eye on that. But here we have North Shore, Cassidy Luff, swinging along there quite comfortably. As she comes on down, making her way to the 1750, and we see there that the orange coloured buoys change into the bright yellow, which signifies that 250 to go. And it is the golden red of Aramahoa Wanganui. Robin van Dyke is sitting in 2nd place. Beth Dunbar for Avon sitting in third, but our leader from North Shore 1 in lane 4, Cassidy Luff. Be pleased to be making that semi-final. They'll be coming back, I'm sure, tomorrow to race this as we bring them down in this race. Now, I know we're going through today to around about after 5 o'clock, about 5:15, if I'm not mistaken. So we've got a few more races just to finish off today's program. I hope everyone's had a wonderful day, and we'll see you all back tomorrow, whether you're online or actually down here at the course. So making our way down the last few strokes in lane number 4 for North Shore, Cassidy Luff. She's just managed to stretch that out just a little bit more, and rowing in the Amber Fordham boat, she goes over the line. So well done to North Shore. Cassidy Luff takes that win. Second place in lane 5 for Aramahoa Wanganui is Robin van Dijk. Can't give you the name of that boat, I'm afraid, but well done there. Avon in lane 3, just making her way down, a few lengths back, and unfortunately not going to make that semi-final. That's the women's senior singles schools. Next we pick up the men's club coxless pair. Avon 1, Star Boating Club, Hamilton 1, North Shore 3 and West End 2. For Avon 1 we have Jacob Lorkin and Lawrence Birch. Star Boating Club, Ethan Wildash Chan and Seth Peake. Hamilton, Lucas Doughty and Jono O'Brien. North Shore 3 is Callum Jarvis and Jordan Clark. And West End 2 is Joel Milham and Joshua Drake. Again, as we see them making their way down, it can be difficult to pick up the colours on this coverage here, just with how the sun comes off the water. But great to see, good racing, event number 222 in today's program, and it is the red and white checks of Hamilton, and down on the inside is that's an Avon crew. That's Jacob Lorkin and Lawrence Birch in the men's club coxless pair. But it is Hamilton's Lucas Doughty and Jono O'Brien who've got themselves in front. And we should point out that it is the first 1 and 2 who progress to the semi-final, and the rest are eliminated. So it's looking like Hamilton and Avon who are going through. In third place, just slightly back, in lane number 5, is the North Shore 3 crew of Callum Jarvis and Jordan Clark. They're about a boat length back. You can see there, yeah, there's a bit of clear water on them. So Avon are managing that quite nicely as they come into the last 100 metres. Hamilton in lane number 4. M4, you can see them there. They're going to come through quite comfortably, take the win in this repechage. Avon just working that boat, just looking slightly choppy there in their style, but they're going to get the job done. Just stopping slightly in the water, where we look at lane 5 as he looks across. Yes, they know they've missed out. That's the North Shore crew of Callum and Jordan, and then it's Star Boating Club, Ethan and Seth, who just coming over the line now. Young rowers there, so well done. That was the first repechage of the men's club coxless pair. Now we move to the next one, and let me just see who the sponsor is on this. This may well be this is Rocket Spark. I'll have to find about those. Just give me a second. Let's see if I can find Rocket Spark. Where are they? Here they are. It's Cambridge-based website builder and e-commerce platform. Allows you to create code-free and beautiful websites. And who doesn't love a beautiful website? I know I do. Let's have a look here, and we've got a good field, a little bit of a spread, but let's see who we've got rowing. Again, wonderful coverage from those drones we've got. And it's repechage 2, race number 223, men's club coxless pair. So, let's see who we got here. We've got Waikato 3, that's Joshua Wilson and Charlie Squire, coached by Ben Tyson. Waikato 1 is Seamus Folly and Charlie Moon, again, coached by Ben Tyson. Tauranga 1 is Jack McClutchy and Matthew Ryder, coached by Simon Aubrey. North Shore 4 is Daniel Song and Sam Jameson, coached by Liam Avery. Nice race developing here. We can see the crews making their way down. They're getting to the 1500, and there's the 2 Waikato crews who are coming down first and second. That is Joshua Wilson and Charlie Squire, who've got the lead at the moment over Seamus Foley and Charlie Moon. From here it looks quite close. Yes, definitely the Waikato 3 who've got the lead at the moment. Sitting in third place is the Tauranga 1 crew of Jack McClutchy and Matthew Ryder. But they are a few lengths back, and it is the wonderfully colourful strip from Waikato of the red, yellow and green making the way down. We've got the green boat there on the inside and the yellow boat making their way. Not too much in this, and I'm sure there'll be a little bit of team bragging rights here. Just a little bit of clear water. Again, we see the performance centre in the background there. Somebody's finally moved that vehicle off the lawn. The groundsman will be pleased about that. And we start to get them into the bank here. They both know they're going to go through, so maybe they're not going to throw the kitchen sink at this, but Waikato 3 and Waikato 1, Joshua, Charlie, and Waikato 1, Seamus and Charlie are also going to be, so it's a battle of the right Charlies here. Who's going to come on through? And we can see a bit of a splash there, but they're coming on through, and they're going to take the 1 and 2 in the men's club coxless pair oars, kindly sponsored by Rocket Spark with those beautiful websites. And it is the green boat in lane number 3 for Waikato. That's Joshua and Charlie who are going to take this. And it's the lane 4 crew who are just coming through, going to take second place. Tauranga going to come in third, with North Shore further back taking fourth. That's race number 223. And now we come to the Women's Club Coxless 4. They're on the course, so let me quickly run through who we've got here. So the crews are Cambridge 21 in lane 2. In lane 3 is Hawke's Bay 1. Lane 4 is Petone 1. Lane 5, Nelson 1. Lane 6 is Hawke's Bay 2. So, as we sweep down the lake and we look at the lanes number 1 and 7 and 8 aren't being used. So, Cambridge Rowing Club, we've got Regan, Zara, Maya, Zara. Hawke's Bay, we've got Lydia, Lucy, Hannah and Lauren. Petone, we've got Erin, Zoe, Mia and Emma. Nelson 1, we've got Holly, Millie, Naomi and Madeline. And for Hawke's Bay 2, we've got Rosa, Ava, Libby and Martine. So they make their way down. Again, it is number 1 and 2 progress to the A final, but 3, 4, 5 and 6 go through to the B final. And as we know, those B finals keep rowers involved, and they can start to concentrate on that race. As much as they might be disappointed to miss the A final, they can get out and row their time and then compare that to the A final races. So there's always a challenge in rowing. As we look at this boat coming down here, and I go through the binoculars, that's a wonderful coloured boat. It's a fluoro pink, and who doesn't love fluoro pink against a gold boat and the lime green rowing suits there? That must be Hawke's Bay. But let's have a look in this. We look across and that lane 3 has to be, oh sorry, Petone. It must be Petone. Down on the inside actually here we have the Cambridge and Hawke's Bay crews. But out the front there they have the Nelson crew. Someone's definitely had the spray gun out last night. That is magnificent. So let's have a look at this Nelson crew. Holly John, Millie Tredder, Naomi Robertson and Madeline Collis, coached by Tim Babbage and Phil Knight. Outside of them is the Hawke's Bay 2 crew. That's Rosa McKenzie, Ava Woodbury Wrinkle, Libby Stewart and Martine Sandberg, coached by Matt Lawson and Mike Treventa. But it is the Nelson crew in the glorious coloured boat there. Absolutely magnificent. I think I had a shirt that colour many years ago. Of course, I was far younger and obviously, well, partially colourblind probably. But it's Nelson. Nelson in lane 5 who've got this. Sitting in second place is Hawke's Bay out on lane number 6 who've come through the Petone crew. Petone is sitting in third, and it is the first 2 who go to the final. It's pretty close here, but Nelson have definitely got the win. Nelson are coming down to take the win. Hawke's Bay have got themselves into second place, and Petone are going to fall into third as we come right down to the line here. Nelson take the win. Look at that pink beauty going through there. That's magnificent. Then it is over to Hawke's Bay 2, who get up and over Petone, and Petone will be pretty upset with that because they were in second place there. That's the Women's Club Coxless 4, the repechage 1. First 2 through to the A final, and the rest, as the rest of them make their way down, that's Hawke's Bay and Cambridge making their way down. They'll be in the B final. So let's see as we come to our last few races of the day. The sun's still coming through though. That wind has completely dropped away now. The flags are laying beside the mast there. There's just the occasional little whimper of a breeze coming through. But as we look at the Women's Club Coxless 4, repechage 2, event number 225, Rotorua Rowing Club, North Shore Rowing Club, Ashburton Rowing Club, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club and Wellington Rowing Club. So again, I'll give you some of the names as we look here. Rotorua 1 is Brooke, Lucy, Azel, Sophia and Alana. North Shore is Caitlin, Brooke, Atalanta, Isabel. Ashburton is Isabel, Rosa, Sophie and Sienna. Dunstan Arm is Heather, Ellie, Naima and Rebecca. And Wellington is Alice, Kate, Lexi and Amy. So, great coverage again as we see them coming down. And there's no clear water here on this race as we see. Okay, a couple of boats have dropped away here. Let me make sure I've got, and also just see if I've got anyone scratched as I pick this up just here. Yes, I have. It is, unfortunately, the Dunstan Arm crew have scratched. So this is event number 225, Women's Club Coxless 4. So Dunstan Arm have scratched. Rotorua out on the, Rotorua down on the inside have dropped back, and out on the far side is Wellington. So they both dropped away, leaving our middle 2 of Ashburton and North Shore. North Shore have got the lead at the moment, and they look like they're just managing that through. They're coming through again. There's the Performance Centre. Ashburton will be wanting to put this in. But most importantly, getting that position 1 and 2 to getting through to the A final. The others know they'll be making the B final. Ashburton, Isabel Wall, Rosa Armstrong, Sophie Gibson and Sienna Skilling, coached by Justin Wall. North Shore Still holding that lead, but no clear water, is Caitlin Nord, Brooke Vincent, Atalanta Bruce, Isabel Welch, coached by Ella Campbell and Maren Howarth. So just a little bit of increase in the gap there, but they're comfortably coming through, going through to the A final. This is repechage 2 in the women's club, Coxless 4. Has just closed up slightly, but they'll both be happy with that. Really swing on those levers there, Ashburton. They're wanting to close it up a little, so they know they're going to be involved in a race tomorrow. Well done. Well done to Ashburton and well done to North Shore. Race number 226 as the next couple of crews come through. That's Rotorua and out on the far side, Wellington. So let's have a look at this wonderful topography here in this Lake Carapiro. I noticed that there's some building work going on the dam down at the end of the road there. It's my normal little shortcut through, but I couldn't take that the last couple of days, so I've been looping around the other side, but it's made me realise that there's a real fruit ice cream place just the other side of over there, and I'll be paying them a visit possibly later on this evening on my way home. Who doesn't love a berry real fruit ice cream? So let's have a look. Men's novice double schools, repechage 1. We've got 2, 3, 4 repechages here. And our first one, race number 226, is Whangarei 2, Waikato 1, Star Boating Club, Hawke's Bay 2, and Avon 1. So you can see here some nice high footage there, but it is, and again I'll just check to see if I've got any scratching here. Yes, it is. Waikato have scratched. That always helps when I know that. Waikato have scratched. So it leaves us with Whangarei, Star Boating Club, Hawke's Bay, and Avon. So they're making their way down. It's the first 2 who will progress to the first 2 who will progress to the semi-final. Let's see who our sponsors are here. It is Croker Oars are our sponsors, so thank you to Croker Oars. And I'll just tell you a little bit about that. They're crafted, obviously, premium stillwater rowing orders for more than 5 decades. They have distinctive bright pink sleeves to ensure the oars are internationally recognised and demanded by the most discerning rowers. Okay, so craftsmanship, reliability. No other oar spells quality, craftsmanship and reliability like the Croker oar. So, thank you to Croker Oars. I did see their tent out the back there, and that's great to see. So, I also noticed they're a quite wonderful rowing SUP, which I thought was the first time I've ever seen it. So, anyway, let's pick up this race. Race number 226, the men's novice double sculls. Looking at these crews, so down on the inside there, we can see a blue boat, but it is Star Boating Club sitting in second, who are following down Hawke's Bay. So Hawke's Bay have got the lead, and they've both gone away from Avon 1. So Star Boating Club, that's Jasper Anderson and Liam Tuffin, coached by Peter Craig. They are sticking with Hawke's Bay 2, Jack Litherland and Ashton Clark, coached by Ross Webb and Craig Ballantyne Woolley. So they're our 2 leading crews. Avon out on the far side there, that's Isaac Hurrens and Elliot Nye, coached by Sophie Jackson. They are a few lengths back, and then down on the inside lane here for Whangarei 2 is Tamati Caldwell and Sam Mandino, coached by Chris McCasey and Jeremy Armstrong. But it is this Hawke's Bay crew, as we take a look at them there, looking very together. There they go, Coming through here, quite comfortable. It's Hawke's Bay, Jack and Ashton. There's a big call there for Star Boating Club. Let's have a look at Star. Again, it's the white and blue, quite sailor-esque. That's Jasper Anderson and Leon Tuffin. They're sitting in second, so they're both going through to the semi-final. Avon and Whangarei are going to be eliminated, unfortunately. But Hawke's Bay 2, Jack and Ashton, quite comfortable distance there over the Star Boating Club, Jasper and Liam. But they're both going through. They'll be happy with that. We come down the last 100 metres to go. Looking through the screen, I can see the black uniform with the white sash across them there, that distinctive Hawke's Bay row suit, and they're going right the way through. They're not easing back at all here. They want to show some dominance in lane number 5. That is Hawke's Bay. Second place is going to come to Star Boating Club, Jasper Anderson and Liam Tuffin. Avon, a few lengths further back, that's Isaac Hurrens and Elliot Nye. Well done, Star Boating Club. They take second. They're carrying on rowing. They're not stopping for anyone, making sure they're there. Down on the inside here, Whangarei 2, that's Tamati and Sam. But it's Avon coming over the line now as I look across. There they go. They're going to come third, unfortunately eliminated from the men's novice double sculls. We move to race 227 on today's program. And again, I get the pleasure of watching the drone here just sweep across the facility, and there's the tower. Should be giving you a wave, really, shouldn't I? Giving you a little wave there. And let's look at this next event. It's race number 227, men's novice double sculls, repechage event number 2 of 4, which I think will finish our racing for the day. Tauranga Boys College, Oamaru 2, Aramahoa Wanganui, Cambridge Rowing Club, Tauranga Boys College and Hawke's Bay 4. So, race number 507, fantastic. I think we're possibly a bang on time to do great work from all of the organisers, the starters, the boat holders and all the volunteers. Make sure you get to say thank you to the volunteers, because without them you wouldn't have any rowing. And also, if you are here or listening in, I know that the KIR are always keen to have more volunteers. There's a role for everyone, whether it's on a safety boat or learning to be an umpire, starter. We need a whole load of roles filled, both the North Island and the South Island, and don't be afraid to step up. So here we go. Let's have a look at who we got rowing here in this race number 227. Tauranga Boys College, we've got Jamie Locke and Jesse Kingsnorth. Oamaru 2, we've got Lewis Belt and Jacob Rorbach. Aramahoa Wanganui, Jordan Hallett and Christiana Kiriana. Cambridge 1, Hamish Sampson and Dylan Kobus. Tauranga Boys College, we've got Peter Brown and Aidan Soper. Hawke's Bay 4, Kazuki Balcock and Carlin Johnson. So, this is the second repechage of 4. And having a look, oh, it's my new favourite rowing club, Aramahoa Wanganui. It's Where's Wally-esque in their outfit, and I absolutely adore it. It's fantastic to see them making their way down. There's Oamaru, the gold of Oamaru with the black cross. I can see them making their way down. They've got their noses in front of the Tauranga Boys College crew. But now let's look out on the far side. Oh, and there's Hawke's Bay again. Hawke's Bay 4, Kazuki and Carlin, who are wanting to get involved. Looking over the shoulder there, they're sitting in second place. And it's the first 1 and 2 who progress. Adamahoa, Wanganui, Jordan Hallett, and Christian Kidiana. I apologise I pronounced that wrong, but they are coming down. Wonderful yellow blades there, striking into the water. Hawke's Bay, again another look from one of the rowers. Just a bit of too much head movement there from those Hawke's Bay crew, but I'm sure the coach will be working on this. This is men's novice double sculls. They're going to take our first and second. Third place at the moment is sitting with Cambridge, who are just in front of that Tauranga boys crew. And then down on the inside here is Omaru. But as we come down to the line, and it's pretty close racing, it's lane number 4, and they've just had a bit of a steering issue there. They're cut across the course, but I think you can cross wherever you want. Not quite sure what happened there, but they certainly cut across there and wanted to, I don't know, go and have a little chat with the Hawke's Bay crew. So well done to Aramahoa Wanganui and Hawke's Bay, who both go through to the semi-final. Unfortunately, the rest are eliminated. But anyway, great work. And then we go to the race number 228. Men's novice double sculls. Repechage 3, Avon 2, Mercer 1, Whangarei 1, Wellington 1, Waikato 11 and Mercer 2. So, let's see who we've got rowing here. And again, remember that Croker Oars are our very kind sponsors on this. So great to obviously have them. We should also mention sponsor 776BC, official apparel partner for Rowing New Zealand. Great to get down into their and look at some of their apparel today. Aon are obviously proud local and supporting Rowing New Zealand. So from the schoolyards to the stadiums, they do a massive work, and we thank you for their continued sponsorship. So let's see who we've got rowing now. Again, we see the wonderful shot here from the drone making their way down. We can see a number of crews on the water, and let's go through them again. So down on the lane 2 we have Avon, Izzy Razif and Ashley Gutteridge. In lane 3 for Mercer we have Noah Murphy and Liam Murphy. Whangarei we have Hugh Manson and Devin Armstrong. Wellington, Amadeo Servi and Doyong and Waikato 11 is Finley Taylor Gill and Paul Wilson, and Mercer is Aidan Taylor and Joshua Pine. So great shots here, as you can see that boat just cutting through the water there. And let me get through the binoculars, and it is that light blue with the W. It's Whangarei 1, Hugh Manson and Devin Armstrong. There they are, working together. A quick look across, has a look across. They want to manage that gap because it's the first 2 who progress, and they've got their lead and they want to hold on to that. But there's a good race developing for second place. There's 3 boats in this. Down on the inside, the Avon crew, Izzy and Ashley, have dropped off the back, as have over on the far side the Mercer number 2 crew. So they are not, the 3 crews that are in it is Waikato, that's Finn Taylor Gill and Paul Wilson. They're out in lane number 6. Inside of them is the Wellington crew, Amadeo Servi and Doyong And then let's have a look. Who's that there? That is the Mercer 1 crew, which is Noah Murphy and Liam Murphy. So the sky blue, Whangarei, Hugh and Devin, they continue to make progress down the course. They've making their way down there through the last of the orange boys now, maybe the last 30 metres, coming down to the 17:50 marker. There it is, standing proud on the lake, and they're going to be very happy with this, making sure that they get themselves through into this semi-final. There you see they've got several lengths back over those other crews, so they'll be very happy, but they're not letting up. They don't want anything to slip here. Men's novice double sculls, they continue to drive down, and they are going to be going through. That's Hugh Manson and Devin Armstrong, coached by Chris McCasey and Jeremy Armstrong. So well done to the rowers there and their coaches as they come on down into the yellow boys now. It's closed up a little bit, but Waikato are just sitting in third. Waikato in lane 6, sitting in third place, and it is Mercer in lane 3. That's Noah Murphy and Liam Murphy. I'm assuming brothers, but I don't know. There they go. They're coming through. They're certainly getting into their work, but they're going to take second place. So well done to Mercer as Whangarei go over the line, take the win. That's good. Mercer in lane 3 are going to take second. Unfortunately, Waikato in lane 6 are going to miss out and be eliminated, unfortunately. So the rest of the crews making their way down. And we have, as far as I'm aware, the last race of the day on course now. This is race number 229, men's novice double sculls, repechage 4. And it is Hawke's Bay 3, Cambridge 21, Hamilton 2, Pauroa 1, Hamilton 1 and Hamilton 3. Have that confirmed. There's no boats in lane 1 and lane 8. So Hawke's Bay Rowing Club, Cambridge Rowing Club, Hamilton Rowing Club, Pauroa Rowing Club, Hamilton Rowing Club and Hamilton Rowing Club. Now let's look at the rowers and see who we've got in these men's novice double sculls. In the repechage 4, Reuben Pope and Kobe Holton for Hawke's Bay, Leon Lee and Dennis Mao for Cambridge, Gabriel Greening and Quinn Howard Shee for Hamilton 2, Jordan Spark and Albert Swanepoel for Porirua 1, Johnny Butler and Caden Taufa for Hamilton 1, and Kian Bauer and Morpheus Morgan for Hamilton 3. Morpheus Morgan there, sounding like a character from Harry Potter. They're in lane number 7, and again we see these crews, and we've got some nice rowing here in the men's novice double sculls, all to play for early days. Not Avon, apologies. That's Hamilton. Hamilton over there, out. Down on the inside, we can see that the Hawke's Bay 3 boat has dropped a few lengths back. In the middle, it looking like Hamilton are sitting in second. Oh, I think I've got a mixed crew here. That's why I'm getting a little bit of confusion there. I thought that was... Oh, it's a blue and white. Blue and white. I'm going to pick that lane up in a second. Over on the far side, the Hamilton 3 crew, they've dropped away as well from the other Hamilton 1 crew. That's Johnny Butler and Caden Taufa. They're probably sitting in second place. So just inside of them is Porirua, Jordan Spark and Albert Swanepoel. They're our leaders at the moment. And to me, it looks like it could be a composite crew because I'm seeing 2 different coloured row suits. But I don't have that on screen, unfortunately. But as we see, as they make their way down, it's lane number 5. Lane number 5, just there. They've got the lead. Just back from them on the inside is the Hamilton 2 crew of Gabriel Greening and Quinn Howard Shee, coached by Liam Herder. This is going to be a nice race to finish here because we want to... There's going to be 3 of them involved, and there is Cambridge 21. That's Leon Lee and Dennis Mao. They're just a couple of lengths back, trying to get involved. out on the far side. We've seen a bit of movement there from Hamilton. Hamilton, there they are there. You can see them. They're trying to get involved. They're in that second place. They want to manage that, but it's pretty close. Just on the inside there is Hamilton 2 and Hamilton 1. They're sitting in second and third. There we see them now. See that Hamilton red and white checks. They're in second and third. But it is the lane 6 crew of Johnny Butler and Caden Taufer who are sitting in second place. Puriroa 1, Jordan Spark and Albert Swanepoel are sitting in first, and they have still got this. Oh no, it is. Sorry, it's a it is the same row suit in lane number 5. So well done, lane number 5 to Puriroa 1, Jordan and Albert, coached by Jonathan Debarge and Nick Terry. Hamilton in lane 4 look like they're accepting. Lane 4, that's Gabriel and Quinn. They're going to come in third, unfortunately, and that means they'll be eliminated. And it is the lane 6 Hamilton crew who are going to come in second place. So Puriroa 1 are going to take the win, and Hamilton 1 are going to take second as the last couple of strokes come over the line now. There we go. They're over, and as are Hamilton, followed by lane 4 Hamilton, and then down here in lane 3 is Cambridge. That's Leon and Dennis. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is our racing for today, race number 229. We hope you've had a fantastic time tuning in or watching the coverage or down here on course. Great to see so many people coming and going through the day. And yeah, please travel back safe. And we look forward to catching you all again tomorrow as we see the last of the crews just making their way down. Thanks again to all the volunteers and all the sponsors. And we hope you have a great time tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan Conservative, Balanced, and Active Growth Funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver Fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.